Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to High on Politics Monday edition. We are primed for a pretty good show today. We have a lot to get to. Oh man. So yeah, the Piers Morgan, Nick Fuentes thing. I did pre-watch it. It's a doozy. It's a lot. So really, I'm looking forward to getting to that with you guys. Yeah, I'm going to be discussing the Paramount Netflix debacle that's going on. There's a lot to that, guys. I know that here we discuss like the kind of ins and outs of who owns what company. So if you know who the Ellisons are, then you kind of have an idea of what's going on. But then yeah, we're going to go into the Benny Johnson and Milo tiff that's going on, which is hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious to me. And just overall kind of like the right wing infighting. But first off, just want to say welcome to the show. Appreciate having you guys here right off the bat. Quick shout out to Galactic Streamlord, also currently known as Galactic Streamlord, but also known as GNN, Galactic News Network, which was always that's a badass name. That's prime. So yeah, if you guys can go check out Galactic Streamlord over on Twitch, I would appreciate you guys doing that when they are having a good old time. Hey, look who's here. Hey, come here. Come here. You gonna say hello? All right, we got the cat. Come here. Come here. What are you doing? Okay, all right. Never mind. He does not want to make an appearance today. I'm sure he will in a little bit, but alrighty. Yo, what up, Natch? How you doing? Welcome. Like I said, I am prime. So, got a question for you guys. Have you guys ever been unfriended by your dead mother? Because I have. That's something I experienced today. That was a lot of fun. So I'm going to explain, obviously. So, I noticed on Facebook this morning that my mom's account changed her profile picture, which, for anybody that's familiar, knows that's quite impossible. So, I kind of thought for a second, I'm just like, oh God, what's going on here? It's like her account got hacked, and that's just long and short of it, yes, my mom's account got hacked. I think they targeted that specific account because it had low activity and it only had like 7 friends on there. Like it was only like the people that she knew from when she moved. So with it being inactive for so long, I think that they targeted that account, which they must be going for like the age of the account, because I can't fathom why they would target an account that only had 7 friends and then get rid of them, because they purged the friends list, which was insane, and then they banned me because I made the mistake of just being like, you absolute ghoul, like you take my dead mother's account, who the hell do you think you are? So yeah, I've been dealing with that all day. Unfortunately, nothing really came from it. I finally did talk to somebody over at Facebook. There is a way, guys. There's a way, by the way. If you need to, it's an 888 number. But when I finally got a hold of them, they essentially told me there's nothing they can do, because I'm the executor. I am the executor of her estate, but I was not the holder of that, like the main account that she, piggybacked off of. And I guess she did use like her husband's account. So like there's a whole shit show there. That's a lot. But yeah, I got unfriended by my mom's account today. Like it's so fucked up. That's horrible, dude. Sorry that happened to you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really like the condolences do go a long way in even this. Cause I feel like shit. I feel like absolute shit. This really did ruin my day. Like I was kind of having a good morning and then it just absolutely sent me spiraling. And I mean like spiraling hard. In the process of dealing with it, I was also grieving because like it just brought up a whole bunch of new stuff. And then they deleted all of the photos and all the interactions that I had with her. So I asked Facebook if they can do something with the Wayback Machine or whatever. Oh my God, this cat, what are you doing? Dude, sorry. This is why I have not let him down here before. It's because of situations like that. He is out there trying to claw everything. He is in a mood today. So, yeah. Good timing. But yeah. I did get to talk to somebody. You gonna come say hello to everybody? Or are you gonna continue to be a little douche? Hey, come here. Quit being a little douche. Nope, he's doubling down. That's it. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him. Oh my God. All right. Well, I have a feeling if he makes his way up, that's the end of that. All right. That sucks. They should have a way to shut that account down. So the only way that you can shut it down is by continuously having it reported, which I was able to get a screenshot, thank God. And I've been sending that off. I wish you guys can hear it. Because what he's doing is he's doing this little thing where he like climbs, but he's not climbing. He's fake clawing a wall, which then he gets to the point where he gets comfortable enough and he starts actually clawing the wall. The cats, they said, they're awesome. They said they're so lovey. No, they are. And I love my cat dearly. Make no mistake. So yeah. The worst part that's about this is the fact that they got rid of the correspondence that I have with my mother. And this was somewhere that, like, I have to reconcile with the fact that this is kind of on me too, because I didn't prioritize making that account a memorial account, which you shouldn't have to do that, but you know what? Fine, I'll own it. Like, yes, because that's essentially what they said. They were like, so when did she pass? And they needed her death certificate and all this kind of stuff. And they kind of, in a nice way, said, "Oh, well, if this had been done, quickly after she had passed, this wouldn't be an issue," kind of thing. It's like, yeah, no shit. It shouldn't be an issue to begin with, because here's my biggest problem: is Facebook essentially prioritizes this. Because when I asked them, I'm like, can you guys just ban that account or shut it down? Because they are using it to scam people. And they're just like, well, unfortunately, we don't have enough proof that they aren't actually the account holder. I'm like, so you're telling me as her kid, like telling you like the history of the account, all this, just because I don't have the fucking password to it, you're giving them the benefit of the doubt? These motherfuckers, these ghouls, these monsters that went out and stole her information and purged her account? You're telling me that you're prioritizing their actions? Go fuck yourselves, Facebook. Holy shit, that company is... It was already a cesspool. I was already on the fucking edge of leaving Facebook entirely, but today was the day where I was just like, that's it. Keep in Messenger. The rest of it goes. I'm fucking done. I'm not using your shitty product to keep me engaged just so you could sell me stuff. I was already there. Like, I know exactly what Facebook is, but for them to do that was the bridge too far. Yeah, I can't imagine how many account scammers take hold this way, heartless. I'm literally, like, when I said I'm going scorched earth today, this is but a pittance of how angry I was. Just a little tiny bit. I was even debating not bringing this up on stream today, but here we are. And you know what? I'm glad I am. Gotta get this out of my system somehow. Oh, man. Yeah, no, I'll also be real. I was already having a hard time. Oh, hey, Galactic Streamlord checking in. What's up, dude? I think this is actually my first interaction with you. So, how's it going? Been a fan of your content for a little bit, and always enjoy seeing you over in the MR chat, fellow MR chat and streamer. It's always fun. I'm sorry, Pep. F Facebook. I would be gutted if that happened to me. I would be lying my ass off if I told you that I'm fine. I'm not fine. I'm not okay with this. I feel like I lost a part of her that was, there for me. Like this is like what would happen. Like now I am prioritizing making sure that everything digital I have of her, whether it be voicemails, pictures, text correspondence, any of it, I am backing it all up now because it's an extra layer of loss. And then on top of it, just dealing with the absolute monstrosities that would do something like that. Like just the thought that these people are out there doing that, and the fact that it's insult to injury. You want to see the fucking picture that they used? Check this shit out here. This is, it's not an obvious fucking no, it's a literal prostitution scam. Here it is. You know what? There's a part of me, because I'm thinking about this. It's her married name. I just have to make sure that, I have to just ask. It's like, is it tied to anything else that could essentially be used to dox? Because if it can't be, because obviously she's dead. That's just, good luck finding her. But yeah, I'm just making sure that there's nothing that can get tied to me. But I'm. Oh fuck, I'm mad. I'm so goddamn mad. Hi to GSL over here, over on Twitch. You're awesome. Yeah, you're getting some shout outs over from the YouTube side of things. Yeah, man, I hope that YouTube thing gets cleared up, because I could have sworn that you were part of that glitch. Because I had talked to another streamer that unfortunately got caught up in the same thing, but they got reinstated. So, yeah, that sucks, man. But either way, your content's awesome over on Twitch regardless, and I think you're doing all right. What up, Chris? How you guys doing? Hermit, everybody popping on in. I am talking about how somebody today hacked my dead mother's Facebook account, and it's not like they just hacked it and were trying to get a whole bunch of stuff. They hacked it and deleted everything. They purged every picture that she had on there. She purged it's an actual person. No, it's some fuckwad from some country that has lax regulations on that shit. And I hate to do this because I hate to throw shade, but it's mostly the Philippines that I've noticed. Oh, that's messed up. Yeah, no, it's the most messed up thing I think I've ever dealt with. After losing her, I thought that getting the surprise bill for her autopsy was going to be the most messed up thing that happened to me. No, no, because dude, when I saw that, and I'm lucky, in some ways, I'm actually very lucky in the way that this happened, because it happened as I was on Facebook. This dumb bitch, or this whoever the fuck, they decided to change the profile picture while I was still while I was there. So I saw it happen live, and I was like, No. Tried to contact her ex-husband, or her husband. He's a widow, so it's not her ex. But yeah, man. Yeah. It's been a day because, of course, what's the first thing they say? Oh, here, go to Facebook, go to our page, our help page. It's an AI chatbot that does jack shit. That was the first thing that told me it was my fault. Like, because again, I have no access to her account, so they're just like, oh, well, you should have prioritized making it a memorial account sooner. I was just like, what? That's unfortunate. Non-ethical hacking. Yeah. Ethical hacking. Fuck off. Can the ethical hackers maybe do something about the unethical hackers, and can they win out? Because honestly, if your whole thing is, if your priority in life is getting into somebody else's digital shit, you need to reevaluate everything that you're about. Yeah, you're actually like that whole ethical hack. I don't know, man. I don't know, because like there's Anonymous, but Anonymous hasn't really done much. They do a lot of this. We are Anonymous. We are Legion. We do blah blah blah. You do jack shit. Yeah, okay. That's why the Epstein files have been buried for as long as they have. That's why, like, honestly, it's kind of a joke at this fucking point. Do you know how many like NSA level fucking scandals we've had since Anonymous has been a thing, and they just had no parts in these things? Gonna just call it like I sees it. Anonymous, get on your shit. Take care of stuff like this, because honestly, you're losing people like me that would see something, like see some benefit to like the ethical side of hacking. But right now, no, I pretty much think that anybody that uses their time and energy to go and infiltrate somebody else's stuff, fuck you. You are a fucking worthless piece of shit. You have no place on this planet. I'm sorry. That's just how it is. That's how I fucking think about it. Get a real fucking life. Jesus. These fucking ghouls. This is why guys like Nick Fuentes exist. And you know what? People raise them. Maybe it's time that, like, check your kids. Fucking A. As I said, guys, I am in a mood. A really bad mood. This is the reason I was even debating not talking about it, was because I knew I would go into this. Like, when I say I spiraled hard. Hard, guys. Oh, guess what else they did? They're using it to push Trump propaganda, which my mom was a liberal. So that's a little fucking insult to... I'm about to cry. I'm actually so fucking angry right now. To be told, oh, there's not much we can do. Mm-hmm. There's not much we can do. You know what? There's something I can do. I can delete my Facebook account. I can just be done with this shit. Willfully disengage from all of it. You know, I've been willingly giving them that little bit, knowing that I am essentially selling my soul. Because that's what we're doing. It's a free product. You are the product. You realize that, right? So we are selling our souls, like literal souls, the physical being of being on this fucking planet. They are selling to other people. They are just using us as fucking fodder, and then telling us how we need them. Get you hooked on that algorithm, and then just be like, nah, you know what? You can't participate anymore. Because how many times have you done that, too? Where it's just like they threaten you with some ban, like a ban. I mean, I know that GNN knows about this kind of thing, where it's just like with YouTube. I hate it. I absolutely hate the fact that I have to toy with this, especially as a political commentator. I hate the fact that my father-in-law, I guess he's my stepdad or whatever, my mom's husband. The only thing that he could say to me about this was, well, do you think that it has anything to do with the fact that you do political commentary and they might be coming after you? I'm just like, so they go after my mom who doesn't even have the same fucking last name? I don't think so. Like, honestly, that would be like one of the last accounts that they would find. Because there's so many out there. Like, my my name's pretty ubiquitous, okay? Like I have taken steps to tell my family, like, hey, if you guys want to lock your stuff down, you probably should. But god damn, dude, like this really got me because again, there's no way that she could have done anything. Like the fact is, it was just and this is where I made the mistake. This is what I shouldn't have to feel like this. I shouldn't have to feel like this was somehow my fault because I negated the making it a memorial account. Like, no, fuck you. No, Facebook, you got all this AI. How about this? Meta AI. You spend trillions on this shit. You're telling me that you spend trillions on a fucking program that can't differentiate when a user just kind of, hops off. And, I get enough goddamn emails in my email in my email box to know that it's like, no, you guys aren't above just asking like, hey, what happened to you? We've noticed that you've been awfully quiet lately. Have you thought about posting here? You had way more important things going on than memorializing a fucking Facebook page. Well, and that's why I'm saying, like, their AI couldn't figure it out that she hasn't been on for damn near a year. Like, oh god. Fucking what, 10 months? Yeah, and you know what? Fuck it. I'm not going to say who it was, but I had someone in my life that, big part of my life. They essentially told me, like, I was just kind of like, yeah, I've had some time to finally really process things with my mom, because with Christmas, guys, I'm just going to be real. Like, Christmas brought it back up. Like, I feel just as bad as the month that she died. And it's because she loved Christmas. She would always be part of this holiday with me. She would call me asking for pictures of the decorations. She was, it sucks. It really sucks. For somebody in my life that I really hold in pretty high esteem to just be like, and this is the way that I'll break it down. I said, yeah, I've had some time to really sit and process my mom's death. I think that, I'm finally coming to terms with a stage of grief that I didn't even know existed. And this person just decided to casually say, well, you should probably be over that by now. Yeah, cheers to that. Cheers to that. And by cheers, I mean, let's get me in a ripe headspace so I can not want to go ballistic on everybody. What the fuck? Yeah. It took everything in me not to snap. Everything in me. Like, I had to do the thing where I bit my tongue. I haven't done this in years, but I made a fist so fucking tight that I actually like punctured my skin. Yeah. I oh boy, did I. It was a bad situation for me. You're talking about the guy who was in here like right after your mom's passing and was like, try to be a dick, and you blew up on him, rightfully so. Oh, yeah, that guy. Yeah, I actually kind of do remember that. Yeah, no, well, fuck him. And also fuck the guy that was just like, this is why your mom's dead. Like, well, fuck anybody that thinks like that. Again, these Nick Fuentes brained assholes, like, that's all they are. They're assholes. Why in society are we doing this thing where we're like, yeah, you know what? Let's figure out why they're assholes instead of just calling them what they are. Assholes. Why am I the one that always has to feel like an asshole for just like walking around this stuff and just, no, maybe, you know what? They can't be that bad. No, I'm not talking about them, Elaney. Unfortunately, this was somebody in my real life, somebody that, I have to see quite frequently too. It's not my wife, by the way. Okay, so let's just put that one. It's like no, no, but it was definitely it wasn't okay. It was definitely not okay. And I also had a moment, and I kind of talked about this last week, where I didn't know that I had beef with somebody. So, like, when I waved goodbye, I was just like, bye. And they were like, fuck you. I was like, what'd I do? And they're just like, oh, what'd you do? What'd you do? It's like, yeah. It's like, why don't you just go? What did he told me something like, just why don't I go like on you, like whatever. Why don't you go sit on your computer? It's like, oh, okay, whatever. What's up, T-Bone? What did you miss? Oh yeah, you know what? If you just got here, I'll do my quick recap because it's been a heck of a time. So first off, I have been dealing with my mom's Facebook account getting hacked today, which if you didn't know, my mom is dead. So, yeah, it was a lot to deal with because they didn't just like hack her account. They got rid of everything on her account. They put up some fucking prostitute and then also made it into a pro-Trump page, which my mom was an open lib. So I don't know how to... Yeah. I'm just explaining it again. Oh, man, I'm so mad. Facebook is awful. I barely use it anymore. Ready to just post how conservatives suck and God is a lie and just leave Facebook and that forever. Such a scam site. Now the feed page is just for dumb ads. It is. And it's all AI slop it's all the AI slop that was first put on Instagram. And then too many people knew that it was AI, so they put it on Facebook instead. No, it's literally, it's one of the worst places that you can be online. It's the worst. But yeah, the fact that I'm dealing with that today on top of, like I said, like the portion of the actual grieving, then to have that person in my life just kind of come out and say, you should probably get over your mom dying. Again, it hasn't even been 10 months, guys. Do you understand how fucked up that is? Do you understand how, like, I know you guys do. But I need to just say this. How fucked up that is to tell somebody that just lost a relative that they were very, very close to, that they should be over it within the time frame of under a year? Oh, man. What is wrong with people, dude? What is wrong with people? What is it about, like, the holidays or something? I just don't know, man, but holy crap. Like, today was the day that really made me kind of reflect on that and just go, oh, you know what, screw this. And then watching the Nick Fuentes, Piers Morgan interview, which we will be going into in just a little bit here, it made me realize, like, oh, we're prioritizing this. Like, you realize that a bunch of these parents, and I'm talking the most self-centered parents on the planet, they raised these shitheads and we're giving them priority. Like, the fact that there are even conversations out there about just like the male loneliness epidemic, instead of just being like, bro, why aren't you likable? Oh, gee, is it because you were taught to hate everything and then you decided to make that your fucking personality and now you're blaming everybody else for not liking you? That's exactly what it is. Like, bro, you never get over your parents passing. No, you don't. No, you don't. I have a friend that literally, the entire time I've known him for 23 years. And in the 23 years I've known him, he has repeatedly told me how he has never gotten over his mom's death, which means a lot to me because, again, the fact is now I'm in a club that I would rather not be in, but yeah, God, I want to say who it is. I really want to say who it is because, ooh, boy. But I don't want that smoke. I don't want that smoke. I don't even think they realize how bad they fucked up. Like, I really don't. The one thing that I was more than shown, though, was just how they don't respect me. Like, that was a blatant disrespect for me, where I was just like, oh... You know, usually I can, like, I already have this problem where I think that I read into things too much, and sometimes I'll cause a scene because of something that was, like, misperceived. Like, I do have that. I've done that occasionally. I'm better now. But Yeah, no, this one was definitely like it was real. And then on top of it, just the Facebook thing. Like again, the fact that it was a fucking boobalicious picture too, where it's just like, yeah, look at this. Because I had to explain this to my father, my mom's husband. I'm just gonna call him my mom's husband. He was never a stepdad to me. I'm never gonna really acknowledge that him as that. So my mom's husband, he's kind of an idiot. So so this is the picture that is on my mom's profile now, right? Okay. So again, still up, by the way, even though it's been reported by pretty much my entire family and friend cohort, and even people on this space. The fact that it's that picture. So I'm talking to my mom's husband, and I thought back to it because he was just like, "Oh, well, how do you know that they didn't just give the account to some other woman?" I'm like, would you? It was the first time I had this thought where I'm like, would this dumb motherfucker like not only fall for this, but with his ex-wife, like her actual account? Because I've already caught him twice where he was, because this is how bad he is at using any social media, and it's embarrassing. Like, this is straight up embarrassing. I'm glad to tell you this story. So not even 2 months after my mom died, and this is why I hate this guy, and I always kind of didn't like him, but like, this guy's a real piece of shit. So he posts this, it's like this woman in her 50s with some big sagging titties. That's all I can really say it as, big sagging titties. And he shares the picture tied to her profile. And the profile is literally one of these where it's like 4 people. It's just it's an obvious phishing scam. So literally, he posts it to his public feed. Looking good, Cheryl. I'm just like, what the actual fuck? I had one of my aunts get a hold of me for this one. That was fun. Where she's just like, have you seen his Facebook? I'm like, no, I don't follow him on Facebook. Why would I? She's like, you really should go check his Facebook. I'm like, okay. And oh boy, I still, like, I regret it, but at the same time, I'm like, oh, at least I know, because like that's I have to be honest. This is why I kind of did the thing that I did. I was just like, that's it. I'm coming down there. I'm gonna get her stuff because I don't trust you. Like, do you know that's a whole nother layer too, to just have somebody there where it's just like, I can't trust you to not sell my mom's stuff. Stand his headless again. Yes, he is. But yeah, man, like the fact that today I had to have that conversation with him, and then he's essentially saying like, oh, well, you're telling me that this lady, this booby lady, the one with the boobs, you're telling me that she didn't like me? You're telling me that she didn't like me? Like, what the fuck? God, these lonely assholes on Facebook. Half of them are married. More than half of them are married. Oh, it's gross. Men are fucking gross. They just are. We suck. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do the thing. White dudes especially. What the fuck? Nah, men in general. God damn. What a bunch of fucking cretins. The fact that they can even do that. Barry Guy Zach, what up? Even though, hey, oh, I like your new name, actually. That's that explains exactly what you're about there. You bury lines, and your name is Zach. But yeah, man. Like, the fact that this dude is sitting at, like, he's edging 80, and he's just like, oh, look at you. yeah. Oh, yeah. Dude, all right. I never told this story, but fuck it. I'll go for it since we're in story time mode. And honestly, I'm ready to go scorched earth. Like, I'm just done. So this guy, right? Number one, when I get there, he goes and like he shows me where my mom died and like explains it in a way where there's no like trauma there. Like, and I'm giving him a little bit of credence where I'm like, okay, everybody grieves differently and they're like everybody shows trauma differently. But this guy, it was like he was showing me his brand, like his new setup where he was just like, yeah, you know, so yeah, this is where she died. You know, like it was really weird. And then he like tried to give me like a letter that she wrote to him that was very heartfelt because I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt in this where it's like, yeah, well, if you want something written by your mom, I'm like, well, that's the one thing that I'm more than thankful for is that my mom was very good about that. I have so much stuff written to me from her, which means the world to me. Again, never throw out those cards, folks. Never throw out those cards. You will never understand the regret of throwing away birthday cards or any of them. Just keep them. Get that fucking shoebox and just keep them. But yeah, this guy, he starts doing that, right? And then I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to go and I'm going to go get a few things. So he tells me where her closet is, and it's in the bathroom, right? When I walk in there, the scene that I saw, I could only, like, it would only make sense if you were, like, in the middle of watching the movie Seven, and they were talking about, like, a guy that, you know, can't keep his hands off himself because, dude, no bullshit. This guy had Bible verses, like, and I'm talking full-blown Bible verses, and they were on, like, full printer paper, taped to the outside of his shower. I'm like, what the fuck? And I started reading the Bible verses. It's all about, like, don't no touchy, you know, like, it was just like the shit where it's just like, essentially telling you that masturbation is a sin. And I just was like, what the fuck? Thank God my sister was there with me. Because I was like, hey, fuck. So we've been talking about that for a little bit now, but yeah, shit was wild. So yeah, like that's where I was kind of like, there's something weird. It's just weird here. Like, to the point where, dude, again, I hate the fact that I even had to have this, like, this thought, but, like, when I had to do the autopsy thing, I was just like, is it? Oopsie. Wait. Wait, guys, I'm sorry. I've been kind of not reading your chats. Give me 1 second. I'm going to catch up the chat here, and then I'll go back into this. I actually have, like, a little pin in this story. Having to mourn while also protecting those digital spaces is just a scam. These companies just want you to think about them 24/7, infiltrate your life, and even death. It's just awful. Yeah, exactly. Even in death, I can't, like, even with my mom's death, I cannot have, like, the peace that you would just think would be just an obvious, like, like I said, man. To articulate it better, they spend billions of dollars on this AI, and their AI can't differentiate a live account and dead account, and when one might need to be locked down, like as a memorial account or any of that. Like, you know, no, fuck off. No, because I did public memorials on Facebook. Like, I did the family memorials there. They knew. Sorry. No, there's no excuse for this. There's literally no excuse for this. Meta's a fucking... They're monsters. They're monsters. They're absolute ghouls. We already knew this with the way that they're doing shit with this $1 billion shit, but Look at what they're doing to me. Do not think that they can't. Like, this is the true one. Don't think this won't happen to you. Do not think that. Because guess what? Likely it will. So if you guys want to protect yourselves and protect your family, get yourself pet protection. That would be a perfect time for me to have like guys, I'm unveiling my new venture, pet protection. I protect your family from the digital fraud after they're gone. Now pay me. I don't know. Anyway, back to this weird fucking dude who unfortunately is the guy that my mom chose. Whatever. That's the one question. The one that I'm just gonna be like, what? Yeah. So like he does that thing with the. So I told you guys about the shower door because of what he posts on Facebook. Because I already gave you the hint that this guy, he doesn't know that he's posting it publicly. He thinks that he's in a private correspondence with a pretty lady that just happened to, have 4 followers and no internet history. And he's just like, well, she's interested in me. It's like, uh-huh. It's okay. Oh, man. But yeah, he does it again. And this time, it's worse. Oh, it's way worse because this one, it was an actual correspondence, and I unfortunately do think that he found one account that was just like, oh, well, you seem okay, and like they kind of were going back and forth, and then I'd leave it to one of my cousins to just come in and come in clutch and just be like, this is public, right? And then he just deleted it all. Because they were starting to get a little spicy. It was, that was a problem. Hey, thanks for following over on Twitch. I appreciate that, dude. Also, guys, yeah, don't forget to follow over on Twitch if you haven't already. Let me drop the link here. I appreciate that. Any reason that you're over on Twitch today, there, Chris? Is it just the lag, or are there any issues? If there's any issues, please consider reporting that to me, because I want to keep up with this, but I think that, my internet's been clear sailing. Oh my God, no. Yeah, Pinkerbell? No, for real. It's just another thing, man. Because, like, here I am, literally still grieving this shit, and this guy's out there trying to get his slice of life, and I'm just like, God damn it, dude. Oh, man. And then on top, and all while this is happening, my wife is in cancer treatment. Like, sometimes my life feels so surreal. It really does. I just can't, today was one of those ones where I'm just like, how the fuck is this happening to me? Glitch Master. Uh-oh. Well, don't bring that Glitch Master don't bring the glitches over to me. You master those glitches and you maintain those over off my page. I tried. But thank you for following. I appreciate that. Welcome to the show. If I know you by another name, feel free to shout on out. Also, guys, shout out to everybody in chat. Appreciate you guys being here. T-Bone, Etch, Zach, again, coming in with the new name. Bloodstone by Stars. Yeah, no, Bloodstone, I actually just got to your comment again about the morning wall protecting the digital spaces. Like, dude, just the fact that they insinuated that was for me to like, when I was on the phone with the one person I was actually able to get a hold of, which that felt like an accomplishment in itself. But yeah, I did kind of start popping off a little bit, where they even asked, they're just like, can you please refrain from using any curse words? I'm just like, sure. Not so active here, to be honest, just ensuring connections. Oh, cool. I appreciate that. Also, yes, here for the Twitch friends, we got the pep emotes that I actually do. My logo definitely it It looks good as a emote. But anyway, still unlocking. But yeah, it's just I still can't believe that Facebook prioritizing the scammer. That's what really got me. Like the fact that they were questioning, because dude, they were questioning me pretty fucking hard. And then that's where I snapped on the guy. I'll tell you the exact point that I snapped on this person. Was that when they kept asking me like, can you confirm the date of birth and all this stuff, and I'm confirming all these things, and then they're just telling me, they're like, well, you don't have the password. I'm just like, she's dead. She's fucking dead. How many times do I have to repeat myself? And that was when they were just like, can you refrain from using curse words, please? It's like, yeah. I got one little tingle. Sucks. These have been bad. I need to get a new pillowcase. I need to get one of those silk ones. Yeah, right here. Got a tingle. Anyway, I'm not gonna fuck with it all stream. Either way. Nope, I'm going to. I'm just gonna rip the fucker out if I have to. This one hurts. All right. This is one of the worst parts about having long hair. I'm sure that everybody that has had long hair in their life or currently has long hair knows exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, the tangles. Yeah. Yeah, no, it was really good, like today, as far as brushing the hair and doing the maintenance today. Like, look at this. Looking good. It's just, yeah, I kind of felt that where I'm like, oh, ooh. It's like, there's no reason that when I gave that, like, little brush there, I was just like, nope. That was not. Anyway, fuck. Let me decompress because this really did get me. Like, I can't believe that they did that damn phone calls. Yeah. Oh yeah, Stan has his head again. Yeah, the thing is, I don't know where my cat is, and I'm a little concerned because he was already time to go dreads. I've considered it a few times. Not gonna lie. But unfortunately, dreads, like, if you do it, it's such a commitment that nah, I'm good. I like my long hair. Let's put it this way. If I wanted dreads, I can just use gel and get, like, the faux dreads if I wanted them. So, damn phone calls, fourth today. Just spam calls. Yeah, see, again, this is where I'm wrestling with this, where it's like this. Not only did they take my dead mom's Facebook account, which is just so reprehensible in itself. Then you add the fact that Facebook is protecting them. Like, and they're protecting them through saying, oh, well, we need to have error reports. Or not error reports. We need you to report them. And they had already banned me. And this was one of those ones where I could not even find the URL. So I had to get my friend to send me the URL so I could essentially send in the report to Facebook. I still have long hair, just thinner and gray. Your time will come. T-Bone, I know. I'm aware. Now, I'll be lucky, like, if I get to keep this for another few years. But you know what? I'm hoping to make it to, like, 45. We'll see. I'm taking that Nutrafol stuff, so we'll see how that contributes. The graying, though? I don't know, man. I think that I'll have, like, the salt and pepper look because my dad, he never went gray. He's about to hit 70, and he's still not gray. So, that's the point of the secret password, e.g., what if I had no touch with my mom, hate each other, or whatever? Well, I understand. Well, wait, what do you mean by secret password? Because, see, this is essentially, I'm trying not to get triggered by that because what they said to me was so fucked up. Because they were just like, well, why were like if you were the primary on your mom's account, then this wouldn't be a problem. Her husband being the primary on the account, we need him to contact us, and I'm just like, fine, fine. Which that's another thing. That's why I brought up this dipshit and gave you guys a little context for how I'm a little worried that might not happen. Because again, this guy's out there thinking like, oh, you know what? This other person that has the exact same name as my deceased wife, she really likes me and she's boobalicious. So you know what? I'm gonna definitely give her a like. It's like, it's the same account, you numbnut. The tippy tip. Is that your butt? Oh, geez. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I think mine's like right about down to the belly button. That's pretty sad. It is. No, I've been wrestling with this. Like, this is the most I've had to go through, like, the emotional whirlpool that is not only grief, but just, I've gone through the anger and then the sadness, the betrayal. Like, I have felt so many different things today where I'm just like, what? What? Why? Why am I dealing with this? Like, and like I said, it's the fact that they're prioritizing this prostitute it's not even a real prostitute. It's a fucking phishing account that, I'm 99% sure that the only reason that they took it was because she has a pretty generic name, on top of like, this account, like that account was created like a few years ago, so it doesn't have that whole telltale, oh, this account was created yesterday. But honestly, those same dudes, the dudes that fall for that, they would fall for it anyway. They're not looking for that. Only men think with one thing and it's super obvious. Yeah. Pep, if you didn't have bad luck, it would seem you have no luck at all. Who are you, my dad? I swear to God, my dad has said that to me. Like, and he meant the best by it. I know, but it sucks, dude. I've always had this. I've always been this way. I've always had this. I remember being a teenager and my dad saying that to me, where he's just like, well, if it was going to happen to anybody, it was going to happen to you. I was like, what? I remember I got into this really stupid car accident. It's the same thing. Well, if it was going to happen to anybody, it was going to happen to you. Thanks. Yeah, knock on wood. All right, so as I said, I'm trying to decompress about this. But yeah, the lonely men thinking with one thing is, yeah, it's so true, though. It's so true. Why? And it doesn't matter what age. It really doesn't. It seems like these are all dudes, like, the age demographic seems to go from, like, 30s to, like, 80s, where these guys are just like, oh, you're giving me attention. Fuck. And then meanwhile, these are like the guys that go out there and make fun of alternate lifestyles and all that shit. This is why I don't kink shame. Me personally, I'm not into any of that stuff, but I don't care who is. You know, if you're not hurting people, you're not breaking up relationships, then have fun. And that's the thing. Like, I happen to know my mom wasn't really into, like, that was not her thing. So, oh, guys. So he said something profoundly fucked up to me. This actually just brought this back. So while we were cleaning up her stuff and we were discussing who was going to go over to the morgue, which was me. So he starts talking about, and this is with my sister there, by the way, my sister and my wife. How when he was courting my mother, and that's his words, was when I was courting your mother, it's just like, ugh. Even that, there's just something, ugh. He was talking about how, well, I actually had, she was one of 13. I was like, what? he's just like, yeah, she was one of 13 suitors. And, you know, she was the lucky one. And I was just like, was she? Was she? Like, it was funny because me and my sister shot each other a look where we were just like, yeah. At least I have that little tidbit there where it's like, you know what? What he said was profoundly fucked up, but the reaction of my sister did make it a lot better because it was something out of a movie, just like, what the it has 13. No, oh my God, no, get this shit. Christian Mingle. Christian fucking Mingle. He literally says, he's just like, yeah, you know, I met your mother on Christian Mingle, and I had 13 other suitors, and she, I let her know that she was the lucky winner. It was just like, oh man. Yeah. Yeah. It's dude. I'm glad that I could share this though. Because I honestly, this is one of those guys that will never pop up on my stream here. Wild, yep. Wait, Christian Mingle is real? I thought it was a meme. No. It sounds like he was all about that bountiful harvest. Oh, God! No! Oh, fucking no! Oh, oh no! I can't have that in my... No! Oh, if you guys don't get it, you are the winners of today's show. Just be glad you don't understand what he just said there. Oh, come on. Etch. You broke. Broke Pep. You did. Oh, if you got to credit anybody with, like, totally derailing the show right there. Oh, God. Oh. I just felt this weird pain that was like a little, like just a tiny, like a little fairy, but like they just did a Kamehameha, or like a Kamehameha, like a Hadouken punch right up into my stomach. Oh, that frickin'. No. Okay, like I've already, trust me, my brain's already kind of gone there thinking about him and, you know, Cheryl. Oh my God, looking good, Cheryl. Fuck, just... Oh, so embarrassing too. Why? Why would you make that public? Well, again, or like, what? Just don't. Yes, but Christian Mingle. Christian Mingle is a real thing. It is more. Yes, it is a very real thing. Oh my God. I remember making that comment to my mom where I was just like, wait, did you try J-Date? He was just like, well, you know, I would have if I didn't find some suitors over on Christian Mingle. Damn it, Kyle, why did you do this to us? Yeah. Is that Murder, She Wrote? If that's Murder, She Wrote, then that's amazing because my mom loved Murder, She Wrote. So that's just kind of like a little thing to tie it all together. Unless that's the Golden Girls. I can't tell. I think that... If that's, oh, wait a minute, is that Dr. Ruth? If that's Dr. Ruth, then I'm out. No! GSL over here. At least coming in with the clutch memes. Oh, man. Okay. But yes, Kyle ruining the word harvest is that RFK. No, it wasn't really Kyle. It was RFK. RFK is just... Woo. Yes, Jessica. Ah, cool. Okay. So anyway, that was my day today. I'm glad that the first hour can wrap up with what happened in the life of Pep, and I hope you guys enjoyed it, because yes, if it can make entertainment for you, then at least something good came from it, because there was a lot of pain, a lot of confusion, a lot of anger, to the point where, yes, today was one of those days where I felt bad. Like, I felt bad for how angry I was. When I was screaming at that person, when I finally got a person, I was just like, that! Our punishment for watching so much Kyle. Kyle did not help with that story at all, though. No, he didn't. And the thing is, the funniest part, like, thinking back to it, he just sat there, like, talking about the grossest stuff about it. I don't know, whatever. I posit that reading anyone's sex would make them seem cringe and weird, but when you stack it up against the Barrett Central Park vibes, it really paints a picture of a deeply fucked up individual. Oh my god, I will never forget this. So, yeah. I was talking to another cop. Actually, I think that I can just say who this was. Here for the derailment here. Thank you for the 5. I appreciate
HBX
that.
$5.
Let's
Here
get
is
the
a derailment
his bit here. No, so I was talking with this one stand-up, and he told me, he's just like, no. Specifically about like sexts and stuff like that. We had that conversation just like, yeah, could you imagine the material, just like the plethora of material that like would be just us finding our friends' sexy texts? It was just like, that would be kind of funny. And that led me to Dan Soder, who I'm pretty sure he went public with this one, where he was talking about how he met this this one woman, where he was like, yeah, this is one of my first times like really going for it. He's like, I went for a lady, where that's what he called her. He's like, I went for a lady. She was like in her 30s while he was in his 20s, and he's just like, so yeah, we're doing the thing, and I'm just like, yeah, you like that? And I guess she shut him down by being like, oh boy, we have a talker. So every time I hear somebody talking about just like, yeah, oh yeah, I just think about that, and I'm like, you know what? Ladies, all right, actually, you know what? This is a good question. Before we go into the politics segment and like the news and politics of the show, I genuinely want to know this. What is like a good, like, what's good sexy talk? Like, is there any good example? Because what you just said there about anybody's stuff being cringe, I think literally all of it, every single bit. It's just... Oh man. Yeah, I cannot honestly think of anything that would like, because shoe on the other foot. I'll admit this. So before I met my wife, I was with this girl that, number one, when I knew it wasn't gonna work out, because when we went to kiss, her teeth clinked mine, and I was just like, this ain't gonna, no. No. And as you know, I mean, what's one night, but it was funny though. She had the reverse problem where like she started talking, and I was just like, okay. Like it was I don't know. I think that this just kind of like thinking about it re-solidified my position that there is really none. It's not cringe when it's only you and the other person. People who hear it are supposed to in the moment, I guess. We have officially entered the era of what the actual fuck comes next. Yeah, dude. I mean, in all like Etch kind of said it with my luck. I'm not sure if I'm looking forward to 2026. That was gross. Actually, I have to sneeze too. I was trying to stave off a sneeze. Excuse me. All right. Yeah, it's a little different when an uninvolved third party is reading them out like a transcript. I don't know, because, like, back to my point, like, this girl, she was just really bad at it, and a lot of us have lost everything, or just about everything, Pep. Has lost just about, so have I. Literally have to move back in with my mom. Oh, shit. Yeah, I mean, I have my blessings, and this is where, even though I'm not a Christian, I do still think in the terms of, like, this is one good thing. Like, Thanksgiving, you can use this, though, where you don't have to have religious undertones. You don't always have to be like, thank this entity that I praise for everything that I have. Fuck that. No, just say that, okay, I'm blessed. And you don't have to like use it in the term of God. You can just say like, no, I'm better off than some people. And, you know, I always had this mentality because my mom, like, she was really good about this, where she's just like, so do you have it that bad in comparison to, you know, starving kids in Africa? Like, she was very much that mom. But the thing is, it worked for the context where I'm just like, oh, well, yeah, I guess I am. It's better. Shit, I just had this yesterday. I'm gonna just listen, guys. I had that moment where I realized that like my dog and like my cats had done enough you know, damage around my house where I was just kind of like, oh fuck. You know, I kind of started thinking, because I had just gone to this other house that did not have animals, and I'm thinking about all like their nice crown moldings and all that kind of shit. And then I'm just like, yeah, you know, like it'd be nice to kind of have some of that. And I also kind of thought about it. I'm just like, yeah, you know, it'd be nice to have just a little extra space here. And then I'm just like, shut the fuck up. You lived in a 2-bedroom apartment where legitimately you had to like share a bathroom with your roommate. Like, shut up. You know what it's like having one bathroom with 2 dudes, especially 2 dudes who crap a lot? Oh my God. I do remember there was one time my roommate, he was getting ready for work, and like he was definitely in for the long haul, and I had an emergency and we only had the one bathroom. So I was just like, I don't know what to do. So I ran. There was a gas station that was about a block or 2 away from our apartment. I hauled ass down. And then I stole the giant roll of toilet paper because I don't know why I brought my backpack with me, but I did. So I'm like, hey, you know what? I got my backpack on me. They got this giant roll of toilet paper. You know what? I need it more than they do. So that's another thing. We were out of toilet paper. And he shouted, he's just like, I'm using the last of the toilet paper, dude. Like, oh, man. Good times. 2 dudes full of shit. That should be a podcast. Wait a minute. Should be. That's 90% of podcasts. What am I talking about? You ever see just Fighter and the Kid? There you go. You could call it 2 dudes full of shit. There. I just gave them their new rebrand. All right, guys. All right. So I did my story time. I appreciate that. Also, I'm thinking what I'm going to do is I'm going to post this in the Discord. So if you haven't already joined the Discord, please consider doing so. Because then that's where I will post the actual, the thing that you guys can go look up on Facebook and report my mom's old page. Because, like I said, we have totally different names. There's nothing that you can really do with that. Or anybody could really do with that. Thank God. Oh no, Pep discovered the meta. Oh, you didn't think that when I had Kaz on here, immediately I was just like, oh, hey, this is it. This is what I need to do. I just need to get a co-host. Which, I'll be real, I'm as much as I like doing collabs, it's the same thing with doing collabs even over, you know, the platforms here. I'm good. Oh, distracting. I just saw that he said he'd pop in for a bit soon. Cool. Well, looking forward to that. I can't. All right, so my Discord link is being weird. Here, I'll just set a new one. There we go. And here's the Discord link, guys. And then we're going to the news. Specifically, we're going to go to this Piers Morgan, Nick Fuentes thing. We're just going to start the day with it. So, hope you guys are ready for this, because this was wild. I'm going to just... here, actually. All right, so I did watch this live. This is not what I thought it was going to be. I thought that Piers Morgan was going to be a little bit more like Tucker Carlson in the way that he was just going to softball this. But he actually went after Nick Fuentes. He brought the clips. Nick Fuentes had a few moments where he definitely, you could tell he was backed into a corner. I do think that this is going to do damage to both of them, funny enough. But I don't want to bury the lead, so I'll give my wrap-up when we are done here. So let's, without further ado, watch this back and forth between Piers Morgan and Nick Fuentes.
You're a New York Times reader, an NPR fan, a Daily Wire subscriber, or an avid consumer of all things Tucker Carlson. For
I don't know why my
now,
YouTube's
there's
been
been
doing
no
that lately.
avoiding the subject of Nick Fuentes. And let's be clear, the main reason you're hearing about him is because he's popular. A large number of people, especially...
The only reason he's popular... See, this is where they conflate popularity and, like, shock value and all that to actual, like, longevity.
Young men are interested in what he has to say. What that says about our society and our culture is the subject of ferocious debate. For many people, it's a grave indictment of an insidious immorality. For others, he's a product of a culture which has turned on its own and left many young people feeling listless and bitter. He's either a litmus test for right-wing hypocrisy on free speech or a walking, talking...
Why does everybody say his name like that? Fuentes? I don't know.
Of
I
where
just say
the line
Fuentes.
should be drawn. And a frankly preposterous amount of airtime has been spent on debating everything from his ideology to his sexuality and whether anyone should actually talk to him at all.
If I were writing a glossary entry on the Streisand effect, I wouldn't put a picture of her next to it. I would put a picture of Nick Fuentes.
They have opted to not do so when it comes to Nazis like Nick Fuentes.
Fuentes takes this guy apart brick by brick. It's a full takedown.
My concern is that people who are a bit more moderate are deeply alarmed by Nick Fuentes.
I was very happy to see that, like, Nick Fuentes really passed that test with flying colors.
That fragmentation is being caused purposefully by a splinter faction of people led by a young man named Nick Fuentes.
That's the war. Can you get the beef prices down? Not crazy things that Nick Fuentes or these other loons say on social media.
Well, it looks like all the screaming about Nick Fuentes on the internet is finally dying down a little bit.
So now we had on this guy, this Fuentes guy, and never challenged him.
You should have Nick Fuentes on your show and you could ask him questions about that.
The truth is, it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend all this time talking about Nick Fuentes, but not actually to Nick Fuentes. People who say you shouldn't give him a platform overlook the very obvious.
Bill O'Reilly looks like a ghost. That would be a good MR handle. Bill O'Reilly's ghost.
He already has a platform of his own, which is often bigger than most of the people complaining. And he uses it to speak unchallenged to his many followers. It's on that basis that I've invited him to appear live and uncensored on my platform. And Nick Fuentes joins me now. Nick Fuentes, welcome.
Wait, did he just say he's unchallenged by his viewers? Because I hate to do this. I do not want to do this, but people pay like $25 for TTS reads that are just them challenging him.
Welcome to Uncensored.
I don't want to stand up for that position or like for anything with Nick Fuentes, but
I don't think we've ever met. You can correct me if that's wrong. I know about you. I know that increasingly people are talking about you in a more mainstream environment than you may be used to. So for those of you who know nothing about Nick Fuentes,
he really does say it weird.
An opportunity to get to the real person. I don't know who that person is, but I do want to use this opportunity to get there. I've seen you talk as we prepared for this in exchanges with people and on your show, saying you fear it's going to be very hostile, it's going to be an ambush, all those kind of things. I don't intend it to be overtly hostile. I don't intend to ambush you. I intend it to be an examination of what you said on the record, an examination of what you believe, or what you say you believe, and an examination of what your rising popularity says about the state of the conservative movement in America. So those are my goals from this interview. What are your goals? Why are you doing it?
I thought it'd be interesting. And, you know, you've talked
Why not? He's a scumbag troll
about me on your show over the years. And this is the first time you actually extended the invitation. I think it might be the second, actually. I think we We talked about doing it during A24 a few years ago, but you've talked a
I do just think about all the people that talk like him
lot about me with the panel, and now
and just like
you've extended the invitation to talk to me. And I think it'd be interesting for me to maybe clarify some positions and maybe get to know you a little better as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
There is a belief that you
they're
have
stupid.
two personas. There's one that you roll out now for podcasts and for shows like mine, where you come across as reasonable. And then there's your show on Rumble, where you often come across as having, you know, a very unreasonable view on things. This is what Coleman Hughes said about you.
Nick Fuentes knows exactly what he's doing. He is consciously playing this double game as part of a long-term strategy to become popular enough to take the reins of power, at which point he plans
He looks like a grown-up Chucky doll. That's a good
to
poll.
pivot towards the extreme and unpopular policies that he advocates daily
I'll try and pause
on
less.
Rumble.
So first of all, what is your response to that?
Excuse me.
Well, first of all, I would say that Coleman Hughes is a propagandist. He works for the Free Press, which is run by Barry Weiss. So I think you have to consider the source. And Barry Weiss is a pro-Israel partisan. Free Press is just bought out by CBS for $150 million by Larry Ellison or his son David Ellison. And so I think that's coming from a particular point of view. We can't pretend like that's coming from a vacuum or from some fixed position. That's coming from a propaganda outlet that's in favor of Israel. That's first. But second, I would say he is right about the two personas. And I think that everybody understands this on some level. On my show, I make jokes and I use rhetoric and I'm hyperbolic because for a long time I had an audience that was small on these like dissident platforms. I was on D Live for many years. A lot of people don't even know what that is. And so I had a small following and we had sort of like an in-group sense of humor and memes and things like that. And you talk about it one
Dude, just admit that you're on the fringes of everything. Like, this is where I don't like, because people have given him credit for being unabashed. No, he's not. Look at the way that he's tiptoeing.
live stream when I'm by myself and I'm ranting and we make jokes and we play devil's advocate. We play with different positions. But then when you sit down in an interview,
Something
like this
unhuman
one,
about
people
him.
ask me a good faith question. What do you actually believe? Well, then I clarify and I say, well, here I'm not joking. Here I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not being rhetorical. I'll tell you precisely what I believe. As far as this idea that I'm going to get power and then turn into Hitler, that just sounds totally insane to me. I'll be honest. It just sounds insane.
Do you have aspirations for political power?
Not really. I think that if I wanted to run for office, I wouldn't say a lot of the things.
That really shows just how much, like, because Piers Morgan is the representative of like the broader media here. They are so dumb and bad at handling someone like that. Where, again, political power. What is this? Like, it's the same thing with Tucker Carlson, to be fair, where everybody's just like, they're playing the odds with him throwing his hat into the presidential race. Like, what?
That I say. I don't know that a lot of
He's
people
never
would
even
vote
said
for me.
anything
I
about
tend to
that.
offend everybody, even a lot of people that like me. So no, I'm a truth teller. I like to tell the truth. I like to do my live stream.
Who is Nick Fuentes? Tell me about your upbringing.
God, I hate the fact that I kind of the whole I like to do my live stream. I will
I know
admit,
you grew up
like,
in the suburbs of Chicago. Tell me about your early years.
to be fair, no, actually, he grew up in Berwyn, which that's more Chicago, like. It's technically out of like the name city limits, but nah, like if you were in Berwyn, you would be like, oh, I'm in Chicago.
Or early how? Like my childhood or a little bit
your
later?
childhood, yeah.
Well, I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago in LaGrange Park, as you
Oh,
say.
never mind.
My parents are ethnics.
Okay, no, if he grew up in LaGrange, then all
You know,
right.
my father's half Mexican,
Never mind.
half
I
Irish.
take that
My
back. He
mother's
moved to
Italian.
Berwyn.
And they both came from a pretty rough upbringing themselves. They both were raised by single mothers, not because of divorce, but because both of their fathers had died. They endured a lot of dysfunction. And I think that's one of the reasons they came together and they related to each other and they wanted to create a normal upbringing for their children. They wanted to have a normal family life. And so they moved out to LaGrange Park away from the city and they raised me and my sister. And really put us first. I think that's a big reason why
God, there's
I tend to have a lot
female
of these
Fuentes out
family
there.
values
Ooh.
or Christian values. My mother quit her job and stayed
Is
at
it
home
like the Abby
to
Shapiro?
raise us. And so I have a very close relationship with my parents, with my sister. We're a very tight family. And we grew up in a pretty idyllic town. And maybe we can sort of get into a
Both my parents are ethnic, but not me.
conversation about politics from this. I loved my upbringing. My mom stayed at home. My dad was working. We're in a mostly white suburb in Chicago. Everybody was maybe
No, I will say that much. No.
half Catholic, half Protestant. It was a baseball
Oh my
town.
God, no. Yeah, half.
And I played.
Do you know why the Fuenteses did well in LaGrange Park? I'm gonna give you guys a hint. It's his last name.
Baseball for many years. In Chicago, we love our hot dogs. We have our baseball parade and get a hot dog. And so I love where I came from. I love the city.
You eat ketchup on your hot dog, Nick. We know it.
It's a working class city. I love the people here. They're very good, humble, down to earth, decent people. And I guess I had my political, not to jump ahead, but this is a big part of where my political awakening came from. I sort of left this bubble, if you could call it that. When I went to college in 2016, I went to Boston University and I read a lot of things online. And I realized the country does not look like LaGrange Park. It doesn't look like Western Springs or Hinsdale or Elmhurst. It looks very different.
Dude, all you had to do was go 20 minutes in the fucking, just a little bit fucking east, and you would have, whoa.
The country's undergoing a radical transformation because of immigration. And so
What?
I saw.
So you had to go to Boston for that? Oh my God, he really was a sheltered little suburban boy.
that, and I said, this is
That's
not
crazy.
really a
How do you end up in Berwyn?
desirable change. I don't like the south side of Chicago or the west side or LA or
sure you
certain parts
don't.
of Boston as much as I like where I came
What
from.
a lame-o.
And I guess that's what made me an American nationalist. I said, I want to preserve my home and the things that are familiar to me and the things I like about my home, what makes it America. So that's a little bit about my background. I don't know where you want to go with that, but
Well, I
that's kind
suppose
of where I came from.
my first obvious question is, were your parents immigrants to the United States, or were their parents, or were their grandparents? In other words, at some stage, I presume there were immigrants in your family who came to the US. Is that correct?
There were. I believe my mother was fourth generation and my father was third generation. So their ancestors came here on my mom's side in the 1860s, I believe, the first wave of Italian immigration. My father's ancestors, I think they came around the turn of the century in 1900.
So your view of immigration, and we'll get to the specifics about your views on immigration, are they not affected at all by the fact that if it wasn't for immigration, you wouldn't exist as an American?
Well, I would certainly exist, but like you said, maybe not as an American. Certainly that's influenced in some measure. But I think that the kind of immigration that we had for a long time in the country,
the assessment that he might not exist.
It's different than the immigration that we have now. And let's just say for openers, it's different immigrants. They're coming from a different place with a different culture, a different religion. It's not the same as it was. So first, you have a qualitative difference. My ancestors, for the most part, I have 3 European grandparents from Ireland and Italy, 1 from Mexico. They came from Europe. They came from a society where there's a common ancestry, there's a common religion, common civilization. The people that have come in since 65, since Hart-Celler, they're coming from China, India, the Northern Triangle, Mexico.
Dude, I want to see him have one of those DNA tests done just to see how much like shit he's actually full of here.
Venezuela. And
do you know how much he hates the fact that he has a Latin or a Latino last name?
So first, they're just different people. Secondly, it's a quantitative difference. There's way more.
Screw it. In this case, because I don't do the Latinx thing, but it will piss off those people. So the Latinx,
and it's an unceasing, always
can we just admit that was dumb?
wave. For the first 3 or 4,
it's like for those who don't understand conjugation, that would actually track. So
or ways
that every time that I heard like a lib just coming out and being like Latinx, it's like, you didn't take Spanish class, did you?
Immigration, you would have a major influx of immigrants and then it would stop. And then you'd have another wave and then it would stop. This one, it just keeps
X
going
factor.
up.
The X factor is they know understand conjugation.
35 years. And it's too many. So that's
Como se dice?
really where I would draw the distinction between maybe where I originate from. I would even just simply call that immigration. What this is an invasion. It's a completely different policy.
But you
can't
mentioned
even call it the same
but
thing.
you mentioned Mexico in that list, and your father is half Mexican. So
yeah,
I mean, by your criteria, part of the invasion would include your father, presumably, and his immediate descendants who came from Mexico.
Not really true, because when my father's ancestors came here, it was a small fraction of the total immigrants that came from Mexico. I don't believe that we should have zero immigrants forever, or even zero immigrants from non-white countries. But you have to draw the distinction. My father's father, he was here in the 40s and 50s. It was his
Sí, mi hablo español así es.
parents, or I believe either his parents or grandparents that came here even earlier. Up until 1965, 90% of the immigrants were coming from Europe. I have no problem with that. If we have 10% of them coming from Mexico or Latin America, maybe that's reasonable, but that's not what it is now.
Oh
now
my
you've
God,
got
man.
10 million illegal.
He's so full of shit. Like, this is just blatantly, he's just so full of shit. Hey, what's this? What's this thing? Why does he look like a yar pirate? Yar!
In 4 years under Joe Biden, and you got millions more legal immigrants from China, India, Venezuela, El Salvador, and it's so many with no break for assimilation, and they're all from non-white countries. It's transforming what America is. And again, that's the distinction. That's what makes it unacceptable.
I always believe everybody is a product of their environment. Right? I've interviewed thousands of people. Maybe 3, 4, 5,000 people from all different walks of life. But the one common theme I would say is everyone's a product of their environment. And I was reading some stuff about you.
Piers coming in with the deep takes.
In the last few days. There was an episode of your podcast.
I did a little bit of therapy, and I've come to terms with the fact that some people are products of their environment.
Where you talked about your father, Bill Fuentes, and how he wouldn't take the family, including you, to certain restaurants because he believed they were associated with African Americans. We would be deciding where to go to eat, you said.
Yeah, so you would never go to Harold's Chicken.
What are we going to do?
One of the best chicken places in Chicago. He would never set foot in.
For dinner tonight. It was a running joke. Me and my sister would say Applebee's, and my dad would say we would never eat at Applebee's. Not in a million years should you be caught dead, Fuentes said about Applebee's. Go to a different restaurant, a local restaurant. No Applebee's, no Red Lobster.
Dude, Applebee's is one of the whitest establishments that you could go to. What are you talking about, Nick? Seriously. They have a fucking country song that, like, is talking about how they take dates there, which we'll get to how you feel about going on dates because you never been on one.
That is commonly known as black fare. And you also...
Red Lobster? That one I'll give you a little bit more.
Story about your family and restaurants. Said before me and my sister were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N-word that we're not allowed to say. So my question...
Bill is afraid of places
that anecdote that you say on your own podcast is...
Oh, yeah, if anybody uses Old Bays, he's out.
Do you think you grew up in a racist environment? That your father was inherently racist, and that thought process moved to you?
Well, I would say it's a new low. I've been attacked for being a racist many times, but to attack my father, to attack my parents based on anecdotes.
I can't think of the song, but it literally has the line where it's just like, Apple go on a date, Applebee's on a Friday night,
I would say
or like whatever.
That's sort of a new low,
hang on, it's your anecdote.
Yeah, but he's not here to defend himself.
You are.
And my parents are.
You told the story.
And I
wait. You did.
As I said at the start, Nick, to be clear.
No, it's not an ambush,
Nick, to be clear,
I think
I'm
everybody
not
understands.
ambushing you. I'm literally reading an anecdote that you revealed on your podcast. It's you that's put it in the public domain.
I know.
I'm simply asking you whether my assessment of that, which is that your father didn't want to take you to certain restaurants because of what you refer to as they were commonly known as black fare, whether that attitude to African Americans in that instance permeated to you.
Applebee's is what poor white rural people think is fancy, so that tracks.
Reasonable question.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think everybody knows what that.
Wait, so are you telling me that Ruby Tuesdays was like peak? Like, because Ruby Tuesdays was the nice form of Applebee's.
That is, but I'll address it. I'll engage with it, and I'll defend my father from the charge of racism.
Sure.
No, my parents are not racist, and they've never been racist. I'll tell you about my parents. They used to have a school in Chicago in the South Loop where they instructed people on how to shoot firearms. It was a security school, and most of the clients were black. And I believe actually one of their clients was Larry Hoover's son at one point, sort of a funny story. And so most of their clients would come in from the South side of Chicago. My grandmother, she grew up in the projects in the city. And so my family being in Chicago, being ethnics, being Italian, Irish,
Ruby Tuesdays has
Mexican,
a salad
and the
bar.
West
Standard.
Side on Taylor Street, all over the city. My family for many generations have lived near.
All right. I don't mean to stonlock, and I'm only going to do this for this little bit here. You guys remember when Pizza Hut had a bomb-ass salad bar, and was this all over the country? I'm genuinely curious about this, so that's why I'm putting it out there.
And around black people. And look, my views about black people and their views about black people are shaped with experiences with black people. And what they will tell you, what my parents would say if they were here, is that for many, many years, the older generations of black people were very respectful, very humble, very decent. In fact, my grandma used to have an anecdote. She grew up in a lot of dysfunction. Her
All right, I'm seeing a lot of people confirming the Pizza Hut salad bar. Hell yeah.
mother was mentally ill, and they would be having dinner in the projects, and there'd be so much chaos and dysfunction and disagreement and fighting. And she would look across the way out the window at a black family in the other apartment, and they'd be holding hands around the table saying grace. And this is sort of the culture that used to prevail. But now what you have in the city is that there's no accountability for the black people. And now Chicago has become a complete dump because these.
It has nothing to do with the white flight, you know, and like the whole housing market in Inglewood, right? It has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with like the
teenagers go out and they take over the city.
Like just we constantly take and never give them anything like for these neighborhoods. The grocery stores are a great example of this, where we had built a bunch of grocery stores in like the food deserts of Inglewood, and all of a sudden that was the first thing they went after.
They call them teen takeovers. That's the euphemism for it. They're teenagers.
The teen takeovers are okay. Like this is where it is one of those things where it's like Brandon Johnson needs to do something like that, so this asshole doesn't have any of that, because like that's what pisses me off about some of like the way that they will just avoid enforcement, is because they're just like, well, we don't want to seem racist. It's like, well, listen, if you got a huge group of teenagers constantly coming out and causing havoc, then it's like, no, you should at least make some symbolic arrests, or I don't know how, like, but the fact that this asshole can use that was always my problem with that. And you have Brandon Johnson to thank for that kind of shit.
But they all come from the same neighborhood. They drive up there and they mug people and attack people, and they destroy cars and destroy shops. We had the Festival of Lights a couple of weeks ago. It's supposed to be a family event. And they light up the trees, and they, you know, there's a big parade. I was in the parade one year, and you had a bunch of black people there shooting each other. 7 people shot, a 14-year-old killed in the Magnificent Mile. And I know there's a lot of black people that feel
oh my God,
feel the same way about this. They say we've lost control of the city, and we're looking for accountability. We have a lot of black people that are always outraged about racism, outraged about attitudes from white people, but they're never ashamed of some of these behaviors, never ashamed of some of the things that go on. And that's why I think there's a lot of negative attitudes these days. And so, you know,
you mean like the Louis Vuitton that got robbed and was literally open within 4 hours after they got robbed?
Again, I think those attitudes, you say I'm a product of my environment. I am. And so are my parents and my grandparents. Unlike you, because you're not even American, in Chicago, we have to live in a big, diverse city where there's a lot of different kinds of people. And I think anybody in Chicago will tell you the same.
I live in London. It's one of the biggest and most diverse cities in the world.
Yeah.
But it's not the same.
Yeah, it is.
Well, actually, it's a big, diverse city. The only
Yeah, it
difference
is. What are you talking about, dude? It's literally like they have a very like cultural mix that's very similar to Chicago. I've been to London, and I can tell you that was one of the things I noticed.
we don't have the gun violence because we don't have guns.
Yeah.
That's a whole different story. I don't want to get into that with you. I have got into that before
You
in
got
America.
a knife problem. You got sword problems.
We have problems
You
with
have Aladdin.
We have problems with violent crime. I make no pretense of it. So the idea that somehow I'm cosseted in London because I'm not in
I didn't
Chicago.
say that.
Okay, yeah, great point, Nick. Let's ban all weapons. Knives, too. All of them. You don't get any. You got to learn how to do everything with your fists.
Well, you kind of implied it, but I guess my point about the environment, I'm not saying you are a product of your environment. I'm saying most people are in some capacity.
Because what's his answer there? Like, seriously, do you notice how they always do that, where they're just like, Second Amendment. Oh, well, you got this knife problem. It's like, so do you want to ban knives? Well, no. It's like, so you don't have an answer. You just want to do this whataboutism thing where you're just like, well, you have problems too.
When I read that...
Didn't he get beat up by a girl? Yes.
Anecdote. It's just to remind you, it's not something I have put out there. You told this story, right? And you said...
You said this.
Oh, no. That was Big Balls. Big Balls got beat up by a teenage girl in D.C., and that's why we have the National Guard.
Looping. You said this
No,
already.
but you haven't really directly, I think, responded to it, which is whether your father would not take you to certain restaurant chains because he associated them with black Americans. Is that true?
Redlining mortgages and the fact that the GI Bill didn't apply to black people getting out of the army at the end of World War II. Nothing to do with the systematic racism fucking over people of color since forever.
See here, if you're in America...
Well, yeah, this is kind of where he's being disingenuous as a Chicagoan. It's just like, dude, take politics out of it. I came to understand that at a pretty fucking young age.
You would say that
all you need to do is take one trip to McCormick Place, and your parents, if they're worth half a damn, will actually explain why the demographics are so different.
Olive Garden is not real Italian food. Applebee's, TGI Fridays, this stuff is a load of crap. My dad was just a food snob, but no.
I actually like Olive Garden's stuffed shells. Those are pretty bomb, so fuck off.
Oh, it's got nothing to do with that. My best friend in first grade was a black guy. We are not.
Oh my God, he did
We're not a racist family. So
okay. So when you told the story, I'm just curious. So when you told that
I'm not
anecdote,
racist. I had a black friend in first grade,
which clearly on the face of it is
That's
racist,
a stretch.
right? You're basically saying your father made racist decisions about where you would go.
I mean, I'm surprised he hasn't said, I can't be racist. I have a Mexican last name.
I'm just going to ask you a question. Are you saying that when you told that story, you didn't mean to infer that he was racist? And do you understand?
Can I just say, his face, every time he has something read back to him, he is not happy.
Why, when somebody like me reads that anecdote for the first time, as
your
I did
words.
this week, I reach a different conclusion.
Well, I understand what you're doing, which is a sort of making of a murderer. How did he become racist? Well, his father didn't eat an Olive Garden because
he's reading your words,
real
dude.
Italian food.
Hang on.
Can I?
I'm literally reminding you of something you said on your show, which led.
Again, guys, I did watch this live, so I will say, Piers Morgan does a rare good job on this, where he does not stop pushing. This is just the start.
Well, and
which led
was
me to
said in
conclude a
jest.
certain thing. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah, it was said in jest as a humorous anecdote, and now you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is his parents are racist. He comes from a long line of racists. And I think everybody knows my parents are boomers. And these people come, well, you're a boomer, I guess, too, in a
I'm
way,
60.
right? You were born
I'm
in
60.
19? Yeah, so you're a boomer also. Or maybe you're a Gen Xer. I suppose it's sort of on the cusp. But it's a humorous anecdote. These are kind of the attitudes of baby boomers in society, but you're trying to spin
Wait, I genuinely don't know this. When does Gen X end?
it into a narrative, which is
what is technically Gen X? It's obviously like you were of high school age in the 90s, but
product of your environment. Your dad's racist because of this joke. Now you're a racist, and I don't think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. People can make their own minds up. They can go back and listen to you say it. I mean, the beauty of what I'm going to talk to you about in this interview is that almost all of it is just going to be
65
reminding
to
you
80?
what you have said.
Yeah, no, 60. So he's technically Gen X.
And asking you what you meant.
No, it's
Your position
crazy. It's
about that
65 to
story
80.
Is that it was a joke, okay? I want to come to something else you said. This is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks. Let's just take a listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we
Jesus Christ, this guy's just making hand over fist, just millions of dollars, and here
would live in paradise. It's that simple.
There's no justice.
Okay. Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Yeah. Yes.
How does anybody listen to that? Dude, he's the #1 podcaster in the world, or like pretty much in the world right now. I don't know. I don't know. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around this shit. Or political podcaster.
No, for the most part.
What does the most part mean? What percentage of America?
Streamer. No, live streamer. No, that's the thing. He touted that where he's like the #1 live streamer in the world right now, which is just, that's so messed up.
Blacks, would you like to see?
Yeah, he is.
In prison.
Whatever the percentages of the murderers.
There are definitely, like, there's a huge influx of people watching him out of curiosity and just seeing, like, is he actually that bad? And then when they do see that he is that bad, they do kind of do that thing where they're just like, oh.
It's 1 in 20 black men.
But again, hey, if that's what the right wing wants to make the #1 podcast, then we can. This is our game to lose, guys. They're literally doing, like, they're platforming the worst people and getting behind them to the point where Piers Morgan is doing everything he can to separate himself from the ideals of Nick Fuentes.
And will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe let's say that 5%.
Oh, so you're talking about black people who murder people?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But you didn't say that.
That's
You
the
just
crime
said
problem.
blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
Dude, you notice, look at his smile. Piers, like, honestly, this is the stuff that Piers should look at, and I hope he watches this back. Lord knows he will. He's enough of a narcissist, this one he'll watch back, because he's going to try and milk this for the rest of the week, where he's just like, well, I had Nick Fuentes on, and Nick Fuentes said something about this and that. But this is where I was saying that it puts him in a more difficult position to actually kind of take those stances, because now he is going to get pushed to the liberal side. Now he's going to come off as more of a leftist, because anything that he says that could even be like correlated with Nick Fuentes or just him agreeing with the guy, he's just going to be like, well, no, I'm not like Nick Fuentes.
Do you think it's funny, or?
I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
Do you think a black American would find it funny? You think that blacks should be imprisoned for the most part?
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get high fives all the time. They say, Nick Fuentes, I love your show. They agree with me. And you want to know why? Here's the difference. Black people are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood and the ghetto and get shot all the time? That's what happens in the south side of Chicago. You should come here. I'll take you there. We could go to Garfield Park.
My son went to Chicago University.
Garfield Park is
for a year, actually, several years ago.
Yeah, that's a
It's a little
bubble.
rough.
That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and Hyde Park? You don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west, see what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too. And maybe not most of them, but a lot of them agree with what I say about that because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was
They don't stick
just remind
around.
me again, the percentage of black men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black US men commit murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder.
So your rate means that you're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say.
Yeah, there's a report.
Yeah, what pisses me off is that the Democratic Party could be doing gangbusters if they use Nick's populist talking points minus the racism.
I believe on X by Data Hazard. I'll have to go and double check that.
Or just, I don't know, doing the thing where they play all of this and they go, hey, isn't this a little fucked up? Do you want to be associated with this? Like, that's kind of where they were going with it, but they dropped the ball. Somehow, some way, the Republicans are doing all the hard work for them, where they're just like, oh, we're going to have a civil war over this. And the Democrats were like, let them fight. And meanwhile, we'll offer nothing
for you. But yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence that says
Yeah,
that it's
great
far
strategy.
more alarming than you would think.
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100, or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said 1 in 20. But I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers. I mean,
Sure,
this is
a lot of white
problem.
people commit murder too. Well, they do, don't they?
Okay, but it's about proportionality. I mean, white people are 65% of the population. Blacks are 13%.
Man, this guy's making me embarrassed to be a racist. Tim should also be embarrassed. I think that it's time that we maybe need to reevaluate ourselves. Nah, who am I kidding? Tim Pool rules. Kickflip.
And I think anybody would tell you that more black people proportionally commit violent crime than white people, and people vote with their feet. People would rather pay a much higher property tax.
Most mass shootings.
What's with the interruptions?
No, Nick. I already see where he's going with this because of the Cook County property tax increase. No, the problem was that every fucking billionaire that was part of this. I remember the guy from Cat Construction. He was just like, this is why we're leaving Chicago. This is why. It's because of the property taxes and the taxes and the tax. So they were behind the campaign of no new taxes, where all of those new taxes would never have gotten anywhere close to the residents of Cook County. It was going to be on the bigger businesses and the people that I think that the cap was $1.3 million. If you made over $1.3 million, they were going to increase your taxes. What is he talking about?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, you look at in Chicago, in New York, these neighborhoods are so stratified. People would rather pay a high tax rate. They'd rather pay a much higher property value to live in a less diverse, less black neighborhood because they don't want to live around the violence. And I think that when you look at even on the public transit, the subway, the Blue Line, you know, people don't want to go there because they know who occupies and menaces the public transit.
While gang violence is technically a problem. No, I'm not going to play that game. No, there's gang violence that's a problem, and it does need to. There's something that needs to be handled there, not by ICE or the federal government, but yes, by our own policing. That would be kind of cool.
It is these people like Daniel Penny had to deal with. It's people like Arenas.
Because again, I don't want this motherfucker to have these talking points.
Zarutska had to deal with, and that's just the uncomfortable reality.
You've also said you don't want to live.
His argument is a paradox by default.
Near black people. Let's take a listen to this clip.
I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. You know,
you live in Berwyn.
I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry.
You're not going to have white kids. No one is going to fucking touch you, Nick.
It's racial for me. And call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, it couldn't be clearer.
He's like, yeah, base. Dude, I don't know what broke in this kid's brain, but it made him a millionaire, and it's honestly pissing me off.
Really? Unless you want to say that's another of your jokes, but you're basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist. I think everybody, if we're being honest, is racist. I think everybody, the only people that aren't racist or pretend not to be are white people to their detriment. Everybody else is racist.
But earlier in the interview, you got aggrieved at the idea that your father was a racist. You wanted to make emphatically sure
my father's.
He's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
So he's the exception to the everyone's a racist.
Well, everybody's a little bit racist. You're right. So maybe everybody. The difference is you're attacking my father. You know, he could get fired from his job.
I'm not attacking your father.
You are.
No, I'm not. I don't know your father. And to be clear,
glad that this is.
I have no knowledge about him at all.
This is where Piers does start actually like going a little harder.
Hang on, Nick. You put that story into the public domain on your show. I'm simply reminding you of what you told everybody, millions of people, about your father. If you now want to retract it, fine. If you want to say it was a joke, which is what your position was earlier, fine. But I'm allowed to put to you things you've said publicly. That's not unfair. That's not me targeting your father. You put that story about him out there.
You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
I'm asking you about a pretty shocking anecdote, which to me looked like you were saying your father made decisions about where you as a family would eat based on skin color of people who worked at these places. If you say, or use them, if you say that is not what you meant, that's fine. You can respond any way you like. But the idea I can't ask you about it without you saying I'm attacking your father is ridiculous.
Well, you are, and you know what you're doing. And there's a political culture in America where if you have the wrong views, you get fired from your job. And my father has a job. And if you go on here and say you charge him with racism or something, and I'm put in a position where I don't look like I'm sticking to my guns, if I don't say my father's a racist, you're putting him in jeopardy. And he's not here to defend himself or explain his views. And it's very low.
Yeah, see, Piers showing how he knows how to do the job. The thing that he's also doing is showing that technically he didn't agree with a lot of the stuff that he was kind of, riding that edge of, and just kind of like, all these right-wing guests that we've been seeing. It turns out that, no, you know what? He doesn't really feel that way. He thinks that he's a little bit more, liberal.
And I think you know exactly what you're doing, and people can see what you're doing. I'll defend my views. And I think that, so let's leave him out of it. Let's just not talk about my father, because my father isn't here. I'm here.
Okay, well, then do you accept that you shouldn't talk?
I'll defend the anecdote.
Listen, that's...
Oh, cop-out bullshit. Talk about your fucking dad. Have some balls, you asshole.
Fine. But then do you accept
You can't... So you can use your father to be like, yeah, you know what? He's second generation, blah, blah, blah. Just happened to have this last name, blah, blah, blah. He may have been a little racist, but can we not bring him up? This isn't really fair to him.
You shouldn't talk about your father on your show. And you shouldn't tell...
Absolutely not. Absolutely
not.
not.
So it's fine for you to put a story out there which would make most people...
Yeah, this is literally public domain shit, dude.
Who listened to that story or watched it at the time on your show conclude that he was racist. It's fine for you to do that. But if I then ask you about it, I'm the one who's being unfair and I've crossed a line. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you're being
fine.
malicious.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, people are watching this live. They can draw their own conclusions about whether what I just did.
And they will.
Yeah, and I'm sure afterwards, by the way, you'll say, he ambushed me with your own words. With your own words.
That's a little presumptuous. I'm not going to say it's an ambush, but I think that's a low blow. And I think you know what you're doing, and that's fine. You're a tabloid journalist. I expected that. I don't think it's an ambush because I knew it would be like this. And people will see what you're doing, and I think they'll say it's low. But as far as you want to talk about racism,
I do.
Let's talk about racism. Let's leave my dad out of it.
Look, you've admitted you're a racist.
I can't wait to go through the comment section after we're done.
Correct?
Yes, 100%. Okay. Own it.
Okay, that's fine. You're perfectly entitled in a free democratic society to stare down the barrel of his camera and tell me you're a racist. People can judge you accordingly. Many people who have assumed that you're a racist will now have heard it from your own lips. That's fine.
There you go.
That's the point. The point of this interview.
Such a smug little prick.
Is to go over the things you've said, which have led people to reach
Most
conclusions.
punchable face in media, for sure.
And to ascertain whether those conclusions are fair and reasonable or not. That's it. I want to play you another clip. This is what you talk about why white people are justified in being racist. Let's take a listen to this.
First, white people...
He did think that this was going to be a Tucker glazing session.
...are every single bit justified in being racist.
He's mad that his own words are being played for him.
Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
You stand by that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So white...
Guys, that wasn't a pause on my end. He literally was just like,
People should go out of their way to avoid black people when they see them.
Watching Piers have that moment of just, he didn't.
Absolutely. They would be wise.
Why?
Because it's a lose-lose proposition.
No, he isn't. You think Piers is the first to bring up clips?
If you're
I mean, then why is he pushing back so hard?
Irina Zarutska, and you don't walk the other way, you get stabbed to death and you die. If you're somebody else and you walk on the subway and you stand near a black person or something, maybe it's fine. It's a lose-lose proposition. So no, I think that white people... I think that white people have been beaten into submission, that we're afraid to tell the truth about it. And the truth is that when you go into these major cities like New York or Chicago, I believe she was in North Carolina, there is a menace, which is young, black, adolescent men. They're extremely violent. And we have been told that we have to pretend like they are every other person. We have to be colorblind to that. And we're supposed to go and be in the midst of all this danger. And I think that at this point,
nobody's telling you to go to
it's gone
Garfield Park
out of control. You look at the BLM movement, they said that the reason that black people, are violent, or the reason there's crime is because of police brutality. A red line.
Imagine your whole job being admitting how afraid you are of people with darker skin. I mean,
or all these other things. They said we need to get rid of the police. We need to defund them. And a lot of cities did. A lot of cities like
conservatives are scared of effing everybody, man. It's hilarious. Yes.
Chicago, for example, the police changed the rules of engagement. They don't chase them. It's not a felony if you steal a certain amount of merchandise. They won't chase them on foot. And now the city's totally up for grabs. And now whether you're in the Gold Coast or whether you're on the Mag Mile or you're in the worst neighborhoods in the city.
What are you? MKA 17? Are you just giving us your age?
You
Makes sense.
might get shot. You might get mugged. Someone might run up.
Guys, the kids might not be all right.
Up on you. And I tell my followers, it is better to be perceived as racist or racist and walk the other.
Then again, you are literally following a self-admitted virgin who hates women, who hates people of color, who literally hates anybody that doesn't look like him. So probably hates you. Like, he even hates his own audience. Like, the funniest part is I've even seen him flame you guys.
Way and maybe keep your life than to say, I'm a good anti-racist. I don't mind that this person's making me uncomfortable. Maybe he's looking a little froggy. I'm going to sit down because I'm a good person and get stabbed, mugged, whatever. And by the way, this is a strategy. They call it the friendly stranger. There's a crew of them. They do this in Chicago. They stand outside bars, black people. They approach strangers. It's a robbery crew. And they pretend to be a friendly stranger, and then they mug them. And stupid white people say, oh, hi, yeah, nice to meet you. You know, they grin, they laugh, they put up with the nonsense, and then they get mugged, or worse. Sometimes they get executed. And so as a white person...
How do you feel about mass shootings at school?
I think they're bad.
Who do you think commits the vast majority of the mass shootings?
I'm sure it's
schools?
white people.
Right. So how do you feel about that?
I think that white people do more antisocial violence. I think black people participate in more gang violence. I think that's the difference.
What's the difference to the victims?
There's no difference to the victim, but it's a different kind of crime. And it's a different proportion also. Do you know what percentage of white people are school shooters?
I know that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools in America this century were perpetrated by young white men. And I'm just...
what proportion of... What proportion?
I'm curious. I'm curious.
What proportion?
I'm curious whether your advice would be to people who have kids in these schools.
Wait, is my mic working?
Should they...
What proportion?
Should they avoid white people at school? Should people with the kids at school avoid young white men at school?
No.
Okay.
Do you know what per capita means? Do you know proportionality? There are more...
Apparently you don't, though.
More black...
Because using your argument, dude, I happen to know the crime statistics, and I also happen to live in the city he's talking about, and I have seen the crime just completely plummet.
People
So, yeah, man.
Proportionally,
like, I know mine's anecdotal, but I've also seen the numbers where it's like, no, our crime is at the lowest that it's been in damn near a decade.
Especially in these major cities, then there are white people that are school shooters.
The lowest was right at the end of like 2017.
Compared to the entire
just
white
outdid
population,
that,
and everybody understands that.
Two-thirds of mass shootings at school perpetrated by white people.
But what proportion of white men commit school shootings? That's the question.
I've just told you.
99%, dude.
It's 60-65% of school shootings by white.
Okay, maybe mine was a little off.
You're telling me what proportion of school shootings are committed by white people. I'm saying what proportion of white people have committed school shootings. Are you playing dumb, or are you just not that smart?
What difference does that make
to
the children lying dead on the ground?
See, now you want to jump on the victims. The difference is you're asking, would you fear white people or black people? And that's the difference. The difference is in terms
what I'm saying
of
to you is, by your logic, if we now have agreed that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools are committed by white people and predominantly young white men, then presumably your advice would be to avoid young white men because they perpetrate these massacres. But it won't be because they're white, right?
So are you playing dumb or are you actually dumb?
Maybe
it's
I'm
about
dumb.
proportionality.
Maybe I'm dumb.
You are because you're, well, I don't think you are dumb. I think you're smart actually, but you're deliberately avoiding per capita. And everybody knows that's the difference. What proportion?
That's also why I brought up the per capita the first time where he was just like, yeah, that's why it's 1 in 100. Nick refused to even hear that. And he's like, no, it's like 1 in 20. It's like, no, it's 1 in 100.
Of white men are school shooters. It's probably 0.00001%. What proportion of black men have committed violent crimes? It's probably like 5%. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's very high. And I would add to that, even as it concerns schools, why
Don't worry, it's a Nick Fuentes fan. Just know what to expect here.
do you think parents pay a super high property tax to live in a school district where there's white people? Because they know that if they go to the black school, it's going to be the Bloods and the Crips.
My favorite part is that they call him a Fed because they see him as like the obvious psyop that is kind of like, hey, he's doing a lot more damage to the right wing than he could ever do to the left wing, or convincing anybody from the left to come to our side.
It's going to be gangs. It's going to be...
That's why I was saying that about the last guy that they had on Piers. Ironically, at the end of last week, we had that one Palestinian dude, or he wasn't Palestinian, but he was the pro-Palestinian guy that he was like saying everything that an obvious plant would, where you're just like, okay, hold on. It's like you're saying all like you're saying that these murders were justified, but then you have so many people that are just not agreeing with you, even on your own side. And that's why I brought it up, where I'm just like, this guy's a complete moron. And it did kind of come off as like total fetty.
You know, you talk about school shootings. Nobody talks about all the school shootings.
Fear makes people look weak. Yeah.
That are committed by gangbangers in and around the school, and all the other violence that's associated with that. I mean, these schools in the south side of Chicago.
School of Yoda.
You know.
Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffer.
It's just not
I have an answer, for you, Nick. So the proportion
Are all Nick
of
Fuentes supporters as weak as he is? Oh, yeah.
population who can...
You have to have a very, you have to have a level of unhappiness to even listen to Nick Fuentes and then go, yeah, that makes sense. Like, you really do.
carry out mass shootings is actually the same for black and
It's
white.
like, sorry that your parents didn't hug you enough. I'm sorry that you didn't have a good There's something there. There's something very specific, or they're very conflicted in their lives.
For white people, the proportion of
the proportion
again,
of the
are you
population.
hearing it? No.
See,
What's
I think the trouble with your statistics is a lot of them don't bear much scrutiny. We have a bunch of fact checkers checking all this in real time because you do have a tendency to just
Do you understand the
come out with a load of old baloney.
the term you were using?
And when you say,
okay,
well, it's true. And when you're confronted
What-
with
but you're-
when you're
wait,
confronted
what's
with
the
reality,
figure?
you don't like it.
What's the figure? What proportion of white people have committed school shootings? With white people as the denominator and white people that have committed school shootings as the numerator, what's that percentage?
For both black and whites, the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings generally is about the same.
No. Tell me the number, and then
the only focus of your attention is the black shootings, the black crime. You don't want to live around black people. You want to avoid black people. You don't want interracial marriages or relationships that may produce black people. And yet, when I point out to you that there are many parts of crime in America where actually there's a majority of white people that perpetrate them, you don't care. You don't have any interest in that. It doesn't exercise your mind. Maybe because
no one's buying this. This
kids.
argument lost. No one is buying this. Everybody understands per capita, and people can even see what you race ahead and say, well, we're comparing the proportion of.
That's how you win arguments. Just be as smug as possible. Just
white and black school shooters. I said, no.
And then you can get a fan base of some real winners.
No, compare the proportion of school shooters that are white versus violent criminals that are black, because that was the basis of the monologue, is that you're very likely, if you encounter black people or a young black man in the city, that you're going to be the victim of a violent crime, of a robbery, a mugging, a car theft, a carjacking, or a murder. That's the difference, and it's about proportionality. And everybody sees past that because we all live in reality. You want to talk about product of your environment. People that live in New York, Chicago, LA, we live in reality. We live in this environment and we see what it's like. And the threat.
What are you talking about? You are talking out of both sides of your mouth because simultaneously you said, this is why I don't live around black people. And then you're just going, well, yeah, I see it every day. No, you fucking don't.
The danger in terms of probability.
Oh my God.
Is not. It's not even.
How do people listen to this and go, like, I'm genuinely curious how somebody listens to this guy is just like, he is so smart.
Comparable. And I would say this.
He just flipped the whole BS. Yeah, he did.
If you're in a high school and truly, if you see a white person who looks like a little autistic, he's got the SSRI stare and he reaches for a.
Hey, guys, check it out. I'm going to do my best Nick Fuentes thing. Brother, you don't even understand what per capita means. Genuinely, it's sad how unaware of your own copium. Oh, yeah. Mass cope.
People joke and say, run. Similarly, if you see a jalopy pulling up with a bunch of black people in it and they got their pants around the ankles, you're going to run also. And I'm saying the same thing. The difference is, the latter happens much more often. It's much more common. You know, in Chicago, there's like 10,000 carjackings and car thefts every day.
What? What?
It's in the thousands. It happens all the time. How many mass shootings committed by autistic SSRI white people? I don't even know. I mean, it's probably in the single digits in the last decade in this city. That's the difference, and everybody knows that. But you're really just trying to carry water for liberal ideology. It's an ideological position.
I'm really not. I can absolutely say, yes, there is way too much black on black crime, for example, involving guns in Chicago.
And black on white also.
Yes.
There were 1,600 in the entire year last year. 1,600. He just said 10,000 a day. Now, I'm sorry. This is the guy you listen to for statistics?
But there is way too much gun violence in Chicago, right? I mean, it's indisputable. I've got no problem saying that. The difference is I don't then lead
Mr. Per Capita, put that one together.
Myself into a thought process where I have to avoid all black people in case they shoot me. And you've already conceded that you are a racist. So when people hear you then say, I don't want to be living anywhere near black people, they already have heard you say, I'm a racist. So they assume you're doing that because of people's skin color. I don't think you would probably dispute that, right?
I love what he's doing. Like, dude, seriously, he couldn't be doing like the left, specifically like the social Democratic Socialists. If you're a Democratic Socialist, Nick Fuentes is doing us some major favors by turning most these like hardcore MAGA heads or like even just the fiscally conservatives to kind of shift their tone where they're just like, oh God.
Well, you're separating two different.
Like, I don't want to be associated with this. So let him get deeper ingrained into the MAGA sphere. Let it happen.
Things. The monologue when I said I don't want to live around black people, that was after Irina Zarutska got shot. And it's true. I mean, they are a largely in this city.
You mean the Ukrainian immigrant that, by your own admission, you also said shouldn't have been
in Chicago, the South Side, the West Side, huge criminal population, and I don't want to live anywhere near it. And I do. I want to live in a white neighborhood. I think that that's extremely.
Nick is. I don't think he's MAGA. I don't think he would call himself MAGA. I'm just saying he's doing more damage to MAGA than anybody that is watching this on the right even knows.
Desirable,
that's why guys like PBD are starting to like crack, and they're just like, "Oh, come on, guys, can't we all just get along?"
Again, Nick, you're perfectly entitled to that view, but when you have obviously prefaced all this by saying, "I am a racist," unashamedly, then people will assume that all your thought processes about all of these issues are driven by an aversion to.
That's not what he said. See, I see what you're doing here. No, I'll see. on the point itself. He said 10,000 per day. 1,600 is all that happened from 2023 to 2024.
People based on their skin color, which is the purest personification of racism.
Well, it's not an aversion. I would say
So, again, dude, nice try.
it's the opposite. I like my own people. My own people are familiar to me, and I think that's true across the board. I think that people seek out other people that are like themselves, and every other group does this, whether it's blacks, Hispanics, Asians. You know, I get a lot of attacks when I talk about that I'm against interracial marriage. And what's funny is that every other group is against interracial or interethnic marriage. Jews,
But you're the
Chinese,
product of an
Hispanics.
interracial marriage.
Yeah, I mean, that's debatable.
Not
Let's say
really.
for the sake of
Not
argument,
really.
sure.
No, you're the product of an interracial marriage, and you're.
You are. He hates himself so much. He hates the fact that his dad's brown.
Father is part Mexican. You're literally,
For the sake of
you're
argument,
literally
we
the
could
very
say
person
sure.
you've just
Oh,
told
my guy.
me you want to avoid.
What race is Hispanic? Is that a race?
Well, what do you think it is?
It is anytime I have to answer something for the fucking DMV, so.
I'm asking you, what race is Hispanic?
Hispanic, of course it's a race. It's called Hispanic.
Yeah, it's called Hispanic. Like my friend who was born in Peru. He's whiter than you, he's whiter than me, but guess what? He's Hispanic.
It's a mix between
It's kind of funny to watch white people's brains break when they find out that he's actually not white, though.
two races. It's a mix between indigenous Americans
It's not
and
white, though,
Europeans.
is it? It's not
The forced
white.
laugh. Oh, yes.
Well, you're
so forced.
apparently you're more of a
No, I genuinely think that this is fucking funny.
racial purist than me. You got like
Not
a
really.
one-drop
You just
rule
keep
thing
saying you
going.
only want to
Kind
live in a
of.
white neighborhood, but you're literally from a mix.
Usually when somebody like goes around just being like, oh, look at you coping so hard, it's because you're insecure, dude. We get it. Like, you're here spouting this bullshit. You must have a certain level of insecurity that you need to just, you know, fill this need.
Race background.
But I'm glad that you're here. Like, this is making it a little bit more fun.
Yourself.
Echo
You
chambers and
literally
all.
got Mexican blood.
I know, and I live in a non-white neighborhood too. I'm trying to get out of here though, but I'm trying to get out. But here's the
You make what? Just wait a minute.
Do you have any normal?
You're like the #1 live streamer by your own admission. How the fuck do you not have enough money to get out of the hellhole that is Berwyn, Illinois?
White, do you have any non-white friends? Genuine
Like,
question.
Jesus.
Most of my friends are non-white. Most of my friends are not, and non-white people love my show because they respect
black?
the honesty.
How many of your friends are black?
Many of them, like at least a dozen.
Wow.
Ye being one who you know, Sneeko being another who you also know.
Yeah.
Actually, I thought Sneeko denounced you. Recently, Sneeko came out and denounced the entire manosphere, and he kind of apologized for his career trajectory.
So how do they feel when you say you just want to be away from any black people, walk away from them?
Well, you know what Ye told me? I'll tell you verbatim what he said. That it doesn't come from a place of, and you use the word aversion. That's the first thing I'll actually dispute.
Okay.
It's not an aversion on the basis of skin. Well, you know what Ye told me? I'll tell you verbatim what he said. That it doesn't come from a place of.
Oh, they edited that out.
And you use the word aversion.
Yeah, dude, that cut. Yeah, that was weird.
That's the first thing I'll actually dispute.
Okay.
It's not an aversion on the basis of skin color, because that would seem to suggest it's like a stubborn, irrational bigotry. I don't consider myself a bigot. I consider myself a racial realist. I'm realistic about how the races are, and I speak provocatively about.
They're good again. I'm outdated.
And I speak provocatively about our tribalistic instincts and tendencies as humans.
Well, then I know Abba and Preach will have plenty of content to go up based off of
human beings.
Sneeko there.
And I'm not a liberal ideologue that says that over time and with enough education, we're all going to see this great brotherhood.
Did Aiden Ross make his comeback to that side, or is he still on the outs with y'all?
We're colorblind and everybody's the same. You know, I don't think that's ever going away. I think that race is real. It's not just skin deep. It matters
Yeah, they chopped this up a bit. The weird part is I kept the live up
to us, and it matters to each other. And black people know that, and Hispanics know that, and Asians know that. And people like me that have partial Mexican ancestry, we know that too. And I think on that basis, we can have mutual respect and understanding, not aversion based on skin color.
The reason I use the word aversion is you literally said that you should walk the other way if you see black people. That is an aversion. to black people.
The three horsemen of the Virginocalypse.
Based on their skin color.
No.
Nick Fuentes.
No, that's called
frickin'
economy of
Sneeko and
information.
Aiden
That's
Ross.
economy of information. That's safety. And I said in the same monologue, if you watch it, it's like, I feel sorry. The problem is you clip the 10 seconds. I don't know if you watched the whole show, but in that monologue, I said, most black people are not violent or criminals. I said, and it's unfortunate that we're going to offend them when we turn and walk the other way. I said, but the problem is we don't know. We can't tell. And someone like Irina Zarutska, she sat down in front of a black man with her headphones in and wasn't paying attention because she was being a good liberal and said, I'm not uncomfortable by this. I'm progressive. Then she got stabbed in the neck. And I said, it's unfortunate that you would have
I've watched that video.
to sit behind
I'm pretty sure that he came on to the bus after her.
the black
Whatever.
man
Doesn't matter.
to be safe. And if he's not violent or schizophrenic,
Notice how he's also not bringing up the fact that the cops were called multiple times by that guy himself, saying that he was hearing things and they were just like, nah.
he might be
I don't know. It's almost like we could make that a debate on just how we need certain types of policing for the mentally ill, but we don't really have a lot of that
offended
going
by
on.
that.
What's
I
going
said,
on
but
there?
I would
How many-
rather
how many-
offend
Nah,
him
it's about the black people.
How many deranged white men have committed atrocious
Plenty.
acts of murder in the last 10
Plenty. The thing is, they didn't name like a Laken Riley act after all of it. So, there is something to America being a little Nick Fuentes-y.
years in America?
proportionally far fewer.
But how
far
many?
fewer.
How many? Do you know how many?
You have a research team. You pull it
No,
up. I don't have
you're
it in
very
front of
big
me.
on. You're obviously extremely exercised by
Yeah.
that one story.
This is perfect right here. This is a good way to call them out, where it's like, no. I don't need a research team. You're so well educated on this. Cook.
Which was horrific, for the record. Absolutely horrific. And should never have happened. The person who perpetrated that evil act had a string of previous offences and should have been picked up more, and it should have been amplified more. I completely concur with all of that. But I just suspect you have no idea how many white people have committed similar crimes, do you?
Doesn't give a shit.
No, because I know it's far fewer from
Okay.
experience.
Okay.
Because it's like you said. Well, and hang on.
From
and I would add
experience
to that.
Dude, the guy that came after you was white. Wait a minute.
That wasn't the first one. That was also after Austin Metcalf was killed in Texas.
Sure.
After
But
Carmelo
how many
Anthony
times has it
stabbed
been
him in the neck.
perpetrated by white people?
Well, hang on. Let me finish my point.
But you're
And then not
implying that
only
white
did-
people don't do this. And my point to you, Nick
Okay.
Fuentes, is of
Yeah.
course,
Oh, I never said white people don't do
Of course,
it.
deranged white people commit heinous acts. But you don't either
No
know.
disagreement.
You neither know nor care, or maybe both. Maybe you do know but don't care. You only seem to be focused on black people who commit crimes. And again, if you hadn't prefaced the whole debate about racism by openly conceding you are a racist, I could read other connotations into what you've been saying. But once you've said, I'm a racist, and then you only talk about black crime, I think people can watch this and they can say, yeah, he's a racist. And everything that he says about crime is driven through the prism of being a racist who judges people according to their skin color.
Well, it's funny because it's quite on the contrary. And I said this in a similar monologue. You know, the problem is not that I wake up and I walk down the street and I see someone that doesn't look like me and it makes me angry. The problem is there's a pattern of behavior, which we've all seen. Blacks in America have become narcissistic, and they become narcissistic because they've been told they're victims of racism, they're victims of slavery. They've been told, really, there's no accountability. If they're rude, if they're inconsiderate, if they're criminal, they are told that they have no agency for their actions. They're being told, if you act in this way, it's because the white man made you that way. It's because the system's rigged against you. And so we have been telling black people this for a generation, and now there's no rules. Now they go, and what we hate to see as decent people, not even as white people, but decent people, even black people too, what we hate to see is rudeness, obnoxiousness, inconsideration, criminality, violence. And that's that pattern of behavior that we see all over social media, on
So
the
just to
body
be clear,
cam
you
footage, on
don't
cops.
like black people who play the victim and are rude. Is that your position?
I don't like that pattern of behavior.
And who are
of-
narcissists?
I see where this is going.
The fact that you're listing off things that you totally match. Yeah, that's exactly where that's going, Nick.
Yeah,
Are you going to turn this around on me?
Yeah, you're
ahead
ahead
of me, because when I said,
Very clever.
what black friends have you got? You said,
I am
Yay.
kind of black,
Yay.
aren't I?
No, not that. You said,
Oh, yay
I'm not
also.
saying you. I'm just saying your choice of black friend is Ye, who is arguably the #1 black victimhood narcissist in America. Do you understand the problem? So he's your friend. He's one of the very few black people you want to be associated with, but he's the epitome of what you just said you abhor about narcissistic black people.
I disagree. I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why. Because Ye, if you've ever met him in real life...
I have, yeah.
Okay, well, then you know. He's nothing but polite, considerate.
Actually, he was very rude to me the last 2 times I interviewed him. He's a supreme narcissist, and he's also...
Well, you keep interrupting me. You're very rude. Are you black? Because you're being very rude by interrupting me right now.
To you.
I'm giving you a hard time, but I do want to finish my point. I do want to finish my point about Ye.
God, racists are so whiny. They really are.
He is a guy...
When it comes down to it, they're just like, listen to me! Why did nobody listen to me? Don't take me seriously!
Who, when I was with him, wanted to make sure that everybody was heard.
Oh, according to, what's that guy? The Nick Fuentes fan here that was here in chat. Not sure if he's still here, but yeah, apparently Nick Fuentes was like...
Everybody...
He was...
he felt included. He's actually a very soft-spoken guy, very polite, and by the way, not violent. When you look at all the rappers that are in the music game, many of them, especially from Chicago, drill rap, they're talking about killing people, shooting people, they gangbang. He notably, if you know...
Oh my God, did he just really use that?
About him, he got his start because he was a nerd. He wore a backpack and a polo, and he wasn't a gangbanger. He rapped about his feelings and girls and his dreams and his ambitions. So, no, and by the way, he would tell me all the time, he doesn't even feel black. They make him feel not black because he doesn't do those things, because he's soft-spoken, because he's artistic, because
he just had
he's
a Freudian
bit of a
slip,
nerd or likes fashion. So I would disagree. He's actually not like that at all.
Okay.
We're talking
he's also a Hitler-loving anti-Semite. And we're going to take a little commercial break here, and we're going to come back and talk about anti-Semitism and your views about Jewish people, and indeed what you answered emphatically.
What? Oh, that's just where it picks up. Man,
Jews.
they did some weird edits on this.
Is that correct? That's your position?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to play you this clip.
Well, I don't hate any Jews. Let me just amend that. I don't hate any Jews.
Okay. Let's play this clip.
The reason I've had it is because my opposition to world Jewry and Israel is rooted in absolute, uncontestable fact. We have the truth on our side. That's why we're winning. Because we are telling the truth about the historical antagonism between Jews and Europeans, between Jews and Christians. The theological, historical, racial, cultural, and political antagonisms between organized Jewry and the Christians. Organized Jewry and...
Jesus, I've only heard that term ever from a racist.
Europeans. And the reason that we are winning that argument is because it's real. It's true. I can prove it. I can show you. I can name the names. I can show you the paper trail, the money. That is why we're winning. That is why all of this is raising the consciousness.
When you say you have this opposition to world Jewry, I mean, it's one thing to criticize, for example, the Israeli government over what it's been doing in Gaza. I've done that myself. When you talk about world Jewry, I presume you're talking about the 15 million Jews in the world, and you are opposed to them. How does that square with your position that you don't hate any Jews?
Well, do you take issue with my use of the term world Jewry?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Or do you take issue with it? Do you have a problem with that?
Clarify what you mean by
it. Well, it's funny you bring that up. The gaslighting's crazy because I use that expression on my show all the time. I say organized Jewry, world Jewry. And do you know that for like 30 years, the World Jewish Congress has an annual keynote called the State of World Jewry? Barry Weiss has given it. You can look it up. It's on YouTube. She gives the state
I like
of
my jewelry to be recognized. Oh, wait a minute.
Go ahead and dive right in, y'all. So,
All right.
World
Figure
what
out-
do you mean?
The thing is, I was hearing it too.
Nick, what do you mean by it?
I mean, you have to talk about, there's a concept of Jewish peoplehood. It's the sense that they are part of a common nationality, a common tribe, a common people. And so where they reside in Israel, the United States, or Europe, or elsewhere, they see each other above, or maybe on a different level, alongside their nationality, their state, wherever they reside. If they're in Germany, France, the United States, they see themselves as part of a transnational nation, of an international nation. The Jews in America, the Jews in Israel, they identify as Israeli or American, but they also have something in common. They identify as part of a common nation, which I would say there's a world Jewish population. It's world Jewry. And world Jewry has representatives. There is such a thing as the World Jewish Congress, where they actually elect, it's democratic, all the local Jewish organizations elect representatives.
This is all missing the point that it's like, okay, so the word Jewry, not necessarily bad, but the way that you're using it is definitely being implicated to be bad. So, come on, man. If you're going to be a racist, at least say it with your fucking chest. Like, this is the stuff that, like, I can't... I would never respect him, but it would just be at least a little... It's like, oh, so you're consistent in this, but this is where people accuse you of not actually even believing this. Because you still try to do this like, well, it's not technically what I was saying. It's like,
to represent proportionally the Jewish population in their area at the World Jewish Congress. And it's sort of like Davos. It's like the World Economic Forum, but it's exclusively for members of the Jewish nation that exists across the world. And so... that's a real thing. And I didn't make that up, and that didn't come from 4chan. It's like I said in that clip, I read what they write. I read their books. I watch these speeches. I watch a speech from Barry Weiss. I pay very close attention. So that's what I mean by that. There is such a thing as it's a nation that exists across borders on a global scale. They're organized, and they have a national self-interest as that nation, as that tribe.
So if you don't hate any Jews, what do you like about them?
I like a lot of things about them. I think they're funny. I think they're smart. I think that they're pretty remarkable people. And as Christians, especially as Catholics, we say they're remarkable. And this has been adjudicated in Catholic doctrine for thousands of years. We say that they're a witness people. And so we actually, there's provisions inside of Catholic doctrine that says we need to give them special protections because they were a witness to Christ's passion. So, this is why you can't clip the show. You have to watch the whole thing. I say this repeatedly in interviews. I do think they're remarkable. By definition, they're exceptional people. It's just that there is a sort of natural opposition between them and Christians because of the theology. We believe that Christ is a Messiah. They don't. They have been a minority.
They don't necessarily believe
in Christian lands for...
They just don't believe in the fact that he's already been here.
Thousands of years. And they have been pushed around and expelled, and they've been persecuted and segregated. And that's why there's a lot of paranoia. There's a lot of distrust. There's maybe some sense of chauvinism among Jewish people.
Oh, shut up.
There is, like I said in that...
Okay, so if you're going to use a term, maybe don't be that exact thing that you are sitting here being all, butthurt about.
Clip, there is an historical antagonism between these...
They're doing chauvinism. They're taking my grift.
Two peoples, between Christendom and Jewry, and that has always been the case in Europe. But I don't hate them, and I think I actually sort of understand them in a weird way. I think that because I've studied a lot of their politics, I think I really kind of know them in a way, and it doesn't come from a place of hatred.
Do you have any Jewish friends?
I do. I have many, yes.
But that's weird because you said this.
Jews and Christians have never been friends, ever. Not since Jesus Christ fought with the Pharisees. Have we ever been friends? Not since Saul was leading the charge persecuting the Christians.
Jesus was a Jew, you dumb motherfucker. Christianity took over 100+ years to even become a recognized religion, even on small scales. That's part of the whole like Christian victim complex where they're just like, oh, at the beginning, nobody listened to us. That's why the apostles were so powerful.
Christian.
Fuck off, dude.
Not since the Roman Empire, not since the Middle Ages. Never. We've never been friends. We've never been allies. We've always been set against each other, actually. And even here in the United States, it was communist Jews who were the architects of both communism and the civil rights laws that are dispossessing white Christians of their land and civilization.
He believes in white Jesus doing the finger gun.
The Jews and Christians have never been friends ever, except for you and your Jewish friends.
Get me a beer. I'm coming back. Pew, pew.
Yeah.
Just make sure it ain't a Bud Light.
As
We still doing that?
as nations.
Got it.
Not saying every individual Christian, and of course there have been Christians and there have been Christian converts to Judaism, Jewish converts to Christian. You're nodding your head, but you're asking this. I'm saying as peoples, they've never been aligned.
As a
There's been
Roman,
an
I'm a
antagonism.
Catholic like you, and I have many Jewish friends. I'm just trying to compute what you're trying to say, which is Jews and Christians have never been friends ever. And I'm like, well, you have Jewish friends, I have Jewish friends, we're both Catholics, therefore we're Christians. It doesn't really quite add up.
Well, like I
No, that whole therefore we're Christians thing. No, because that's also where a lot of Christians don't agree with you.
said, as
This is my favorite part about like how white people understand Christianity and then also do the thing where they'll go to church and they'll just be like, at least I'm not a Lutheran.
peoples, there has been an historical antagonism as peoples. And you could even say the same about blacks in the United States. Of course, there were black and white people that were friendly with each other, but in many ways they were set against each other as groups. And I think that's easy enough to understand.
The reason that many people think you're anti-Semitic is that you have regularly downplayed the Holocaust, and in particular the number of Jewish people who were murdered by the Nazis. It's been said that you believe no more than several 100,000 have been killed. And I want to play you this clip.
People talk about, well,
This is where it kind of starts shifting energy a little
you know,
bit.
what about the gas chambers? Well, to the extent that that's real, I find that hard to believe, but to the extent that's real, there have been atrocities committed and genocides committed in all times and all places. Let's acknowledge why Hitler casts the long shadow, because that confers a political benefit upon Jews. That's why.
It doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second. It takes 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right? Doing 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. How long would it take you to make 6 million? I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math doesn't seem to add up there.
You think that's funny?
It's funny. It's amusing what you're doing because, you know, that one was a joke. But do you want to talk seriously about the Holocaust?
Yeah, I do actually. I mean, I do, because I just find it extraordinary that you would think the Holocaust could ever be something that we could joke about.
Why, too soon? Is it too soon to make jokes?
How many people do you think died in the Holocaust? How many Jewish people?
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe 7 million. What's the number? 6 million, something like that.
So you
8 million?
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust?
Possibly more. Possibly, we're discovering all the time. So it could be, maybe even be more than that.
So why have you doubted the numbers in the past?
I'll tell you why.
This is kind of all right. In any other world, let's do a parallel world here where it's like, well, Piers, sometimes there's this thing where sometimes we learn and then we change. But I don't think that's where he's going with this.
I really think that every death is a tragedy, however many Jewish people died in the Holocaust. And I'm not a World War II historian, so I'm actually open to believing the official narrative, and I've read some of the conspiracy theories. And to tell you the truth, it's a rigorous debate. But, you know, what's interesting about this is in many countries, it's not even legal to talk about it.
This is headache-inducing.
And that's really where my interest in the Holocaust
Hey, just remember, guys, this is the second time that I'm watching this today. So
begins and sort of ends, to tell you the truth, is that if you wanted to question the number,
Masochistic
you
much?
would be put in jail in about, 17 or 18 European countries.
Yeah, this is Pep's way of doing a little bit of the masochism.
And I think that's really the more interesting conversation, which is that this is almost like a religious dogma in the West. No other genocide, no other atrocity is treated like this. Could you imagine if in the United States they said the number of Palestinians killed in Gaza is 100,000, and if you don't say that, you're going to jail, you're banned on X, you can't have a job? That's the part that's totally insane. And a lot of people, they can't even make up their minds. I think it's actually done a disservice. If your goal...
A dude sitting over here looking like 11 from Stranger Things, just like,
and I'm not saying...
I think that I might have had a... Hey, make sure that you can smile, you know, like...
And you as Piers Morgan, but if your goal, if you're an advocate for awareness about this... If your goal is to convince everybody that this is the way the Holocaust happened,
Every
I think
time
the
he
last
says
thing
black,
you
it
want
feels like a
to
slur.
do is say that everyone that disagrees is in jail and is banned and you're not allowed to say it. So there's really been no open debate about the subject since the scholarship started to be produced about 60 years ago.
But there is no debate to be had about the number of people who were murdered. Even the Nazis in the trials after the war confirmed the numbers. The amount of documentation that was recovered, notwithstanding the attempts by the Nazis to destroy it, the amount of documentation that was saved and preserved and used for trials and for historical record is unprecedented in the history of mass slaughter of human beings. So we have a very clear idea of how many people were gassed to death in the gas chambers. We have a very clear idea of how many were starved to death, were kept in ghettos, died of disease, of forced labor, of death marches. We know how many Jews were slaughtered. It's at least 6 million. What's interesting to me is that you appear to now concede that, which may be news to a lot of your regular viewers who have constantly heard you quibble with the number of
to be fair, that clip was like with the same background, so...
Jews who
like there was the old one where he made the oven joke, but before that...
died in the Holocaust. And for the record, just to confirm what I think you told me, you do now accept that at least 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust.
Well, no, I said it could even be higher than that.
Well, it could be higher. That is true.
I think it's at least.
But you
I think you're
accept
right.
at least.
It is at least. Oh, it's at least 6 million. But it
Okay.
could be 100
well,
times
people
more
are
than
going to be
that.
okay. The people are going to be.
Let me respond to the rest of your question.
Sure.
What you're saying.
Leave this plane.
I understand where you're coming from when you say it has been documented and there are confessions and so on. Let that speak for itself. But you don't see, your show is called Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Yep.
But the United Kingdom is censored and Europe is censored. And if you talk about these things, you will be put in jail in many countries. And I think that's where a lot of people start to say, well, if the truth is so clear and if there's such overwhelming evidence, why do you need to throw people in jail for disagreeing? And you yourself said, well, there is no debate. I think everything is debatable. I think everything at least should be debated. And if the evidence is very one-sided, let the evidence speak. Don't throw people in jail. So do you think that Holocaust denial laws should be overturned?
I don't particularly agree with Holocaust denial laws. I don't think people should be imprisoned.
Okay.
Well, because I have a blanket view now, which has evolved slightly actually over the years, that I have a blanket view that speech should not be criminalized, right? People should be allowed to say what they want to say, and they should be then made accountable for what they say. If you have an employer, they can make a view about whether you are the right kind of person they want for their employment, as they would make a decision about anything else you do in life. So I actually believe that speech should never be criminalized, is my personal view. I understand why in places like Germany, they have strong laws about it because they want to move on from what they believe was the most shameful moment in their history. I understand that. Do I want that in my country? No. Am I appalled by what has been going on with free speech in the United Kingdom in the last 2 or 3 years? Absolutely. It is ridiculous that people have been frog marched to prison cells for stuff they put on social media, right? So, yeah, I do. I think what is more interesting to me about our exchange is I was not expecting you...
Well, he's looking at me, so I don't know.
...to go the opposite way. I was not expecting you to be so emphatic that at least 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. And there'll be people watching this who I think will be very surprised by that, because you have built a reputation for being, if not a Holocaust denier, then somebody constantly questioning in a downward way the number of Jews who were murdered. that doesn't appear to be what your position is now.
No, and here's what I would like to see for my entire career. When I started my show, it started with a good faith inquiry where I was questioning a lot of these narratives, and I said, what is
Stan is a very good boy.
the answer on the other
like
side?
that.
But what I found is that the answer was criminalized. So when you would talk
Got him.
about anything regarding Jews, Israel, the Holocaust, you could be in favor of the official narrative on those things. If you went against, you were banned, censored, and in some countries jailed. And so I actually haven't made up my mind on that because that's not really a matter of interest to me. And there's a lot of analysis and scholarship on both sides of the issue.
The problem with not criminalizing that kind of talk are the ones that say it won't shut the fuck up about
And
it.
I've read both sides of the issue. And honestly, unfortunately, it's hard to judge
Where's
because
the
there has
Hitler
never
cool,
been
right?
there's never been a debate on it. And there's never been a debate because of the stigma, because of the censorship. And I think that leads a lot of people to say, well, what do they have to hide? Because you can say on your show, well, I'm personally against Holocaust denial laws, yet they still persist. And the social consequences still persist. And I think that that is the anomaly. And people have to wonder, okay, why is it that way? And what I said in that clip is the reason the Holocaust casts a long shadow is because it confers a political benefit upon organized Jewry. That is what they always fall back on. They cannot be criticized. They cannot be named. They cannot be talked about lest there be another Holocaust. And no other tragedy is treated that way. And no other ethnic group has a get out of jail free card. Just play that. Anti-Semitism and Holocaust. You can do whatever you want and defend all your actions. That's the part that people are getting upset with. That's the problem.
I don't know any right-minded person who believes that Jewish people weaponized the Holocaust for their own personal get-out-of-jail-free or whatever you called it.
You don't know anyone that does that? That believes that?
I'm sure there are some people that do that, but it's such a ridiculous generalization. You know, the truth is that most Jewish people have lost relatives in the Holocaust. In fact, I want to play you two clips. One is where you talk about Adolf Hitler.
Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really fucking cool. So, you know, time to grow up. We're not children anymore. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right, boys? Am I right? Let's go. He was also really fucking cool.
Do you regret saying that?
Saying a fact? No, that's absolutely true.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
Well,
to be honest.
This is the problem, you see. It's a bit like when you just say, I'm a racist. You're a racist who thinks Hitler's cool, but you're not anti-Semitic. If you're a Jewish person watching this, what are they thinking? I'll tell you what they're thinking, because I've got a friend of mine called Danny Finkelstein, who, when he heard I was interviewing you, he's a Times journalist in the UK, very eminent journalist here, and author, who wrote a book about his own family's experiences at the hands of Hitler and Stalin, because he also told Tucker Carlson that you admire Stalin. But let's just take what Danny said here.
Hi Piers, it's Danny Finkelstein here. As you're interviewing Nick Fuentes, you might try suggesting to him that he reads my book, Hitler, Stalin, Mum and Dad. It's called Two Roads Home in the United States. Since he says he's on Team Hitler, you might like to ask him about the fact that Hitler arrested my mum, tried to starve my mum to death, did starve my grandmother to death, sent my great aunt to the gas chamber, my great uncle, my cousin. My grandmother on my father's side ended up being one out of 7 children, the only one that survived the war.
God, this guy complaining. I mean, God, we had to choose whether or not we were going to Applebee's if it was too black. This guy doesn't know that we all got problems.
So you might ask him whether he wouldn't rather be on Team Mum rather than Team Hitler. And as for celebrating Stalin's birthday, well, Stalin took my father, sent him to a state collective farm, sent my grandmother and to a state collective farm, sent my grandfather to the Gulag. You might try asking him why he doesn't celebrate Dad's birthday rather than Stalin's. It may all be a big joke to him, but he complains that he was 18 when someone tried to cancel him. Well, Stalin and Hitler arrested my mum and my dad when they were 10 years old. So perhaps he might like to reconsider his joke.
See, that's the reality of your jokes, although I haven't ascertained yet whether you are joking when you say that Hitler was very fucking cool. Are you joking, or do you actually think he was very fucking cool? The most genocidal monster of the last 150 years?
You want him to be joking for some reason. Like, the fact is, dude, he's been very, very open about this. Now that you guys are, like, kind of catching up to online culture, it is kind of funny to watch just how, like,
years
behind in all this you really are. Like, dude, we've known this for what? Freaking damn near 10 years at this point?
Yeah, the thing is, my generation, we're just done with the pearl clutching. You know,
Yeah, you might be, but then your generation hasn't gone through what Danny Finkelstein's family went through. So maybe the pearl clutching has a way to go for families whose family members
oh my
were
gosh,
murdered.
yeah, we got all that. We, you know, me mom, like we're. You know, I don't even know who this person is. Why is this person talking to me? This old British guy is saying, me mom got killed by Hitler.
Because he doesn't find it funny
by...
when you say Hitler's very fucking cool.
I don't care.
He finds
I don't care.
I know you don't care. That's fine. You don't have to care. But he does care.
Does that guy care about America? Does that guy care about me and my country and my family? No.
He cares what you, a prominent conservative in America, has to say about Adolf Hitler. Now, what do you mean by Hitler is very fucking cool? Because I think he's very fucking a monster.
Okay. And that's a clip. I think he's very fucking a monster. Do you hear yourself?
Yeah,
I mean,
do.
can we all grow up?
I do.
Can we all grow up?
He murdered
That
12
is just
million people.
childish.
He murdered 12 million people. What is very fucking cool about that? Tell me.
The edits, it's just cool. The uniforms, the parades, it's cool as a guy. You look at World War II, and it's fascinating, and it's interesting, and it's compelling, and it's cool. And, you know, we're just tired of saying these kinds of things. We want to talk like real people and give our honest opinions. And then we literally get an old Jewish guy from England who's going to say, oh, that's not very funny, mate. Me mom. And it's like, shut up. Like, you know, no one is in favor of genocide. So let's just get that out of the way. We're not in favor of a Holocaust or genocide.
Do you think if half your family
had been,
you think if half your family had been wiped out by very fucking cool Hitler, you'd still think he was very fucking cool? Or would you think that actually he was a despicable monster who murdered 12 million people, who targeted people because they were disabled or Jewish or Romani Gypsy or whatever it may be, and that he systematically destroyed people, incinerated them in gas chambers? Do you think that you would find it very fucking cool if your family had been through that? Or do you think you would find it very fucking disgusting? And perhaps moderate the number of times you laugh about it, or want to joke about it, or want to abuse someone like Danny Finkelstein, who's written incredibly powerful books about what happened to his extended family at the hands of the Nazis and your other hero, Stalin. See, my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is that in parts of this interview, you try to come across as moderate, but every now and again, the mask slips. And it slipped again here with what you say about Hitler. There's nothing very fucking cool about Hitler. We know that from history now. We know what he did. You've already...
I can't wait for the first person to just be like, dude...
conceded.
You do know, like, it's like that guy. That guy was talking about Coplaff. This is all Nick Fuentes does. This is his deflection. Oh, yeah? Mm-hmm. You actually believe that? Mm-hmm.
That he murdered at least 6 million Jews.
Okay.
So when you say he's very fucking cool, Jewish people watch this and go, this guy's disgusting. Why would he say this about someone who perpetrated such an evil? And what's the real answer? Why do you? Is it just for clicks? Is it for money? Is it just for fun? For shits and giggles? What is it? What motivates you to say something like Hitler was very fucking cool?
It's for this. It's for all of this. And the lack of self-awareness is amazing. You're a boomer. You're a 60-year-old boomer. And we've spent maybe 3 minutes on you saying, he's a really fucking monster. He incinerated people. And I'm sitting here saying it's not that serious. It's not that deep. And
not that
what
serious.
I'm getting at.
Not that serious.
Do you want to say more about he's a monster?
You're not a kid yourself anymore. You're not a teenager.
I know.
Right? You're nearly 30, to be clear.
Yeah,
okay? You're a fully formed adult who has a brain, right?
Yeah,
and
that's
at some
arguable.
stage, that brain is taking you off these rabbit
Is this an
warrens.
interview or is this a lecture? Can I respond to what you're saying?
I want you to explain why you think it's fine to say how fucking cool Hitler is and to dismiss the very powerful 90 seconds from a British journalist who'd lost a lot of family members to the Nazis in such a callous, dismissive manner?
I don't think it's
What up, Five?
powerful.
How you doing?
I think we've been hearing that
I'm doing
our
okay.
entire lives. Okay, the
Had
Schindler's
a really messed up day.
List. Let's just be honest. The propaganda is over the top. We have been in America.
What about
and
the Schindler's
everywhere.
List?
Hey,
Tell
hang
me
on,
about
can
the
I
Schindler's
respond?
List. Well, tell me about the Schindler's List.
I'll tell you about it. We have been browbeaten as a people, as Americans, as Westerners.
God, I just had that moment where he asked him the Schindler's List question. I was listening to this the first time while I was like trying to get stuff done around the house, so I remember exactly what I was doing. I was like reaching for a Christmas bin that I couldn't quite like get, and I just remember kind of going like "Wah!" as he said that. I don't know why that was so vivid
And do you know
in my
what
mind.
this has done? It has taken away any sense of pride, any sense
Was able to get that bin though.
of love for our own civilization. We have been made the villain in our own story. We have been made because, well, let's just be clear. It doesn't begin and end with Hitler is a monster. This has been the political narrative, which is why we have thrown open the borders. This is a
Well, 5 alarm. I'm not trying to to insinuate that mine might have been more messed. No, I'm not doing the Olympics here. But you ever been unfriended by your dead mother on Facebook?
political narrative, which is why we can't be a conservative society
That's
as a
something I
whole
dealt with
anymore.
today.
Why we can't be proud of Europeans, why we can't be proud of being Christian, because they've told us if you're too white and too proud and too Christian, it's going to lead to a Holocaust. And so my generation, our
what a
entire
crock
lives,
of shit,
has seen,
honestly.
wait. No.
Honestly,
Finally.
And that's why
What
people
a
like me.
crock
That's
of-
why I'm
what
popular,
a
because
crock
this is
of
bullshit.
shit. Honestly.
Yeah, it's a crock.
What
We
you
don't want
just
to hear
said-
any
what
more
you
about
just
me
said-
mom and me dad.
What
That's
you
the
just
crock of shit.
No, listen. What you just said is a crock of shit. And you
It's
know
true.
it.
It's
And
called the open society.
In your gut, you know it is. You weaponize
No,
this stuff.
you know.
You weaponize this stuff for money, but you know when you say something like what you
I'm
just
banned
said.
from banking.
You
I'm
know
banned
it-
from banking and credit cards. You know who you're talking to?
Then how the hell are you claiming your YouTube super chats then?
I do it for money.
and by the
How
way-
much money you
and by
make?
the
Your
way,
company's
that
worth
shouldn't-
$100 million.
Wait a minute. If you're banned from banking, how in the hell are you actually claiming any of the money that your channel makes?
Your company's worth $100 million. I was banned from Bank of America.
And you shouldn't
I'm
have
banned from
been.
processing credit cards.
And you shouldn't have been.
But I am. So don't tell me I'm
Well,
doing it for money.
Well, ask me my opinion about that. I'll tell you shouldn't have been.
Why? Demonetization's now a bridge too far for you, Piers? Are you kidding me?
I don't agree with that. What happened to
Then
you?
don't say I'm doing it for money, because you know that full well, and you say it's a
How
grift.
much money- how much
if I
money
wanted to
are
be
you-
a grifter, I'd be like you,
How
and
much
I would
money
go
are-
and say,
How much
So he was banned from one bank? Yeah.
money are you making?
I'm making a lot of money now.
Yeah.
Now that I'm the #1 live streamer in America, because people agree with me more than
Banned from both receiving and giving and receiving money. What a fucking liar he is.
they agree with you. We're tired of hearing about slavery and the Holocaust and Jim Crow.
I don't know, man. Like seeing that one guy in here talking about how like we have completely like opposite opinions and we see this completely differently. Like that's where I'm on it. Like guys, you have one side, and this is where I'm just going to say, you have one side that lives in an objective reality where we all hear this and kind of collectively go, yeah, it's kind of fucked up. Then you have the other reality of these permanently online brain rotted tool bags that started when they were like 12, and now they are at an age that they're just, they're coming of age, if you will, and they're not losing that. If anything, it's getting worse. Now, is brain rot a problem amongst most generations now because of short form content and we can't just like say it's a Gen Z problem? Yeah. But what I just said about the fact that we apparently live in two just completely different realities, and one of them, it's totally okay to say that Hitler, quote unquote, was based, and we just need to get over it, and just all this edgelord bullshit. Because realistically, put him in any conversation outside of his little online bubble. Who's listening to this? Who's actually and who's like going, yeah, you know what? This guy's got some great points.
We're done hearing about that. You guys
The boomers were not equipped for the internet in 2020. Yeah.
Okay, well, your generation's on the way out, and Generation Z is coming up, and we're finished with that. We're ready to take our country back.
I've got three
we're
sons.
not listening
I've
to
got
crying
three
minorities
sons
anymore.
I've got 3 sons, and they don't share your views. about
Yeah, well.
slavery and about the Holocaust. They can have decency and compassion and humanity about some of the worst things
He
that have
wouldn't make it
happened
at a bar?
in the
Oh, yeah.
last 150 years or more.
Sound like girls.
They can do that, and they can also have concerned views about issues like immigration and other issues. The two things are not mutually incompatible.
No, this is actually part of the problem when, like, again, he grew up in a very privileged area. Like, he lived a privileged life in a nice area where, realistically, I do not think he was bullied.
You can have different views about different things. It's your lack of humanity and compassion for people about things like the Holocaust, about slavery. It's that.
I don't know, man. You don't get away with having that smug of a face without having it ever been hit,
people find,
which is a problem.
I'm so contemptible. And I don't understand why you need to do that.
Not condoning violence, just saying that that's what happens.
And I just ask you, is your motivation financial? Is your motivation
not bullied
fun?
enough for sure? Oh, yeah.
What is the motivation to saying these outlandish things, which you don't need to say, and which I suspect, I don't know, I suspect a lot of it is performative. So what is the motivation?
I'm an iconoclast. The Holocaust is not my religion, and it is treated like a religion. It is treated like a religion with dogma, with blasphemy laws, and that secular religion says, and you say that's a crock of shit. It's intentional. It's called The Open Society by Karl Popper. It's by these architects of the liberal order after World War II. They got together and they said, how can we make sure that Hitler never happens? How can we make sure that totalitarianism never happens again? And they came up with the consensus, which is that we need to take down nations, religions, fathers, the authoritarian personality. We need to be empathetic and altruistic. We need to be diverse and pluralistic. And that experiment isn't working. And I'll tell you the truth. Right now, and you can laugh at this, you can scoff at this, our people are being genocided in our country. 50% of the live births in the United Kingdom and in the United States are non-white. In 100 years, my ancestors, your kids who are so empathetic and compassionate, they're going to be a minority. They're going to be a minority in maybe a Muslim country, an Indian country, an Hispanic country. And these Jewish people that are 100 years old talking about my grandparents and the Holocaust, they don't care about that. Actually, they like to see it. At the SPLC, they're literally counting down the days until whites are a minority in America. So forgive me if I don't believe them when they talk about compassion. There's a genocide going on right now.
That's not genocide, you walnut.
How many Christians are there?
Gaza, it's against
How many
whites.
Christians are there in the world? Like me and
1
you.
point some billion.
Yeah,
2 billion.
How many Jews are there?
15 million.
Okay. So with a straight face, you're going to tell me the world is being overrun by the Jewry, by 15 million people, when there are over 1 billion Christians. There is a genocide of Christians like poor old Nick Fuentes going on at the hands of these 15 million Jews. Really?
See, this attitude is why you're losing. When you say
Who am I losing to?
white people,
Who am I losing to?
White people.
Who am I losing to?
You're seeing it. Mass migration. Oh, you're losing to me. We are losing as a civilization of mass migration. And here's the difference. In Israel, they have my politics. In Israel, they want to maintain a Jewish majority. If they had it their way, it would only be Jewish people. They're fighting like hell so that Jewish people can have as much territory, a Jewish state. They can be proudly Jewish in their own land. Whereas in America, we are being besieged by 10 million illegal immigrants in 4 years. And then whites and Christians are going to be the minority. And that's true in Canada, Australia, all the countries in Europe. So you could say there's 2 billion people, but what's the proportionality? What is the percentage of people being born that are white? Where's the arrow pointing? Where are we going to be in 50 years? In 50 years, there might be in Israel. In 50 years, there isn't going to be a white Christendom.
You don't believe people should get married, right?
I think people should get married. I'm a Christian.
But you're basically anti-marriage, really. You've talked about this. You've talked about.
Are we done talking about white genocide?
Well,
and
no,
we're on
I'm coming to the same part because you seem very resistant to the idea of marriage. You've never got married. You've talked very scathingly about henpecked husbands. Just take a look.
That's true.
I mean, there has to be the other part of the equation there. You have to have someone that's willing to marry you, Piers.
Get to a certain age and they're like, you know what? Women suck. Like, they're talking too
Let's
much.
be real.
They're not hot anymore. Like, you're fat, you're chubby, you're not as hot as you think you are. You fucking talk too much, you're a bitch.
So we'll obviously get to the brazen misogyny part of that a little later. But I'm just curious on the one hand, there's this terrible genocide going on of white people. On the other hand, you want people effectively to stop going near women because they all turn out to be so ghastly, so they shouldn't presumably procreate. So how does that work? I mean, aren't you, with your rhetoric, actively encouraging men not to associate with these ghastly women, therefore not have any more children? Therefore, you are contributing, Nick Fuentes, to the diminishing white population. I'm confused.
I tell my followers to get married all the time. I tell them that it's best for everybody to get married. And I think that's the only way that you can have sex. I think that's the only licit way as a Catholic, as you know, to have sex is within marriage.
Now that he's been able to spread this message, people are going to point back to this every time we talk about Israel, compare us to Nick, and this is going to suck. This era is going to suck. Yeah.
Why don't you get married?
Well, that's also why I pushed back against that one idiot that was on Piers Morgan that was talking like just in absolutes about like how, I'm not going to condemn resistance when, again, we were talking about the situation in D.C., which that's blatantly not resistance. And honestly, that was one of those things where I was just like, okay, he's the Nick Fuentes in our situation where he's doing way more damage to the message and to actually getting people to listen to us than anybody could just by, having a conversation or just any content creator.
I'll get married later. It's been difficult for me because
this guy's just like, they're all, I got women throwing themselves at me. You know what?
People are shooting at me at my house. I don't know that I don't want to have kids and a wife. My wife would be screaming about that. Me, I have to be able to take risks and be able to say these things. It's difficult to bring a family into a life that's like that. But for my followers, I tell them to get married. But what's happening with women?
You literally just told your followers, hang on, in that clip, you literally told followers, women, they get old, they get fat, they get ugly, they get very annoying. So where's the incentive to get married to women? There isn't one. You're actively telling them the opposite.
You're extrapolating a lot.
Just
we can
quoting
complain.
Quoting you back yourself.
Really, he's quoting you to you.
No, but you're extrapolating and saying, well, you say women are annoying, so therefore, what's the incentive? We have to do it in spite of the fact that
no woman wants to go near him because he's an odious prick.
They're annoying. We have to do it in spite of the fact that they talk too much. We can get them to lose weight. We can put them on peptides. We can get them to the promised land. But it's going to be.
Do you think this view of women may be why none of them want to go near you?
There it is. That was the clip that I like.
Oh, you should see my DMs. It is quite the opposite.
Yeah.
They're called the Groy bets, and I'm actually batting them away. Granted, not all of them are attractive. Some of them are attractive.
Are you actually? Look, just to clear up,
No.
Clear up one of the many theories about you. I've no idea what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
God.
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay?
No.
He had to think about that.
But I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
No! Did you see his eyes? No.
Okay.
So there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
So basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? For a young guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm the boomer. I know I'm the boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you? Aren't you, Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women are annoying. All women grow old. They all get fat. Says the guy. Have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Says the guy who's never got laid. Wow.
That's the thing, though. You boomers, it's always
think you're an expert
get laid,
in women,
free love.
given you've never got laid?
Yeah, we are going back to the Stone Age. You're absolutely right. This,
27.
You're talking about empathy, and your kids are empathetic, and they would.
I mean, what's the common denominator, guys? I wonder.
Never laugh at a joke about the Holocaust, and you're a misogynist. You're a simp yourself. You're totally henpecked. That's the problem. So we are going back to the way
another clip of yours.
You guys remember when white trash guys just became juggalos instead of creepers? Good times. Oh yeah, you just had to worry about some whoop whoops and some Fago.
A lot of women want to be raped, and when I say raped, I mean like that sounds bad when I say it like that. But there's like a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them. But also they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
You think women want to be raped, do you?
That's what the studies show, Piers. That is what these statistics say.
But that's what you believe,
They have
is it?
fantasies. They have fantasies about it. I don't think that they want to actually get raped, but there's a study out there. Get ready for this. It says 62% of women have rape fantasies. And if you read anything that they're reading, if you watched what they're watching, what do you think 50 Shades of Grey is about?
Where the fuck did you pull that number from?
What do you think Twilight is about?
62%, huh? All
I
right.
mean, that's just true.
Let's see.
You think women want to have the shit beaten out of them, as you said?
Yeah, and it's very disturbing, but it's true.
Do you think your views on women might change if you actually ever had a relationship with one or had sex and actually had a proper relationship? I mean, people say the reason you're so angry about
Well, I mean, you're definitely focused on the sex angle there a little bit more than the relationship angle, but
a
yeah.
woman is you're basically an incel.
Well, I'm not angry about
He literally pulled the 50 Shades of Grey card. Yep.
about it.
You sound very angry. You sound very, very angry about women.
Oh, this guy conflates rope play with grape. Yeah. No, I see what he's doing.
They get
I'm passionate. It's an issue
You're
I'm
not passionate.
about.
You're sounding very bitter about women, as if women have done a terrible disservice to you. But when you don't have relationships, you don't have sex, when are they doing these terrible things to you that's made you so hateful towards women? I'm really curious.
Was that? I don't think that was a hateful clip. I think I was laughing. I said they want men to beat the shit out of them, and that's just true. I mean, when you look at the state of modern women, all they do is lay in their bed, doom scroll. They're chilling out. They're getting a little they're getting a little fat. It is what it is. I don't know what the average weight is, but they're getting a little heavy. And any guy that is playing the field these days will tell you that. I mean, and I know
he can't be fucking
a
serious.
lot of the Chads. I am an incel. I'm friends with a lot of Chads like Bradley Martin, Clavicular.
I mean, dude, the fact that he's out here just saying it to her, it's like, all right, well, Piers got the clips, that's for sure.
They agree with me. You know, there's sort of like this alliance between the guys that don't have sex and the guys that get the most sex. We know what women are about. It's the guys in the middle. Guys like you in the middle. It's the beta male orbiters that say, she's amazing, you're a misogynistic pig. Because I don't know what that is. I guess
Well, come on, let me
desperate.
explain to you what I think it is. I think when a 27-year-old guy who's never got laid, never had a meaningful relationship with a woman, says that women shouldn't be allowed to vote, they should stay at home, that all they do is fantasize about being raped and being beaten up, that's what they want. That
Men are so dumb if they think this guy's cool. Yeah.
they're annoying, that they get fat, that they get ugly.
But just remember, the men that watch this guy, the problem's never them.
That's a misogynist. Now, you may not understand it because your knowledge of women is so incredibly tiny, but actually, you are the embodiment of a misogynist.
Like, you guys catch that? How everything else is the problem except for Nick. Nick, white Nick. He's not the problem. It's everybody else. It's everybody making him scared of sex, of black people, of going out, of of going to a restaurant. Like, this guy lives in so much fucking fear. It's insane. And then just puts on a smile and sells it back to a bunch of insecure white dudes who also they're not getting the play. They're not getting attention from women. Dude, I can literally see his audience and how you become a Nick Fuentes fan. You're about 13 years old. You get made fun of by some girls in school, and then immediately, it's almost like your phone does the thing where it's, you know how it listens to when you mention something, then all of a sudden you see an ad for it. Immediately you see Nick Fuentes.
It couldn't be clearer. And if I was in a way, you have the deep-rooted misogyny of some of the actual boomers I know. Yeah, here you are.
Groove Dragon, this is, again, the second time that I have watched this today.
27 years old.
To be fair, the first time I listened to it, but yeah.
And most of the current studies show that a lot of men...
If I wasn't smoking through this, I would have felt the brain, the brain rot, but...
are really disenfranchised from society.
I think that this is saving me.
No longer have physical relationships with women, if they've ever had them. Never associate with women and build up instinctively misogynist views about women. And I fear you're in that position. You're just a bit of a lonely guy who wants to get laid and can't for whatever
I mean, there you go. I'm glad that he said it.
reason. And it's made you bitter about women. And I don't know where that's come from, but it's
I feel my brain turning to mush.
amazing.
No, see, here's the thing. First of all, you're very caught up in the labels. It's always, you're a racist, you're a misogynist.
You said
these
you were a
words
racist.
mean nothing to me. Well, hang
You
on.
gave
Whoa,
yourself.
can I respond?
You gave
Hey,
yourself the label.
What is this?
You
He's so
said I am
uncomfortable.
a
Yeah.
racist. I didn't give you the label.
Okay.
No, this is really starting to show through. Like, again, he's starting to lose the smile. Like, this is what really bugs me about Nick Fuentes and his fans, for that matter, is they conflate being smug with winning, and that's it. That's the only thing you need to know, is just be smug, never apologize, just like Donald Trump. Like, they're using Trumpian and what's that dipshit's name? Cohen's tactics.
You said, Nick Fuentes, I am a racist.
Calm down. Calm down.
Did you or didn't you?
It's okay.
Did you?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But
So
here's
I
the
didn't
thing.
give you the
Nick has absolutely no charisma.
label. You did.
I mean, he apparently does, because like all these like young disenfranchised dudes love him.
Why are you yelling at me?
Why are you yelling at me? What's going on here?
Because you're trying
Why
to
are you
infer
screaming at me?
something that didn't happen. You said, I gave you the label of being a racist. No, you did. You said, I'm a racist.
Be smug, never go outside so you can get punched in the mouth.
You gave yourself the label.
You're going to have to tone it down a little, all right? You're going to have to bring it down a notch and relax. This is just an interview, okay? Please calm down. All I said is you're hung up. I didn't say you gave me that.
If guys think this is what charisma is, then we might be totally fucked. Oh yeah.
Maybe I did.
You did.
But here's what I mean. What I mean is,
Oh, I thought that we were going the right way. You know, not calling women females and doing what up, female.
okay. What I mean is you're just hung up on saying,
Like, I knew a guy kind of like that was your classic chauvinist, but he was also, you know, really into rap culture as a white guy. I think you get my drift.
proving you're a misogynist. Okay, you're a racist. Okay, you denied the Holocaust. And I'm not about the labels,
You
man.
didn't deny
I'm
the
just
Holocaust.
past that.
As I said to you, look, Nick, as I said to you, I just wanted to go over the
You're
stuff
being a meanie popini. Stop it now.
that you know everyone uses out there
Yeah.
about you and get you to respond. And we are getting, I think, a
Yeah.
long way in this interview. Right?
Okay.
You didn't deny the Holocaust.
That was the first time that he actually got him.
You accepted there's been a Holocaust of at least 6 million Jews.
I'm a maximalist. I'm a Holocaust.
That is significant. You
I think
did
it's
admit,
more.
You did admit you're a racist, and you have spelled
That's
out
true.
a thought process about women, which
Oh my
is
God.
the purest definition of misogyny.
5 alarm fire. Nick Fuentes has definitely sniffed his mom's panties when she was out of the house.
that I've ever seen. And you've said you're not gay. So we're getting somewhere.
Yeah. Well, look, and I own the labels, okay?
I think that was the.
I just don't
that was
care
the
that much
comment.
about them.
That's fine.
I feel like the whole.
I'm not saying
this
you
is
have-
like a weird.
I'm not saying you
Yeah, go
have to
ahead.
care. Nick, you don't have to care about any of it. I promise you. Right? That's not why I
Oh, we're going through the comments here soon.
got you on the show. I wanted to give you a fair crack, which I think I have. We've gone over a lot of stuff. We've got a bit more to go on. I genuinely don't think I've ambushed you with anything you couldn't have been expecting.
No.
I don't think I've
No,
been
not at
overtly
all.
hostile. In fact, when you've asked me to calm down, I've calmed down. I don't want to.
Well, what you call his obvious strengths, to anybody that's ever actually taken debate class, who's ever engaged with somebody in real life, he's just a smug prick. And he's doing the Trump shit where it's just like deflect and then just never admit that you're wrong and just do the thing where it's just like, nope, you know what? No, this is what everybody thinks. This is what everybody thinks. Yeah, you're just stupid for thinking otherwise. Dude, I've watched enough Andrew Wilson content to know exactly what this is.
have a hostile, angry, shouty match
see?
with you. I simply want you.
Well, I talk about my fake laugh. How about his fake smile that makes his cheeks like? That's the only reason that he has those little dimples right now.
Spell out exactly what you've meant about all these things, and people can then be the judge of them. So let's take another break, and we'll come back and talk about Donald Trump, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and others. But you've grown increasingly disillusioned, I think it'd be fair to say. Let's play a recent clip from you about Trump.
We played this game in the first term. We're 10 years in. And you still have these people, I hate to say it, but they're just like in denial. And they're like, okay, everybody, let's all go on Twitter and let's tell Trump, don't screw over your voters. Okay, hey, Trump, don't hire John Ratcliffe in the CIA.
You continue to throw your head back to these fits of laughter, but nothing is being said that's funny. What's up with that? I mean, my chat's pretty fucking funny.
Like, what are we doing? We lost. It's over. The time to
Wait,
make
there's more? But yes. Wait, there's more.
demands was during the election when he needed the votes.
Trust me, when I saw the how much time he did give him, I was like, whoa.
He's a lame duck president. He doesn't need anything from us. He's
Yeah,
not
we
even
got,
on Twitter. He's
we're
on
at
Truth
hour
Social.
34.
So what are you talking about?
Another
We're going
half
to all
hour.
rally and tell him, don't hire yet another neocon?
Now, over the weekend, you posted this on X. You said performative cruelty is the perfect phrase to characterize the Trump admin and the mood of the MAGA movement. In order to compensate for his compromises and failures, Trump has to fall back on mean-spiritedness to appeal to the basest instincts of its followers. It's really sad. I mean, do you think you're the best person, Nick Fuentes, to lecture people about performative cruelty?
Why? Are you accusing me of being cruel? Is that what that is?
No, I mean, he's confusing you of it being a performance because you do kind of like even in like this entire interview has been played like, I'm not a racist, but
What? How am I cruel?
You're cruel about black people. You're cruel about women. I mean, you're cruel about a lot of people, and you're very performative.
Okay. I don't think I'm performative.
that'll give him.
If anything, everyone else is performative. I'm authentic. Whatever you want to say about me, it's real. It's from the gut. But yes, I do think it's
I think that's the only place it's from.
performative. And what I mean by that is,
Be real, dude.
When they're doing the deportations, they know the deportations are not where the base wants them to be. They deported, the figures are disputed, but from my data, it's 300,000 in the year, which is not a massive deportation. They know the base is unhappy with that. So what do? The deportations that they are carrying out, they do a big spectacle and they arrest everybody and they film it and they put a hype at it. And there's a meanness in there. They played that song, I think from Sabrina.
Oh my God, am I actually about to agree with him?
Carpenter or something, and they make it a joke. They make it glib, and they do that because they're not delivering on the promise, so they compensate by doing it meaner, edgier, more mean-spirited, so that the base will overlook the fact that it's not happening. And I think that's by definition performative.
That's what he took for
cruelty. You can call me a hypocrite, but it's definitely true about what they're doing in the administration.
So, by your logic, they're not technically being cruel enough. It's performative cruelty. You want just overall cruelty. Okay.
You went to see Trump at Mar-a-Lago with Ye for dinner. What was that like?
It was very interesting. They're my two heroes. Ye
Nick saying the obvious thing that Trump's audience are too far in the call to admit. Yeah.
is my hero. Trump is
that I'll at least give him.
Is my hero. Even though he's very disappointing,
this is where I was saying about Piers Morgan in this interview is just like you were kind of saying how this is going to do some damage for the left with Israel because they're going to be like, so you agree with Nick Fuentes on Israel? Well, this is going to do a lot more damage for Piers where it's just like, well, Piers, you're not that far off from what Nick Fuentes was saying because you do see the logical conclusion to where this goes, right?
A personal hero of mine. And he's a remarkable person. It was a great conversation. We got along pretty well. He liked me. I liked him. It was a love fest.
I take my previous comment back. Nick definitely sniffed his dad's underwear when he was out of the house.
I mean, he got attacked afterwards for supping with the white
browned out tidy whities, and he's just doing the
supremacist devil. I mean, do you accept you are a white supremacist?
No.
East End Mafia, what up?
You don't think white people are superior to black people?
No, I'm a Christian, so I believe everybody is equal.
I thought you were Catholic.
For God,
including women.
Yes.
So you give women equal rights, then?
No.
Great.
No.
Great. Okay. So you just talked a lot of bullshit, didn't you?
See, I'm glad that he's at least catching him on this stuff, where it is like you guys can keep thinking that he's winning as much as you want to. He is getting exposed for being kind of a bit of a grifter here. Also, as somebody who does long form streams, I can also say that it's like, yeah, sometimes you just say shit.
No. Why are you like mad about this? No.
You want women to be
At least I'm not trying to act smarter than everybody else. Jesus Christ.
Treated equally before God, but you don't want to give them equal rights.
Yeah, because women
Okay,
and men
it's
are
fine.
different.
Look,
Do you
it's your
believe there are
view.
two genders?
It's your view.
Do you think there's two genders?
I do think there are two genders, yes.
Okay, and so you mean there's distinction. There are two distinct genders.
I think we should all have the same rights to...
Well, if they're meaningfully distinct, biologically distinct, and they have different social and biological roles, I think it would follow that we would treat them a little bit differently in the law.
Do you think
That's
the
me,
Catholic
though.
Church's teachings reflect that?
I do. Yeah, there's
Really?
no female priests. Have you ever seen that?
Do you think that the Catholic Church thinks all women should be deprived of vote?
It's funny because I was Catholic, and you're wrong.
Yeah, I think so.
I also went to an evangelical school, so I can tell you doubly you're wrong.
No, they don't.
But okay.
I think they do, yeah.
You think the Catholic Church position is women shouldn't be allowed to vote?
I think so, yeah,
No.
but I'm not positive.
No, it's bullshit.
And his whole thing about there not being female priests, he might want to kind of look up the whole updated thing there.
Oh, it should be.
We have some... actually, you know what's kind of funny? He's not too far from Broadview. He can go and see some of the priests that literally are in the parishes right next to him.
It should be. So if you were Pope, that's
female priests. Get that.
what you do. You could be Pope because you're
Color and all.
That's true. And I'm also from Chicago, like the Pope. But look, I mean, women, it says in the Bible that women have no authority over men and they can't teach men. And that's why there's no female priests.
There's a lot of
So I
things
don't
in the
think
Bible.
the Catholic...
I mean, do
Again, you're wrong, but okay.
you take every word of the Bible as sacrosanct?
Well, yeah, it's inspired scripture.
That's all of
But,
it
I mean,
is
it's just now...
So it's an all or
of it is
nothing. Well, to be fair, guys, like this is at least this is where I see it with religion, where it's like, yeah, you're all fundamentalists.
A theological debate. Well, it is Catholic doctrine that women should not lead.
And if you're not, then technically you're not really that religious. You're just doing the bits where you want the part that makes you feel go a little bit happier to go to bed at night.
And teach. I mean, you're not interacting with what I'm saying. Why can't women be priests?
They should be.
Okay, well, you're not Catholic. That's not a Catholic
I am
position.
a Catholic. I just many things are just
The female bishop that lectured Trump. I'm not sure actually.
Church.
Here, let's see.
Okay. Well, that kind of is contrary because the whole
Oh,
basis
really?
of being Catholic is
No.
accepting. Yes, it's accepting the authority of the pontiff.
You can be a member of a religion and disagree with parts of that religion. Perfectly reasonable.
You could be, well, yeah, I mean,
Episcopal. So yeah,
now you could say
Unless you're an
that, but it wouldn't
extremist.
be true.
If you're an extremist, you can't.
Okay.
Obviously, you never deviate.
That's just not rigorous.
You never
That's just
deviate if you're an
sloppy.
extremist. But even the Constitution,
sloppy.
even the Constitution's been amended. Was it 27 times? People talk about this sacrosanct document. It's it's been amended 27
Oh my
times.
goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my, this is not rigorous intellectually. This is very this
that reminds me of like
Just a statement of fact.
theology. Okay, but it's fine. Where were we? We're talking about Trump, and somehow
well,
we got
on
into
Trump,
your
look,
white
on Trump.
knighting
dude, did she put out? No, she's Episcopalian.
for women's
I forgot what that's from.
rights.
On Trump, well, I think women should have the same rights as you and I. You don't. That's fine.
Put on the pink hat, bro. Put on the pink hat. We're waiting.
What's the pink hat for?
For the march, for the women's march. Are we going to see you at the women's march protesting for women's rights and all that?
I think women should have equal rights to men. Period.
You carry tampons in case your female friends get a period or something? Like, it's crazy. The white
When Nick doesn't have his script, he's got nothing, huh?
knighting is
I'd have no problem
diabolical.
giving a female friend a tampon, would you? Have you ever? I don't suppose you've ever seen a tampon, have you?
Gross. Absolutely not.
You
Get
think,
that away
you think
from me.
tampons are gross?
Yeah, they're filled with period blood. Yeah, it's kind of gross.
Wow.
Are you into that? You like that?
Then my eyes doth deceive me, because the bishop who lectured Trump at the very beginning of his presidency was Catholic.
Have you ever
got
seen
a lot of tampons?
I don't think
Also, like I said, the Catholic Church, just in my area, we have a female, and she's not even a pastor. She's a priest.
you've ever
Like I said, collar and all.
seen it, have you?
You know who coronated her? The current pope.
I've seen him. I've
Oh,
seen
you
him
have?
before.
You've been that close
Yeah.
to a woman? Really?
No, I've seen him. Look, I
Oh, you've seen
I
videos?
used to live with women, so I've seen him around the house.
I bet you've seen videos, haven't you?
What? What are we doing here, Piers?
I'm not
you
sure.
You really hate that
I'm not sure,
You're
Nick.
more impressed that I'm a misogynist than you are about anything. It's
Not
very
really.
revealing.
I'm actually more exercised about your blatant, self-admitted racism. than I'm about anything. But the misogyny runs a close second. Let me ask you about Tucker Carlson, because you had a long sit-down with Tucker Carlson, in which he was, oddly, I like Tucker, we get on well, I was with him last week in London, but he gave me a harder time than he gives you. And then afterwards, he was more critical. And then you said this about Tucker.
He's a handler. He handles people. That's what he does. Excuse me. He's a fucking liar and a handler. He goes around telling people, I don't know anything. I don't know. Oh, I know nothing. I don't even have a phone. I am just a clueless tourist. I just travel to all these countries and, you know, I don't trust him. And I don't care, you know, maybe that alienates me from people in the conservative movement. I don't care. I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm not going to be a party to whatever that is. Whatever that CIA bullshit is, I'm not going to be a part of it. So, you know, now that I've heard enough from Tucker and I've heard enough from other people and I've seen enough, this guy's not who he says he is, not an ally. Stay the fuck away from me. You're weird, dude. You're weird.
See, what would have been great is if you'd said that to him when you were sitting opposite him.
Well, when I was sitting opposite him at the dinner and in the interview, he was nothing but nice. He was very nice to me and very cordial, and he didn't call me an anti-Semite, and he didn't even press me on it at all. And I thought he would, and I almost wanted him to. He was nothing but nice, and we had a great time. We had a really great dinner, really great interview, and I felt really good about it. And the next week on my show, I said, he really surprised me. He's great. And then every interview he's done since, all he does is call me an anti-Semite. He goes, well, I hate his anti-Semitism, and, you know, I wonder why people like him. And so I just think that's two-faced. So after that experience, it kind of turned me off. I didn't like that, but he's going to do what he's going to do. He's still a nice guy, but I think he's two-faced.
What about Candace Owens? You had a sit-down with her. She called you out on a few of your more incendiary comments. You've been attacking her quite virulently recently. What's going on there?
Well, you know, it's me and her. We're so complicated. We're on and off. It's very passionate on both sides. You know, I think there's this intense desire to be friends, but a frustration where we disagree with each other. There's a rivalry. But I thought
I want to see her respond to that.
we were going to have a friendly conversation, and then she kind of did the same thing. We're going to go on a show during the war with Iran. We're literally in the middle of a war. And she texted me the day before the United States bombed Fort O, and she said, would you like to come on my show? I said, absolutely. I said, is this going to be about Iran? She goes, I don't do setups. I said, yeah, let's do it. I come on the show, and then she's like got this weird hostile demeanor. She's doing the clip thing. Then she puts it behind a paywall. It was ridiculous. So that really was not nice. And then I think this whole Charlie Kirk thing, I think she's gone insane. I think she's absolutely lost her mind. So I feel sorry for her husband.
What did you feel when Charlie Kirk was assassinated? Where were you when you heard about it?
I was at
I just caught what he said about the husband.
my house, and a friend of mine who was actually at the event texted me and said, Charlie got shot. I said, who?
I hate to say, I think I might have said something very similar.
Charlie Kirk. I said, oh my gosh, that's terrible. And honestly, it was devastating. I didn't like Charlie Kirk at all. And we had an intense rivalry, and he hated me. But honest to God, I was devastated. I was emotionally affected by it. I didn't even do a show that night because I was beside myself. So it was rough. I mean, it was hard to watch.
When you say you were beside yourself, I mean, you hated him.
I don't hate anybody. I didn't hate him, but I really didn't like him. I intensely disliked him. And
He didn't say Roman Catholic. We just said Catholic.
Called you vermin, didn't he?
Anglo-Catholic, they don't recognize that.
He did.
And that's also where the ones in the Roman Catholic, they essentially just excommunicate themselves, and then they just ordain their own bishops. That's how that goes.
Yeah, he hated
That's why Episcopalian's always been kind of like that.
me also.
But you were still beside yourself when you heard what happened to him.
So no, if you want to play your little word games there, no, technically he was wrong.
I was.
If he said Roman Catholic, then I would have to actually go, okay.
I thought it was disgusting what was done to him, and it was tragic, and it was horrifying.
This is mind-numbing. I don't know why this guy's been on my feed lately. 48 minutes behind.
Do you fear?
Does he have a stance either way, or does he just shift like sand? That's kind of part of like my biggest problem with him is that he puts on the smile, says whatever he needs to say to get like the groiper audience that he has to just be like, yeah, base, Pepe.
Attack like that on yourself? Have you upped your own security because of this? Because your profile's got it exponentially higher since what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I have increased my security, and but something similar like that happened to me. Someone came to my house with a gun about a year ago, almost exactly, trying to kill me, and he was shot and killed in my alleyway. So I've had increased security for a while. It's a bad time out there, and I do believe it was a left-wing person that killed him. I think it was a left-wing person that tried to kill me. So yeah, I take it very seriously.
Elon Musk said on his X platform that you're a Fed. You're a paid-up hire of the government. Is that true?
No.
That's exactly what a Fed would say.
100. You've never worked for the government in any capacity.
I've never talked to federal law enforcement, and actually, I've testified to that fact under oath when I was subpoenaed by the Congress. People leave that part out, but I got subpoenaed, I think, in January 2022. I think it was.
Yeah, that's always a good idea, especially ever since they they changed the whole thing to where your @ handle is your whatever your main name on your YouTube is.
And I
really wish that they would go back to what like the alternate handle thing because I don't like this new system they put in.
I was deposed by the subcommittee.
It's almost like it's the newfangled way. Go back.
The House Select Subcommittee on January 6th, and they asked me, did you speak with any federal law enforcement? And under oath, I said no, I've never had contact with them. I've never turned over devices. So no, absolutely not.
There's been...
What does that have to do with you being like a Fed plant?
Somebody's just come out again.
Oh, so you're just like Tim Pool, where you don't know that you're useful, so they're just doing it because you're a useful idiot. Okay.
This week, this is you at the January the 6th riots. Let's take a look.
You're being summoned to decorate the Christmas tree. Oh, hey, I'll see you later, 5 Alarm. Thank you for being here. I will catch you later.
You're heard there shouting down your loud hailer, break down the barriers and disregard the police. The capital belongs to us now. What did you mean by that?
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. The capital belongs to the people.
Disregard the police. So you don't support law and order?
No, I support law and order. But on that day, the police were brutal. The police killed somebody, Ashley Babbitt. Mm. And, they were throwing people off of the rafters. They killed multiple.
Why would they do that? When you're trying to break and enter, don't you guys have that whole thing with stand your ground laws? Jesus, they're so inconsistent.
So
when disregarding the police is
I love cops. I love stand your ground, except when they do it against us for doing something that's totally it's totally right.
Is the first step to anarchy, isn't it?
Fucking A. No, all of them are, though. They all are.
Well, I think the first step to anarchy is when the government rigs the election, which is what happened. That is when the government loses its legitimacy, and its enforcers, consequently, do also.
Well,
that's exactly what happened in 2020.
There is no evidence the government rigged the election. You know that. You're a bright guy.
Well, let's talk about it. You want to talk about the election of 2020?
Yeah. I think Trump lost it fair and square. I think he fought the wrong argument about the stolen election. I've said to him, to his face,
I agree.
The argument he should have said is that the deliberate suppression of things like the Hunter Biden laptop scandal from the media, by social media, by big tech, was actually a deliberate attempt to subvert the result of the election. And that's a much better argument because it's undeniable.
That's the same thing with COVID.
When the New York Post that had that exclusive were basically shadow banned off all social media for the 2 weeks before the election, that was an absolute disgrace. And if I was Donald Trump, I would focus on that as being my main argument that that election was slanted against him. When he goes off into saying that there was widespread rigging and voter systems were wrong, and we've litigated all this now through various court cases. Various Republican judges have ruled there was no rigging of that kind. In fact, the American election system is accepted by most people around the world as being one of the best in the world, one of the most reliable. So I just think he fought the wrong argument. If he said the deliberate suppression of damaging stories to the Bidens, which could have swung the election, was outrageous and unacceptable, I'm 100% behind him. But by building this spurious argument,
Man, right-wingers are so dumb. Trump was president, but Biden rigged the election. Like, what?
That it was all rigged through voting systems and so on, he lost me.
Well, I agree about the voting systems, but, you know, when they went into the machines, I think that was ridiculous. However, what has to be accounted for is that in 2016, 35% of the votes were cast by mail. By 2020, it was 70%.
Then, by that logic, everybody had an equal opportunity to vote. So why didn't the Republicans vote then by mail?
Because of the pandemic. So you doubled the amount of votes that happened by mail. They called it in-person early.
Okay, why does that matter? What does that matter? How does that swing at Republican or Democrat one way or another?
Voting. They called it a variety of different things. And the other thing that they changed is they solicited.
Okay. Yes, they sent us ballots. Okay.
The mail-in ballot.
They also solicit you to register to vote.
So they sent ballots to people's houses. And once you do that, I mean, you have absentee balloting normally, but
once you do that, then it's guaranteed. They're gonna fudge it. No matter if you're a right winger or not, it's gonna get to that other man. They're gonna turn it in, and then by the time it hits that machine that I have no problem with, then it's gonna change.
So you got to give.
They rigged the election that way. Get it?
Your social security number, your ID, they send it to you. There's regulations in place. This is an election where they double the amount of mail-in votes, and they sent ballots to people's houses. And when you do that, you break the chain of custody. So they send the ballot out, and then they tell people return.
No, they don't, because when you return your ballot, most of the time, you have to, it will be, it'll have the same kind of process. Like, trust me, I kind of did this a little bit where I looked into going and working at my local precinct. They unfortunately didn't need me, but when I found out that that's exactly how it's done, where they just essentially dump out everything that came into the mail and then they go and they check it. Yeah. Did you know that they check it against your voting? Like, they have this little card that has your signature and it has like a whole bunch of information on you, and it has to have your address, the correct address, and the signature has to match.
It at a 24.
At least that's how it is in Illinois.
Hour ballot drop site that's unsupervised. There's thousands of them, and they're going to hope that all the ballots that find their way into these drop boxes were filled out by the person that the ballot was intended for. And I know that didn't happen. I'll tell you why. My uncle has been dead for 26 years.
And did your family fill it out and turn it in to prove your theory there? Is that how you know?
He got a ballot in 2020. It was mailed.
Oh, did it get counted though? Did the ballot get counted?
To my parents' house.
Huh?
And you know that was happening in nursing homes. You know that was happening in apartment buildings.
But you also know that every independent body
tired of
that
this,
has
Grandpa.
looked at this has concluded there was no widespread rigging, that it was a free and fair election, and Trump lost. And the bottom line is he should stop going on about it anyway, because he won back the White House in 2024. By your, I mean,
well,
as you have been so keen to tell me, move on.
Not really.
Right?
It kind of dissuades your whole argument. Don't you get it? Don't you get that you guys kind of lost that whole victim complex the second that he won? You guys don't get that, because look at how you're still the fucking victims when you control all the houses of the government.
No one wants to look back too far.
All the houses of the government, all three branches of the government.
That's a separate argument. I mean, you can say that he should stop talking about it, but whether it was rigged or not is actually relevant to what happened on January 6th. Because what happened on J6 is people were outraged about it. People were furious that, by the way, there's never been an independent ballot audit in all the states where there was alleged to be rigging. That has not happened. And certainly it did not happen up until January 6th. And people said, this is ridiculous.
Every accusation is a confession. Yep.
They're stealing it. You know,
No,
there was
if
that
people,
red
honestly,
mirage.
if either you
They think
or
everybody's cheating because they do. Yeah.
Donald Trump or anybody else wants to show me, I said this to him when I interviewed him last, you know, if you show me the actual hardcore, incontrovertible evidence, then great. I've never seen it. Joe Rogan asked him.
Again.
He didn't produce it with Joe Rogan.
4 years and he didn't have one case that he could bring to us to be like, yeah.
It's just never been.
Look, did you guys see? I totally found it. I found the one. Because the thing about the media is they would win with that. Just finding that one, the media would have given him so much free coverage.
Produced. But look, I don't want to labour the point on that. So I suppose the more interesting question now, as your influence rises in the conservative movement in America, and there's a lot of splits going on amongst MAGA.
Game theory taken to
over a number of issues.
absurdism.
And about you, and you know this, is your split with Trump irrevocable? Do you feel now, as we head towards the year of the midterms, that it's time to now look to who his successor will be, and who do you think that person should be?
Why do you care? Because don't you understand that if you technically want to help the Republican Party, then you wouldn't listen to this guy?
Well, it's not irrevocable.
This is where I'm worried, is they're legitimizing his positions in a way that even MTG is getting uncomfortable with. That should tell you something.
But I am very pessimistic about this administration. And succession is something that I've been interested in for as long as I've been doing this show. And I think it's very clear that they are grooming J.D. Vance to be that successor. And by they, I mean Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson, Peter Thiel. There seems to be an organization that was put in place roughly around 2022 when Peter Thiel was very active in the midterm elections. He spent, I think, over $30 million.
By the way, did you guys hear that Pam Bondi's trying to criminalize anybody, and it doesn't matter if you're on the left, anybody that doesn't like Trump?
15.
Yeah, they're trying to do this thing where they're like, we need to comb through Americans' communications, whether it be online or anything that they might have that's anti-Trump, because that's by merit anti-American.
18 million for,
and we need to treat them like the terrorists they are, guys. I mean, for real. I think that's happened by the summer of 2026 that they're gonna seriously start cracking down.
Vance, 15 million for Masters. Spent a lot of money in a lot of other congressional races trying to unseat the Republicans that voted for impeachment in 21, and also building out a media market, building out a patronage network, funding things like Passage Press, Sovereign House, a number of other projects to create sort of like a self-contained media ecosystem. And Vance is clearly the selected nominee. That is who the interests want. And they've been pushing for him very strongly. So I think he's the heir apparent right now. There's a forceful push. I've heard good things about him. I've heard bad things about him too. And where I think it needs to go is I think we need to return to the message from 2016, what Trump said in the first election, which is we need to drain the swamp. We need to get the money out of politics, the super PACs, the special interests, put America first in foreign policy and the wars, close the border and deport the illegals, and reindustrialize.
I have just as much as he does there, Polar Bear.
America, bring back manufacturing, bring back jobs. We're in this Cold War with China. We need America to have productive capacity again. We need America to have wealth. So I think whoever is going to bring us back.
Did he offer you the process?
To that, that's who I'm going to support. And I haven't seen enough from Vance yet.
You called J.D. Vance's wife a Jeet. What does that mean?
It's a slur for Indians.
Why would you use that?
Well, you want the honest answer?
Because you're a racist?
No, there's actually a different reason.
I mean,
the reason
this would be a lot shorter of an interview if you just said yes.
The reason why I said that, if you watch the whole show, did you watch that whole show, by the way?
No, but you've admitted you use that slur. I'm just curious why you would use that about a woman with her heritage.
I'll tell you, there's a really important reason why, and this is why context matters. If you look online at the people that are supporting J.D. Vance the most, they are racist. They're racist also, let's say. And they look at someone like myself. I don't support J.D. Vance. And
This is my surprised face.
they say, you're brown. You're a third worldist. They are gleefully participating in the cruelty, you could say the performative cruelty of the Trump administration. They say, you're going back. You have 100 days until you're being deported. You're going in a crystal. And then they tell us to vote for J.D. Vance. And so all I did on the show is I said, you have basically racist chuds that post memes about Indians all day on Twitter, memes about third worldists and Palestinians even. But then they want to turn around and support a guy who has said on Twitter, how dare you say I'm racist? I have non-white kids and I'm in an interracial marriage. And all I said is I just said that's a little ironic. I said that's hypocritical. And
because you're racist, that's it. There's no need to monologue your bigotry.
Vance is going to have to explain to all of his supporters who have gassed him up as the real, the real mass deportation candidate. He's going to have to explain to them what's going on with that. What is with the contradiction? Because
and you
it is
don't
a
feel any
contradiction.
accountability for the millions of young people that will hear you use that slur and think it's fine to use it.
Well, Piers, that would insinuate that, they can't think for themselves. Come on, he's got a bright audience there that can think for themselves, dude. They're not going to hear just one thing and just start rolling with it.
No, I think that's ridiculous.
Okay. Let's take a final break. I come back with a little kind of summary of
he
how
did
you
got a few breaks in this one, that's for sure. Okay, hold on. This is the one that I wanted to show you guys. This is wild. Check this out.
If you're a fan of epic fantasy,
yeah,
Arthurian legend, or
Dungeons and Dragons,
just epic storytelling,
Dungeons and Dragons,
I have some good news for you. The Pendragon Cycle, Rise of the Merlin, is the Daily Wire's new 7-part
Daily Wire Merlin fantasy story. What?
Cinematic series, and it's so good it will shock you. It's a top quality reimagining of the King Arthur legend, which follows a young Merlin in a Britain torn apart by warring factions and standing on the brink of a new era with the rise of Christianity. Daily Wire Plus All Access members get the first 2 full episodes on Christmas Day. Not a teaser, not a sneak peek.
Dude, I literally have seen YouTube videos with better direction than this.
Episodes 1 and 2.
Okay. Oh, man.
The Pendragon Cycle, Rise of the Merlin, premieres on January.
Sort of anticipated that you would make some choices about how you wanted it to go, and I was fine with it. So I thought it was terrific.
As a Catholic, you probably
I'd rather watch Kidding King Arthur's Court than that.
be aware the Jerusalem Post has recently called on the Pope to openly condemn you. Would it matter to you if the Pope did? He's an
Christian
American
propaganda.
Pope.
The thing is, it's about King Arthur, like the legend of King Arthur, and then they're trying to tie it into the rise of Christianity, where it's just like, hey, guys, I know that Kong versus Godzilla is awesome, but you know what's even cooler? Jesus versus King Arthur. Bro.
Obviously.
It would be very disheartening, yes.
Why?
Kong
because
won?
he's our
That's a hot take.
spiritual leader. He's the head of the church.
Honestly, that's a hot take. When Kong only had 1 victory, Godzilla had 2. If it's a best out of 3, Godzilla won. Come on now.
He's the vicar of Christ. So if he condemned me, that would be very disheartening. And it would depend.
Plus, he did the roar in his face, and, Kong just kind of went, yeah, he won.
Depend upon what he would say exactly. But yeah, I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't like that
If he
at all.
condemned you because you've openly admitted to being a racist on this show?
Oh, this
Kong is swimming away at the end because he put Godzilla down. Are we talking the OG one? Yeah.
Racist. I would be disappointed if he said
I will admit that one. But that's also, there were 2 cuts.
that, because I think that word racist, it means something different to everybody. And
Yeah, the 60s one. Okay. I thought you were talking the new one.
so I think that's just silly. I think that's just semantic.
Have you ever been in love in your life?
What? Anyone but
No.
yourself.
No, like romantically, no.
Yeah. Never.
No.
Do you think that's part of the problem?
What's the problem?
Why you are the way you are?
Oh, and what's the way I am? What are you trying to say?
An absolute smug prick that gets away with way too much in that vein.
I've given
Like
people
seriously, the fact that nobody matches his energy, that's what kind of sucks. I want to see somebody like when Destiny and Nick Fuentes kind of debated. That was the first time I ever saw somebody that it was like, all right, at least he's matching energy. But then he allegedly sucked him off.
That's
So
the way you are. You're unashamed about a lot of it.
I don't think I have a problem. I think I'm cheerful, boisterous. Look, unlike you, I'm willing to be a little provocative. Well, I guess you're willing to be provocative, but I'm willing to be very provocative, and I'm a free thinker. And I don't like to be tone policed. I don't like to be told about, people are going to tone police and play moral cop about you can't make this joke or you can't make this statement.
the nice part is this is him peaking.
And I think that's just about being
This will be fun.
intellectually open. I'm a believer in openness, and I like
I
ideas.
completely agree. I think you should be perfectly free to express yourself exactly how you see fit. My problem is how you see fit with some of the things that you say. And we've been through a lot of them, and I think people who don't know you very well will have been shocked in parts and surprised in other parts. But in totality, they can see you for what you are. I think we've got a lot nearer to what the real Nick Fuentes is in the last 2 hours than we probably have seen from your other recent interviews. Would you agree?
No, I mean, the clip thing, we've done the clip thing. We've all seen the clip show. Everyone's seen the clips. You think you're the first one to do?
Oh, that's where the guy got it. Someone said that in chat that's a Nick Fuentes fan. He's just like, yeah, this is the first time that somebody's taking clips of Nick Fuentes and throwing them back at his face. It's like, that doesn't matter. Dude, he said, I'm going to quote Nick Fuentes, context matters.
Do the ADL rap sheet. So here you said this, and then here you said that. I've been playing that game for 10 years. So this is honestly more of the same, to tell you the truth.
Nick Fuentes, I appreciate you coming on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Well, my thanks to Nick Fuentes, and my thanks to the hundreds of thousands of you watching this special live episode of Piers Morgan Uncensored. As I said during the interview, I think it was firm.
Like many conservative men, Nick has the brain of an edgy 13-year-old boy, minus the capacity to learn new things, of course.
Fair, but you can all make up your own minds. If you like what you do, please like and subscribe the channel so that we can keep doing it.
Oh, so he's not even going to do a wrap-up? Oh, okay. Well then. Oh. That broke my brain. Watching that one time is like punishment enough. Twice, like I said, someone was definitely in the practice of being masochistic tonight, and that someone was me. All right. Let's continue this. You know what? I actually might have to, like, I gotta decompress here. Give me a sec. Oh, man. Well, that was fun. Alrighty. Netflix wants to do the deal. Yeah, we should probably do that first, and then... Yeah, I'll save this for the fun. Okay, cool. All right, so let's do this this media merger, because this is going to be huge, no matter what happens. Well, that was interesting, I guess. I thought Nick would be funnier, though. He demonstrated a severe lack of charisma. Well, this is where the one good thing to come out of, like, having some of his people in chat today was the fact that I did kind of get the idea. I'm like, oh, wow. The bubble is strong. But, like, they see it as we're coming at this like from like a disingenuous point of view, where I'm just trying to smash Nick Fuentes. Like they can't conceptualize that the rest of like the media sphere, like whether it be Piers Morgan, conservative media, leftist media, they cannot conceptualize the fact that Nick Fuentes just might be an asshole that most people will not give the time of day because he's an asshole. Like, he definitely gained, like, a huge following of the lonely dudes, that's for sure. I'll say that much. Like, there's no denying that. But I kind of felt bad for those chatters. I didn't. Oh, damn. You know what? Here, let me bring that back. Here, we're going to do a... We'll do a wrap-up here. I want to read the comments. Here we go. Let's get a feel on what the comment section had to say on Piers Morgan's side. Piers would never park his car in the hood. He's capping. I'm in the UK and got arrested for watching this. Nick not being offended by being called a racist stump Piers. Piers Morgan, who's losing. Nick Fuentes, you by me. Piers playing Nick's greatest hits and Nick's sitting back like Kobe watching his own highlights. Is my mic working? Watching a boomer struggle to understand this. An edgelord is so gold. I'm an Australian and I turned upside down to watch this. I'm black and I've changed the batteries of my smoke alarm just to watch this. Why too soon genuinely made me laugh out loud. Morgan left the studio and immediately crossed the street to avoid a black person. Here's pretending not to know per capita will never not be funny. Here's not understanding per capita and Catholic doctrine was hilarious. Calling someone a racist doesn't work anymore. When Nick said it was probably 10 times... Well, if it doesn't work anymore, then why do people keep fighting against the whole idea of being called a racist? I'm painting my face black to watch this. Jesus Christ, dude. All right, he definitely got flogged by Nick Fuentes' audience there. That is for sure. Although, let's also be fair, Piers Morgan's audience isn't one to sit through and read through internet comment sections. Not that I give a shit. Because like I said, it was cathartic to watch both of them not realize how much damage they were both doing to the right wing right there. Like, that's going to just, like, everything that happened with Tucker Carlson is just going to escalate even further. So, that's fun. All right. Well, that is all the mental bandwidth I have to deal with that shit tonight. All right. Man, we got 20 minutes until the fun half. Let's do this. First things first. Netflix deal to buy Warner Brothers could be a problem. It could be a total problem because of the size of the market share, Trump says. On Sunday, President Trump said that he would have a say. Oh, this actually does sum it up. Nice. On the Netflix Warner Brothers Discovery merger, warning the combined firm's market share could be a problem and that economists must weigh in. Netflix agree. Yeah, okay, wait a minute. But this isn't a problem if Paramount did it? Gee, I wonder why that would be. Does it have anything to do with the name Ellison? Netflix agreed on Friday to buy Warner Brothers Discovery. Yeah, I don't know, guys. This is one of those situations where if George Soros was worth half a damn to the left, maybe, just maybe, he should do the thing and actually, I don't know, counteroffer this shit. The only two choices should not be right-wingers, I'll tell you that. Almost seems like that's a bit of a conflict of interest, but no. No, it totally makes sense to just have a bunch of sycophantic people running all of media in America to just platform the current president, even though he has an abysmal approval rating. One of the least popular presidents in his first year, especially. Yeah, that's fun. All right. Well.
After the company announced a deal with Netflix.
CNN chief media analyst Brian Stelter is gathering the details. What is this for our viewers who may not understand exactly what this means? Tell us about it, Brian.
This all comes down to how much Warner Bros. Discovery is worth, how much it's valued by shareholders. This time last year, the stock was hovering.
Your parent company.
Around $10 a share.
By the way, CNN's not part of that, so that is staying with the Ellison family, it looks like.
It had been beaten down
because they're doing a separate deal there with Discovery.
shareholders for a couple of years, but now WBD is up near $30 a share, and that's how much Paramount is offering for the entire company, including CNN. This is an attempt to go
including CNN.
over the top and to defeat Netflix, which has offered to pay $27
Okay, so that's the difference. That's wild.
and change.
So they just went for it. They're just like, no, fuck it. We want, we're giving them the news division too. Netflix didn't want the cable news. No, I understand that, but it would have left it so somebody else could theoretically put in a bid for CNN.
For just one.
That, again, isn't fucking Paramount because, not a conflict of interest at all to have CBS and just all these news organizations. And then on top, guys, I don't want to do the complaining lefty thing because, whatever, there's enough of those people out there. I'll let Kyle Kalinske and all those guys deal with that. But I'm going to just come at this from the perspective of, doesn't that seem a little fucked up? Doesn't it seem a little if the shoe were on the other foot and this were Biden, and I'm going to do that, if Biden were doing this big push to buy up all the media companies, would you guys be okay with that?
Warner Brothers and HBO for just the movie studio and the streaming service part of the house. Paramount is basically saying that it is making a superior all-cash offer and going directly to shareholders in what's known as a hostile takeover bid and letting investors decide what to do with the future of the company. Here's Paramount CEO David Ellison.
Yeah, the thing is, the long-term effects of that would be you can spend all those billions of dollars, but you would never make any money on that.
Speaking about it,
they're already losing money on the streaming services. So where's the profit incentive? You guys understand that, with all these billions of dollars being spent, whether it be in media or on AI, if they don't return those investments, then that's going to crash the economy at some point. You do understand that, right? And that also, with the consolidation of all these streaming services, we're going back to just cable, except it's just cable owned by one person, Donald Trump. Well, owned and controlled by, or not owned, but controlled by one person. And then you got the Ellisons that are more than willing to do the sycophantic bullshit to keep Trump happy.
Where cash is still king. We are offering
David Ellison should, again, you shouldn't be allowed to have a family member own a rival company and then you just be like, yeah, you know what? It's perfectly fine if I theoretically sell to my dad.
There's $17.6 billion more cash than the deal they currently have.
But Hunter Biden's laptop
signed up with Netflix. And we believe when they see what is currently in our offer, that's what they'll vote for.
So it's a corporate tug of war, financial back and forth. This is going to go on for a while. Netflix and WBD have a contract, they have a deal, and they're staying the course moving forward. Now, President Trump is an X factor here. Will he direct the Justice Department to slow down Netflix's pursuit of Warner Brothers? Will he try to tip the scales in some way? Well,
isn't that communism? Isn't that weird how the government is now playing favorites with the private sector and kind of telling them what they can and can't do? Weird. I thought that Republicans didn't like that. Oh.
Last night, Trump
that's right. It's okay if they do it. That's how it goes.
Was keeping his options open. He expressed some skepticism about Netflix's deal, but he also praised co-CEO Ted Sarandos. Here's what Trump said.
Well, that's got to go through a process, and we'll see what happens. Netflix is a great company, and they've done a phenomenal job. Ted is a fantastic man. I have a lot of respect for him, but it's a lot of market share. So we'll have to see what happens.
Now, Netflix has been courting President Trump in recent weeks, and so has Paramount CEO David Ellison. A lot of this comes down to the relationships that the president has with these media moguls and what direction these moguls want to take the company. Notably, though, this morning, Trump blasted Paramount and blasted David Ellison in a Truth Social post. Apparently, the president was very upset with 60 Minutes last night, and he said in all caps, they're no better than the old ownership. Since they bought it, 60 Minutes is...
It's because... Dude, he's literally just like, this isn't what I wanted to see. God damn it, guys. I thought that you were only going to do stories that I liked.
Actually gotten worse.
At some point, he's going to be the editor-in-chief.
So President Trump not happy with
I'm not just the commander-in-chief. I'm the editor-in-chief of CBS, of all Paramount networks, and anybody that's under Warner Brothers Discovery.
Of his options seemingly this morning. But more importantly...
Ironically, OAN would probably then all of a sudden be all butthurt that they're not getting part of that. Then make this, just very convenient shift where they're just like, you know what, we stand for the freedom of the press.
Notably, a hostile bid now for WBD. We don't know
funny.
who will end up owning CNN and the rest of the company.
The drama continues.
Yep, it certainly does.
Yeah. All right, Brian.
Dude, Wolf can give a shit. Yeah, it certainly does. What were we talking about? Jesus Christ. Oh, man. Well, in that vein, we'll continue the Wolf, fuck it, Wolf Blitzer. He made me laugh with that one and not giving a shit. Let's see how little he gives a shit about this story.
There's a brewing showdown between President Trump and Indiana Republicans over redistricting. The State House passed a new congressional map designed to hand Republicans all 9 of Indiana's House.
I never want to hear about fucking gerrymandering from a Republican ever again.
Seats here.
There's so much that I'm never going to listen to anybody like from the other side ever again on certain subjects where it's like if they talk about gerrymander, la, 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 la. Don't care. You have no principles. Don't care. You're just mad that you couldn't do it to favor you. That's the reason you're mad at California.
But some Republicans in the state Senate aren't on board with the plan.
Joining us now is former Indiana Senator and former U.S. Ambassador to the Vatican, Joe Donnelly. Thank you for coming on. So what are you hearing from people in Indiana about
I think Pinkerbell, your kid might be telling you that he wants to go to, what is it, Burger King?
this plan? What
they
kind
got
of
the
support
Krabby Patty
or
meal.
lack of support is it getting?
Sure. Well, it's never been a Democrat versus Republican issue.
Totalitarianism is okay when they do it. Yeah, but that's where like the left does need to have balls to like not always capitulate every time that a right winger goes, you can't do that. And they're like, oh, you're right. Okay.
Former Governor Mitch Daniels came out against this plan. Former Republican Lieutenant Governor Sue Ellspermann came out against it.
Yep.
Overwhelmingly, the people of the state are against it because they're looking, going, why are we even doing something like this? And it's perceived as
it's because you guys have the representation that you would get organically there.
You know what I've heard? I've traveled around the state on this.
Because right here you got South Bend, and then Indianapolis. Weird.
And the word is
College Town, and Major City.
Hoosiers don't cheat. I mean, there's rules. You play by the rules, and that's how it should be handled.
It's interesting.
Hey, I saw that Gene Hackman movie. I think that he said the opposite there, pal.
Yeah, one Republican state senator who has a daughter with Down syndrome said he'd vote no after President Trump used a slur for those with intellectual disabilities. I want you to listen to this.
Yeah.
Point, we have to stand up, and you can't validate.
I'm actually kind of glad that the biggest slip up he made was using the R word like an edgelord 13-year-old, and it did it had a major effect legislatively.
Slurs like that and rhetoric like that. Because how
good
do
job.
we expect our children to not use terms like this, to be respectful of each other, when
Good
the most
job.
powerful person in the
Also,
world...
welcome to the party, pal. Are you just now realizing that the rhetoric that these guys have been using might lead to somebody making fun of your kid?
is using them.
No.
It just...
God forbid that, you know what? God forbid they turn into lefties too, because trust me, then they're going to hear it a lot more.
It just goes to a matter of character, and somebody has to speak up. And at this point, I have a microphone.
Shit. Now you care about character.
So how influential are his words for conservative voters on the ground? What do you think?
Well, Senator Bohasek is a good friend of mine. He doesn't live too far away from me. And he's just reflecting who we are in Indiana, which is, look, we try to do normal things in a common sense way. And what's influential is folks look at this and go, you know, we have challenges with our economy. We have challenges with our jobs. Why has this become the issue? And those senators...
Yeah, it's because you literally spread everything out by hours. Like literally hours, but like between your cities and your college towns. There's no big towns in between it. There's nothing. You got nothing.
Who are looking at this, they don't want to be doing this. And so they'd rather...
You'd think that Indiana might have, I don't know, tried to grow at some point, but...
be focused on
that.
having more jobs created in the state. And
got to have more open land for data centers.
This is a really bad idea. When we talked about this in Indiana, it's like, you know,
Trust me, they're not growing your food the way that you think. Like they have in Indiana, they do have some of the biggest wind farms, which I will give them that. Totally fine. But you know what? No, Trump would rather gut your economy because he doesn't want the birds to get hit by the windmills.
a basketball analogy. We're in the third quarter of a game and you decide, okay,
I was thinking about that, by the way, when he was talking about getting rid of wind energy. I was just like, oh, Indiana's fucked.
rules. Our baskets are worth
Indiana and Kentucky are fucked.
4 points, and you get to play with 2 people.
See, I've actually driven through middle America.
That's not how this
Unlike these people can't conceptualize middle America because they don't have to. They don't drive through there.
works. And, they'll get the chance to do this after the census. It's actually against the Indiana State Constitution, Article 4, to even try to do this now. It can only be done after the census. And so there's a real discomfort in our state about this whole thing.
The lawmakers, no doubt, are feeling a lot of pressure right now. I mean, you had President Trump even going after them. Just tell us what that is like, the kind of pressure they're facing.
These are folks who came to the State House to try to do a good job and represent their neighbors and their friends. 12 of them have been swatted. There have been rallies. There was a rally on Friday where a group came together and said, we're going to raise the money to throw all of you out who vote against this. And so it's taken enormous courage on the part of these state senators to say, look, we want to do this the Indiana way. We want to do this the fair way. And
Raise all the money you want. I think that their biggest gamble here is thinking that you can just buy elections.
Indiana and fair way is there are rules and we're going to follow them. And the next time you do this is after the next census.
So do you think it will change any minds, or do you think it'll strengthen the opposition, that kind of pressure?
Well, I know whenever they put that kind of pressure on me when I was either the congressman or the senator, it just made me more stubborn. And so I think that's a characteristic we have, that folks are, don't try to convince me with ideas. Don't try to convince me with threats or bullying. Because that never works.
It's weird how like a lot of even Republican senators and politicians are starting to really respond with backlash with that, where they're like, don't fucking threaten me. It's like, okay, you know what I'm going to vote for? To repeal Citizens United. Keep going. Because honestly, if Trump keeps pulling that shit, that's where a lot of Republicans could theoretically side with some Democrats to do some common sense legislation. Wow. Specifically to kind of kneecap Trump's power there, because you take money out of politics. Guess what? Billionaires can't fucking buy elections, though, and you can't threaten every time that something's happening that you don't like.
The U.S. Supreme Court upheld the redrawn.
Dude, seriously, too. And this is just, I'll go and admit that this is vibes based, but America ain't having it, bro.
Texas maps.
Like a lot of the shit that Trump has been doing is not only overstepping, but his biggest gaffe was saying the affordability hoax, the Democratic affordability hoax. There's like maybe 4 people in this entire country that are buying that.
That emboldens the redistricting push in both red and blue
The rest of the
states.
American people are just like, nah. It's hard to buy shit, dude. Even like millionaire Americans are just like, I can't remodel my kitchen for the price I want to. Do something about this.
I just think it continues in a lot of states because of that. This was started in Texas, then obviously California went next. And so we'll see where this all ends up. I just know that my state, Indiana, the people of the state overwhelmingly don't want to be part of this.
All right, former Senator Joe Donnelly, thank you so much.
Indiana Republicans are facing a major loyalty test from President Trump. The state's Senate will vote this week on a new Trump-endorsed congressional map that would likely give the GOP 2 more House seats. Now, this despite
A federal judge just threw out Trump's order to get rid of green energy.
supermajority already in the
Again, sometimes I think that that's just the way that they can do it quietly, where like Trump doesn't have to have egg on his face publicly, and he can just be like, a judge told me I can't, even though he knew that it's like there are a bunch of Republicans from Indiana and Kentucky specifically, and Oklahoma, by the way, where they're just like, yeah, we use those wind farms and we like make a lot of money off those. And that's kind of our livelihood in our state because that's really all we got. Maybe not. Maybe don't go after that.
Indiana Senate.
Same with Texas and solar farms. No, these people are absolute R words.
Despite that, the plan might not pass if those senators step out of line, and that is why the president said this, quote, vote
1/3 of Texas power comes from renewables. Nah, but by all means, let's listen to Trump here and get rid of it. Just get rid of it all. Drill, baby, drill.
them out of office. They are not worthy, and I will be there to help. My panel is back now.
Well,
that was pretty clear.
Listen, it sucks that we're all living through it, but at least the experiment in just unchecked billionaire capitalism is going to come to roost.
Sungmin about what he wants
Because they keep forgetting that there's a lot of us, man.
them to do.
And a lot of pissed off people never works out the way that rich people tend to think that it does.
And,
Historically speaking.
it's been kind of start and stop on Indiana, whether or not they were going to go forward and change the map. It stalled, and then when the Supreme Court told Texas, you're good to go, you can change those 5 seats or change the map so that you'll get 5 seats in time for the midterms, Indiana started again.
Right, and you also have the handful of Republican legislators in Indiana who are defying President Trump in terms of rejecting these redistricting maps. So we've seen how the redistricting drama, if you will, that the White House frankly instigated when they wanted.
Chief weapon of the billionaires chief weapon of the billionaire class is culture wars? Yeah.
Texas to change the maps has really had an up and down.
Yeah, that's why they really didn't aside from the fact that they did kind of for the first time ever feel kind of threatened after the Luigi thing. That was another thing that they were really afraid of, was the fact that online there wasn't enough people going like, hey, nobody's really condemning this guy. Everybody seems to really like this guy. We should be worried about that.
Up and down sort of life.
But we also saw how susceptible some people are to changing their minds on, the fly because it questioned their loyalty to party.
Because you just referenced the legal issues in Texas seems to be clear now, and there are several.
Oh, and who could have guessed that Trump fucked our farmers and is now proposing a $12 million aid care pack?
Other states where Republican leaders do want to make a redistricting push.
The government can't just keep throwing money at everything. Well, I mean, what about those? This is again where the Democrats do need to start playing ball. I'm sorry, man. The fact that they already won with this one. The farmers are getting that pack because no Democrat is going to vote against farmers. You understand that's how they do this shit? And Democrats are so feckless and just the worst at legislating. They really are. As bad as the Republicans are at governing, Democrats are equally as bad at legislating. They can't ever do anything resembling chess. They're always playing fucking Parcheesi.
But obviously, there's no guarantees that they will be able to pick up the proper or the number of seats that they're aiming for. And again, there's a huge Democratic backlash. We saw the success in California. We see efforts underway.
Yeah, mono-party bailout for Trump's mistake incoming. Exactly. It's the same. Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing with the shutdown and ICE. They're not going to vote to defund soldiers, and that's why they lump in ICE with the soldiers.
In Virginia, when Abigail Spanberger.
So they know that they have them by the fucking balls. It'd be nice if there were any Democrats that could get out when that is happening and maybe just have a pretty powerful message and just tell the American people what they're doing and just say, no, we're not going to do this one. And they can explain to you why they needed this in the first place.
Takes over next year.
Or, I don't know, better yet, here's you know how you guys love charts? Here's a fucking chart.
So this is not a story that's done by any means.
Congressman, one last question.
Again, this is the battle for the left to lose. And unfortunately, this is where we do get lumped in with those fucking Democratic idiots.
On something unrelated, specifically on redistricting in your state, something that's become a contentious issue. The House passed a new map last week. It's now in the state Senate's hands.
What are you doing?
The leader of your state Senate effectively says that Republicans don't have the votes to redraw. It's something that President Trump and his team have wanted and have put out. Some lawmakers in your state would say pressure on them to pass this bill. One lawmaker in your state actually says that she's faced swatting attempts, even a bomb threat over this issue. Another lawmaker has come out saying that it is against the state constitution. I wonder what you make of this.
They all have the same furrowed brow. All of them. He looks just like that one lady we were just watching that was with Wolf Blitzer. They all... It's like angry concern. Yeah, I'm interested in this. I'm listening intently. Oh, interesting.
Now, first of all, it's not against the state constitution. I actually looked that up earlier today when I heard that comment being made, and it's not against the Constitution unless they're trying to twist the words and say, well, it's up to the General Assembly. The General Assembly can redraw the maps at any point, and I think that's the problem here in the long run, is that each state has different rules and has different processes in order to draw the maps. You look at California, they gave it to an independent commission, and then, they draw maps that favor Democrats. Well, then they went back to the people.
Yeah, and then the people of California voted on it. That's the big difference here. You know that if you left it to the people, you wouldn't have any votes.
California and asked for permission to actually redraw the maps through the legislature, which the people gave them the chance to do that. So it's very inconsistent across the country as far as drawing maps. what has happened is that the census has manipulated the seat amounts per state, and also, states like Illinois, they have gerrymandered their districts or their states, the state districts, in order to give Democrats a huge advantage. And so that's why I support redistricting in Indiana. We need to have a level playing field across the country.
They're still so butthurt that it's just like, we don't have Chicago.
We need to make
we want Chicago.
Sure that every citizen has an equal voice in Washington, and that it's not manipulated by states that have more.
By disenfranchising an entire city in favor of one rural voter. That's how that works for you people. Okay. It's not obvious it's not obvious at all what you're doing.
Illegals than those that don't. We need to ask the question on our census.
I can't wait for everybody to start dying out of those areas.
Whether you're a citizen or a non-citizen, and then apportion the districts according to that number, rather than just any person that says they're a citizen or not.
Congressman Marlon Stutzman, we have to leave the conversation.
But that's not how the census works. Oh my God. You do understand that just because you are part of a census doesn't actually matter, right? In that regard, as far as like illegals. Okay. It's 420. Let's have some fun. Oh, today's going to be a fun half. Let's do this. Ooh, yeah. That sucked. Lighter quit on me. All right. So since we're in the fun half, by the way, guys, thank you for hanging out today and making it to the fun half. Whew. All right, let's do this advent calendar. What's the day today? 8th. All right. I think I left off at the 6th. Yeah. So we got a few. I didn't do the weekend here, so. If you guys don't know what this is, I got my wife got me the Pokemon advent calendar. And I've been happy to share this with you guys, so thanks for another awesome show. Hey, you're welcome. Stick around, guys, because the fun half is still going to be very, very fun. I got a lot lined up. What is this? Oh, it's stickers. Oh, cool. I like stickers. Hot take. Pep likes stickers. Such a cool gift. It is. All right. Let's see. Oh! There we go. 7. Oh, we got a pack. Sweet. Paradox Rift. All right. I need a few cards out of Paradox, so that's good. And then 8th. Where's the 8th? Why can't they just put the numbers right next to each other? Oh, there it is. Stickers are awesome. I just don't have enough surfaces to put my stickers on. Yeah. Dude, so I got a Yeti cooler from my wife, and she's like, yeah, I don't want you putting stickers on that. I'm like, I was so upset by that. Ooh, it's a 3-pack. I love these. I love the little 3-packs. Okay, so now we get to open some cards. And while we open some cards, all right, let's start the fun half programming. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Striking a nerve. Marjorie Taylor Greene. All right, so I really don't care about the Marjorie Taylor Greene thing. You know what? No, I put it in the description. Screw it. We'll have it for the VOD. for VOD purposes, we're going to go to the Kyle Kulinski coverage of this. I had the MS Now coverage of this, which, meh. We'll get Kyle Kulinski's take on it. Give him a like-a-roo.
Marjorie Taylor Greene and Trump have really been going at it. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I believe the straw that broke the camel's back was when Marjorie Taylor Greene finally stood up on the issue of the Epstein files and was like, okay, this is total bullshit. What the fuck are you hiding? And then Trump, of course, fired back, because Trump is the type of person where even if you have like a 2% disagreement with him, in his mind, it becomes you're a complete enemy and I'm going to destroy you. This has been his MO forever. And Marjorie Taylor Greene was trying to straddle that line of like, look, I want to criticize you on certain issues. I want to criticize you on Israel. I want to criticize you.
This is where she is a great example of it doesn't matter how much you support this guy. He's going to turn on you. And it also is a great example of how when he does turn on you, how a lot of these people will then use that little bit of power that they still have to just completely bash him. So I'm going to take this for what it is. This is good for us.
On the Epstein files, I want to criticize you on healthcare policy, but my voting record is literally over 95% of the time with you, so I still support you. I'm still on your side, and I'm still going to basically say positive things about you. Well, Trump said, fuck that. I'm done with that. And he, of course, tweeted about her, called her Marjorie Trader Greene was one, but then he also went with
Marjorie Trader Brown.
Taylor Brown.
And I
believe
Trader Brown.
Marjorie Trader Brown.
Yeah, it was Marjorie.
And of course, the idea behind that, and
Marjorie
he literally had to
Trader
write this
Brown.
out.
Get it? Because she's like poop.
This is how embarrassing this is, and how much he's lost a step. But he literally had to tweet, "Brown is what grass turns when it goes bad. That's why her name is Marjorie Taylor Brown, not
okay. That's even worse.
Green." I mean,
all right.
You want to talk about washed?
Gotta
Homie
say, mine was a little bit
Celtics,
better.
Shaq, and then some. That's what Trump has now turned into. Crazy to see. Well,
The
anyway,
funny part is I have a friend that has that last name.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's
So
getting the
I'm
last
just kinda
laugh
like,
here
huh.
because she decided, well, how about I go on 60 Minutes and spill all the tea and tell everybody what you're really about? And man, we got some juicy moments, so let's take a look.
It was completely unforeseen, a shocker. Marjorie Taylor Greene resigning.
Whoa. Nope. All right, he didn't. All right, this one's not. You can't even do super thanks on this, I don't think. Hold on. Let me check. Oh, I can. Okay.
The warrior congresswoman so dogged and fierce.
I don't know, because this is he mirrored this, right? And this is from Twitter. I don't know. How long is it? Oh, it's the whole clip. All right.
Fierce, leaving the field of battle, her alliance with President Trump shattered. Her video resignation statement last month that she'll be leaving Congress a year before her term expires came after President Trump said he would throw his support to someone else for her seat. She became...
Oh, this is what Trump was so mad at, was this segment, huh? Living on the edge. You know what? I'm not comfortable playing 60 Minutes because 60 Minutes has literally come from me for less. So, nah, screw it. We're just going to go to the fun bit. Sorry, guys. I tried. Well, let's see. Wait. Because maybe, just maybe, if MS Now
MS Michael Schnell is on Capitol Hill for us. And also with us, Stuart Stevens, Mitt Romney's chief strategist for 2012, his presidential campaign, senior advisor.
The next Marjorie Taylor Greene. Take a listen to this exchange. It's pretty interesting to hear it in her own words.
I can listen to it.
I'm going to ask you about this almost solid support he has among Republicans in Congress. Is there in that support fear? Does the support come about because they're afraid that they'll get death threats?
I think they're terrified to step out of line and get a nasty Truth Social post on them. Yes.
And they're watching what happened to you?
Yes.
Behind the scenes, do they talk differently?
Yes.
How?
Oh, it would shock people.
Well, let's shock people.
Okay.
Well, let's
I
shock
watch many
people,
of my
shall we?
colleagues go from making fun of him, making fun of how he talks, making fun of me constantly for supporting him, to when he won the primary in 2024, they all started, excuse my language, Leslie, kissing his ass and decided to put on a MAGA hat for the first time.
And I'll tell you, this is a dynamic that we've been seeing play out up on Capitol Hill for years now, really. Republicans, some of them in Congress, concerned.
All right. That, man, a lot of coverage for a 20-second clip where she's just like, oh, my God. Did you know that people talk shit about Trump behind his back? No way. No way. That's some of the craziest news I've ever heard. I can't believe it, folks. I can't believe it. Okay. Let's see. It's the fun half, because I got this whole thing lined up for the Milo Yiannopoulos, Benny Johnson thing, which is just too much fun. But the Majority Report went and did such a good fun half that I was like, oh, they did really, really good coverage of that. But I also don't want to jack their content. So, in the interest of you are doing the thing that's going to get you kicked out of the basement again. You've been so good lately. But yeah, we got this whole thing with Milo, and that's it. I can't focus with my cat. Literally trying to chew my comic books like a little dick. Oh, I'll be being so cute. Come here. Kitty arm jail. Come here. Yeah. Come here. Come here. Oh my God, you're heavy. Oh, he's being so vicious. Oh, you're so vicious. Vicious kid. No. All right. I need to get like a toy or something for down here. I just realized that he has nothing. That might be why he's a little understimulated. Well, either way, let me hit record on this one because I kind of want to use this as a segment later. What do you guys think? Segment time? Segment time. Let's do segment time. Hey! What you doing on that? I can't do segments with you doing this. Oh, you bad naughty cat. Come here. Come here. Fine. You. Let's see if I can get him on camera for this. There we go. Lito, come here. All right. You're making for such compelling content. You really are. Watching you try to get into a comic box is kind of funny. He's trying to like stick his head through like the little like finger slot. It's getting ridiculous. All right. Anyway, I know I'll just have to deal with this in a minute. It's okay. All right. So, MAGA Civil War has reached a new front. Now, Milo Yiannopoulos has been making the media rounds because he's back in the news for, I don't know. I thought that this guy just kind of like fell into irrelevance, but he pops up every now and then. And it seems to be with Tim Pool when he does. So it's kind of like, oh, is Tim the only one doing the platforming of Milo lately? Kind of seems like it. But what we got out of this was him spilling some tea, man. Like he also went on Tucker and he did the same thing. So, but this time he's going like he's naming names. So here, this is hilarious.
Her show, although I do watch her religiously. That's the Queen. I'm always a couple of days behind watching on the show because I've got stuff going on. But somebody tweeted today that Candace said that she believed that they.
It's actually a surprise that you're able to watch that much content.
They were about to get a divorce. I think he was gay. I think he was gay. And
come on,
you know that you do know that I've criticized.
Come on, man.
I'm sorry, Tim, but like,
I thought that was Tim that said it. It was George. Okay, so if you guys don't know, George Santos, the criminal Congress guy that got convicted and sentenced, but then commuted by Trump, he's there. I like what Emma had to say earlier, where she was just like, "Oh, he doesn't want to piss anybody off, so he's just playing it safe." So he's just like, "Oh, come on! Like, you can't say that about that. That's crazy. That's crazy."
You even go there, like to
say
something like that.
Oh, I'll tell you what.
No. The man's dead. You're calling now. You think he's gay.
That's when people can that's when people can tell the truth.
I know. I disagree.
That's when people can tell the truth because let me tell you why. Okay, and if you want to read in a vindictive crusade on my part for everything I've just said, you are entitled to do so, and so are the viewers. But I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you what Charlie Cook did to me.
You are grabbing.
Charlie was a very brilliant, very, very brilliant organizer, fundraiser, networker. Those three things, phenomenal. Probably the best in the business.
You don't have my cat. I don't have my cat trained.
Maybe.
You can train a cat.
Certainly one of the top 2, 3. Amazing at those things. But he was also very ruthless. He was a very ruthless person who spent a long time excising and excommunicating all of the most interesting people in politics from the right wing. He did it for a decade. Everybody knows it. Nobody said it because it's not polite in the aftermath of his death.
Charlie gave a platform.
Let me finish. He gave a platform to lily-livered, centrist, weak frauds, faggots, and prostitutes, and drag queens. What he also did at that same time, and anybody in power, what he also did at that same time was systematically extinguish the light of anybody who could not be controlled. And I'm one of them, and I'm going to tell you what happened. When you hear rumors about sexual impropriety about me now, most people are like, yeah, probably true. There's a reason for that. Charlie. When I was at the height of my fame, the height of my popularity, Charlie made up a rumor that I was having sex with children on campuses, underage boys on college campuses, and I was selling them drugs. And he did that because there was no other way they could seize a monopoly on college campuses because I was just so totally dominant. And they didn't have anybody in the influencer line because at that time, Charlie was a really shitty speaker. He got a lot better towards the end. I think he got a lot better man towards the end, honestly. I think having kids really changed him.
I could, you know what? He could probably be trained to use the toilet. I had one that did randomly, though. Like, she was weird about it.
If I'm honest. But at that time, very ruthless person. And they had nobody that could go up against me. He made up that lie. He forced every Turning Point chapter, and everybody has heard 20 instances where Turning Point has cancelled somebody. Everybody knows.
All right. Then, I mean, he went on a roll. And I'm glad that I have clips here.
It's the Queen.
Oh, here it is.
I'm always a couple of days behind watching on the show because pictures of his children every 2 days. One of the most distinctive things about the right wing in this country is its homosexual overtones. Benny Johnson posts pictures of his children every 2 days. It's weird. And everybody knows what went on with Benny Johnson in those lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows.
Anybody getting some Don Jr. vibes? You know what I'm talking about? Like, we don't do that. All right, sorry, my cat is really being annoying. If you directly use negative reinforcement on a cat, the cat will grow to spite you. I try not to use negative reinforcement on him. This is just what we do. This is how he plays. Actually, he likes to do this, where you put your sleeve up like this, and then you go like this. See? Oh, you got a thread. This is probably not the grr, kitty, grr, kitty. That's how that's what we play. We're just like grr, purr kitty, grr kitty. Being sweet. All right. Where are you going? Nick Fuentes is on the rise. This is how the world ends. I mean, with every rise comes a fall, though. And I think his isn't like he doesn't have longevity built in. Like there's no unless the Ellisons do take over all the media sphere, and then CBS gives him a show or some shit. No. Because yeah, I mean, I know that like streaming and live streaming has all of that and like a bigger audience in general. You could argue there is like legitimacy there. There's also like the whole being carried by other press outlets, and right now, as it stands, I do think that it's going to end up shifting. Plus, the edgelord stuff only works so much, Okay. First off, take these off so he stops. Hey, we're done with that. Come on. Whoa, whoa. Get away from there. All right, so negative reinforcement doesn't work. Is the kitty eating comics? He's trying. So what he's doing is, you see how it's got like that little hole like on that red box there. So like he keeps putting his paw in and he's going like, yeah. Okay, my old ass is burnt out for the evening. Until next time, stay safe. Hell yeah, dude. Thanks for hanging tonight, T-Bone. I really appreciate that. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. MR had so much fun with this. I'll watch a few clips of it. Because unfortunately, my little Twitter feed doesn't do enough justice. So
on with this. He is correct.
Yes.
I want to make that clear. That's what we're doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yes, the more...
Insider reported that he asked him about Qatar's influence.
Suing her, I believe.
And she seems to be the only person on the right that is insistent about this conspiracy theory in a way that where
Candace.
it's like, sometimes
There we go.
it's like
I was
you
like,
see,
I needed to be able to add
I feel like Charlie
context.
Kirk
I
was
couldn't
doing
really
a bit of a
remember.
character. Even Ben Shapiro plays it up because they're so cynical. She's genuinely insane.
Yep.
Rogan believes it, by the way.
Oh, Rogan does?
Oh, there's I'll tell you something. There is a lot of people
A piece of masking tape?
who believe what Candace owns. There's a lot of people.
We have an understanding that if I can go like psst, psst, then usually he'll give me a look and it'll be defiant and he'll this is how much of a personality he has though, because he'll do the thing where he's just like, you mean don't do this? It's just like, yes. It's like, okay.
Because she's onto something.
But okay, fair enough. In right-wing media, it feels like this is her flag that she's planted.
Overall, he's a really good
Oh, it's been helping her numbers significantly.
And it's clear why PBD would want her to focus on that instead of the infighting on the right.
Here we go.
Dude, I got a zit right on the top of my head.
The Macron story. Tom, what is that? Does that have to do with the story or?
No, I was just
okay. So
I hate when you get like a rogue zit on the top of your head, like
go with
especially
the Macron
near like
story.
a point where your hair
So with
kind
the
of
Macron
pulls.
story,
Oh.
there's a part of it that you're interested in the Macron story, right? Where it's like, I want to know. Okay, let's keep going. I want to know what's going on, how this thing's going to end.
You guys are really interested in this Macron thing.
But the turning point.
Why? You understand that this is extremely like why we call it transphobic is because that's all that you care about. Like what? This wouldn't even be a thing if you just went, okay, what if she was trans?
USA guys,
I thought that we really didn't care because France is
I don't
France.
know if you really, you realize like, without TPUSA, Trump doesn't win. I don't know if people are like thinking about it that way. Forget about all this feud and oh my God and what's going on and I think I'm on her side, I'm on their side. It's time she's this, she's a Scotch. Set all that stuff aside. If there's no turning point USA, Trump does not win in 2024.
Yep.
Perfect. If I'm the Democrats, if I'm Qatar.
Who is the dude that was dropped from Breaking Points?
If I'm...
Who got dropped from Breaking Points? Was this recently?
Anybody that wants Democrats back in Dude, I have to dismantle Turning Point
Rats
USA.
jumping ship everywhere. I'm telling you, because like, as much as the media right now are trying to make this to where it's just like there's no hope if you're a leftist, no hope at all. Meanwhile, we're winning court cases, elections, and just overall, there are so many Republicans that are even seeing the writing on the wall where they're like, nah, dude, we're done with this. We're done just being freaking sycophantic assholes for you.
And she's helping in that process.
Word of the day. I've repeated that so much.
So
Can you pause it for a
now
sec?
what?
So
Omelette
I just
du
am trying
fromage.
to like put little just
Omelette
breadcrumbs
du
here,
fromage.
'cause we mentioned this in the
Omelette du
Tim
fromage.
Pool segment last week about his meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu and then
You know who I feel bad for? The people who don't understand that reference. That is a Dexter's Laboratory.
in that meeting, I think it was Jewish Insider reported that he asked him about Qatar's influence on the internet space and how it's making essentially kids into radicals against Israel is the thrust of it.
Buying creators, I mean, is the implication.
There's just something to note.
He can't put in his password. Things set to self-destruct. It's just like, please say your password again. Omelette du fromage. That is the incorrect password.
About the focus on Qatar when it comes up completely in a way that makes very little sense when the subject of Israel comes up. And I just think people should flag that when they see some of these creators bring it up out of nowhere, because that's a Zionist talking point.
But what's happening also right now is Tucker Carlson went to Qatar and interviewed,
my favorite,
I don't know what Qatari
The Prime
official,
Minister, I
the
think.
Prime Minister.
Yeah.
And so this is all part of this like Interacine war. I'm not
Right.
pronouncing that correctly. And what I love, Patrick Bet-David, it's like this guy's giving a lot of advice to people. He is in Manect mode.
Right.
But he's doing it for free. And apparently that's because Candace Owens is not calling Manect to find out what she should be doing.
Dial M for
in
monkey.
this situation.
Sorry.
And so he's saying,
with Dexter.
don't do the TPUSA thing. Now, I want to say this. If he thinks that people who want Republicans to lose in 2026 and 2028 are cheering on what's going on with this, he is correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to make that clear. That's what we're doing right now. Because, yes, the more disoriented the right is, the more incohesive it is, if that's a word.
Incoherent.
Incoherent.
Well, incoherent, but non-cohesive.
Okay.
I see what you're saying.
The better for society.
So that was actually a good mix of like if he created that word, good mix of the use of the words.
With this sage advice.
Democrats back in.
I saw at Dexter's Lab in Hindi, the voice actors weren't bad. Really?
Dude, I have to dismantle Turning Point USA.
I still do that. I used to be able to
And she's
do a
helping
pretty
in that
dead
process.
on Dexter. No,
So-
I can't.
Now, whether she's coming from a place of, she's doing it because she's getting eyeballs. She's doing it because a dream she had with Charlie, and Charlie told her this. Whether it's because she's funded, whether it's because that's exactly what she believes.
Hey, kids. I can do a dead on Dexter's dad, though.
I don't care what those reasons are.
Me and your mother, we're going down. We're going to go check down in the basement.
Body has-
We've never actually been down there. What do you say, Dex?
Their own reasons for doing some things, and sometimes
Nah,
it doesn't
never
make
mind.
sense to you,
Not
and
that
then it takes 10, 20 years to really learn the motive. It took us 4 years to realize what happened.
Man, my impression range changed so much from like when I was in my 20s to like now.
With the pipe bomber, right? The 4 or 5 years to realize.
5 years, yeah.
Yeah, to realize what's going on with the pipe bomber. We may not know what's going on here for a long time, but what we do know is
Shrek in Spanish is said to be better than the original. Really good. I'll check that out.
the following. Turning Point USA falls. Someone is replacing those kids being fed, and then who is that? Name me the second
Wait, is it still
biggest turning point?
even in Spanish? Just like hola, me llamo Boots in Boots.
USA organization that you trust.
Oh my God, did Antonio Banderas do his own voice acting? If he did, then I am so down.
Name me who you trust above Turning Point USA, where the guy Charlie Kirk put it together. then we have to make one of two things. Either Charlie Kirk was such a horrible leader that he picked people the wrong way, then we're questioning his character. Because
or is it Gato and Butze? Or what's Boots? I don't know Boots.
Judged for who you choose. Okay, and so
oh yeah, it's just
Candace's argument is
well, no, I mean,
point you say is that bad, then that's questioning his character and his wherewithal to pick the right leadership team on what to do with the company. Okay,
Botas. I kind of knew that. So Gato and Botas?
Yeah.
Or Botas and Gato?
Yes.
No, because that would mean the boots are in the cat.
Yes. We're actually the Charlie defenders here.
Yeah, that seems
Hold on, I think I got
like
this.
a little bit. Why are they pretending like all of the decisions about
El
TPUSA
Gato and Escina Piscina.
were made in Charlie's interests?
Well,
that seems to be very motivated reasoning. To say that beyond the grade he would have approved of all of these things.
Well, apparently, I mean...
also, the people he hired around him, I think, is the implication. That why would Charlie... Like, because Candace is literally saying, like, his chief of staff is doing suspicious stuff immediately after Charlie.
The cat's in the swimming pool.
So
At least I think that's what it means. I may have gotten that wrong my entire life and just thought that was hilarious.
Charlie, if you say that those people are suspicious, you're actually questioning Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk is the one who
You're
hired
not
them.
just questioning Charlie Kirk. You're questioning his
Flintstone's just sitting there slapping her head like, no.
character
Yeah.
as a person.
Judgment.
As a person.
Wow.
So he is actually better friends with Charlie Kirk than Candace Owens is what he's saying.
I just remember my Spanish teacher being so awesome because they were the very first thing I ever learned in Spanish was he comes in and he's just like, so I'm going to teach you the one thing. If you take one thing from my class, it's this. And if you're ever in Spain or in Mexico or in any Spanish speaking territories, ¿Dónde está el baño? And he's like, and then for the ladies, ¿Dónde está la baña? Now repeat that again. Okay, today's lesson has been the most important lesson that you could ever need.
Fascinating.
It's just like, sure shit. I was in Puerto Vallarta, and yeah.
Is there any more to
No,
this?
that's probably good.
Yeah, that's about as good as it gets.
Although they looked at me like, bathroom, it's just like, I was lied to.
Here. But there's another strand. So you'll notice that PBD.
There's nothing worse than going to a foreign country. This happened to me in France where I tried to speak French and they were just like, just speak English. Your French is shit.
Taking the
It's just like, oh, God.
same tact that Tim.
I had a cab driver for real do that where he was just like, no French, English. I'm like, yeah. He's just like,
Poole took, which is. This is destroying the, hurting the
English.
Republicans' chances in the midterms.
No, Inglés is Spanish, dummy.
Which I think.
Wait a minute.
Okay, maybe. It's not helping it, probably. And Candace Owens shot back like, I don't care about the midterms. This is my friend I'm defending here.
Here, Candace. Righteous.
So PBD says this.
To be honest, French are assholes about the... Yeah, they are.
Then Milo Yiannopoulos goes on.
Yeah, because I was always lied to by like my French teacher, where she just said, because I took French in middle school and then I took Spanish in high school, and my French teacher, she was just, oh, as long as you try, they'll appreciate that you try. Bullshit.
Tim Pool show. Now, Yiannopoulos was just.
Yeah, I think that's the overall rule is when you try, most of the time they'll be respectful, but yes. For some reason, French.
It's on another show.
A guy reacting to a. Wait. I'm in my fun. Oh, dude, this is a fun half. But yes, I do react content.
What show was that we?
Tucker?
Oh my God! Yes, we're reacting to Majority Report, reacting to Tim Pool.
Was it with Tucker?
Which at least I have a Tim Pool
he
puppet.
Claimed that
Well,
maybe
Tim
Charlie Kirk.
It's Tim Pepper. But I love Tim Pool. Tim Pool's my favorite. Do you love Tim Pool too? I love how he skateboards. I love how he plays the Magic the Gathering. He only plays the banned racist cards too. I think that's amazing. Oh, and did I mention that he's a skateboarder? Kickflip.
Was gay.
That was also on Tim.
Okay. He did this on Tim Pool's show. He said that
Fun half reacting to Fun half. I like his hat.
that he thought that Charlie Kirk was gay.
I'm part of. Wait, I'm doing the Tim Pepper without it. I'm part of the Beanie Club. At least, yeah. You know how Steven Crowder, he's got the Mug Club. I'm part of the Beanie Club. I just happen to be stuck with this asshole. So hence Tim Pepper. But one of these days, I'll be honorary Tim Pool puppet, and it will be glorious. Kickflip.
I would just say, look at the text that he sent to Candace Owens about Nicki Minaj.
And what that, I think, is what he said.
Can I react to your book my father published related to this?
Is that he was talking about?
Because I was like, I saw the text. I'm like, wait a second.
They were girls.
How long is the book? Is it a flip book? Does it have? Is there lots of pictures?
Like that is not what a straight man would text. Now,
ooh, self-burn. Those are rare.
And then on Tim Pool, this is what
we must save Tim Pepper.
This is what Milo Yiannopoulos decides to go all in. Earlier in this, he mentions that Charlie Kirk was gay. George Santos.
I mean,
on this,
I don't really want to. Somebody else in chat. You see this over on Twitch? Can you do me a favor?
He can't believe that Milo Yiannopoulos is saying this. And then Milo Yiannopoulos also says,
someone out there has an assignment. Now, whomever it be,
repeats the
who wants a special sticker?
The claim that Benny Johnson is gay. Now,
oh, come on.
There has been a lot of people who have made this claim on the internet, on X. And so it's not terribly shocking to hear Yiannopoulos say this, but here he is getting indignant about it.
One of the most distinctive things about the right wing in this country is its homosexual overtones. Benny Johnson posts pictures of his children every 2 days. It's weird. And everybody knows what went on with Benny Johnson in those lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Pause it for a second.
Younger men.
SAS is student action.
Just looking
something.
up in
it's like a right
over in Twitch.
It's a
Somebody posted a
TPUSA
book.
event.
Check it out.
I do like
Student
how
Action Summit. Now go back a little bit here. Because
Santos is trying to act above it because he can't make any enemies right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
He's
see.
like, I don't know what you're talking
I thought that was pretty funny
about."
too.
It's gotta be like Andy Cohen.
I know. I know you were fun when you were messy. Now you're just like there.
Lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Men, younger men, not underage. At least I don't know that. His wife was crying drunk in the lobby 3 SASs in a row about how her husband was upstairs with boys.
Come on.
But go ask her.
Come on.
Go ask her.
Come on, Milo.
Go ask her.
Milo, aren't you ever scared of getting sued? You say I'm sitting here like I am humbled by the lore and your ability.
The audacity.
There's no teapots in this room right now to express how I feel.
George, I have said these things about people for 20 years and never once in my career been sued. I've issued 3 corrections in my entire journalistic career because I get my facts right and people know that they do not want to go through discovery.
Actually, I want to say this.
I've never been sued for anything I've ever said about anyone.
The one thing I need to say this.
You almost shut down the stream last time you did that.
The most terrifying thing about Milo.
Lay down.
No one contradicted it. It seems like.
Sorry, I just realized something. I missed my Bloodstone. Hi. I have nothing else, so I'm just gonna kickflip out. Kickflip.
Now
Tim Pool moved on, and then George
cat.
Santos was like, "Are you worried about getting sued?"
Now this is in response.
Typical distracted by pussy.
Let's
okay, low hanging fruit.
show the Benny Johnson. Then
I'm not proud of it. But man's got to eat.
Well, his wife, Kate, I guess is her name, tweets
So about the book.
out something that implies she's going to sue Milo Yiannopoulos. I mean, this is like, I can't, it's so gossipy and stupid. But the fact of the matter is that like Benny Johnson was important enough.
The first time I've ever seen it. But jeez. All right.
For the Russians to pay.
I don't know why that got me, but it did.
Him hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I think it's the multiple cheese, and then you spell it like cheeses.
To,
All right.
as well as Tim Pool and whatnot.
He's a mouthpiece for Trump.
A mouthpiece for Trump. And so,
Does my show always make sense? No.
No, this is going to be relevant on some.
That's fucking funny. Dude, seriously, I am totally going to. But cheese. I love it.
Any time they're spending on this, it's times that they're not doing bad things.
Texting my wife right now. A bad joke.
Exactly.
Just so I'm gonna text her like, I need a bad joke though.
So here's Benny Johnson
I love this
responding after his
yeah,
wife.
me too.
He says, "I am duty bound to take action."
What a masculine
no pun
man.
intended.
Duty.
Here's what's so weird about this. Incidentally, there's a great study that shows like all that we'll talk about this piece more in the future, but that the
all right. Somebody give me one of your funny but bad dad jokes. I need new material here because usually I would go to like the why is there no gambling in Africa? Too many cheetahs. Now, if you have like just more of a factual thing or like a one of those that's just like real quick, be appreciated.
Additional the trad wife stuff that's going on.
You got dad jokes? Let's go.
Like men want like gender roles to be protected. Actually inhibits the number of children that people have because women don't want to be stuck with.
All right, so Natch and Etch, you guys are simultaneously contributing to a funny thing that I'm going to send to my wife because I'm going to send her the dad joke and then badunk cheese.
Having to do all the work for kids, broadly speaking, and when
you're rationally excited to do this,
traditional male,
yes.
This is what a real man does. The majority of women are like, that just
There we
sounds
go.
like you don't want to do any of the work around the house. You're just
heard
leave
about
it to
quiet.
me. So bye.
It's like normal tennis,
Anyway,
but
so
without
here's
the racket.
Benny Johnson. I am duty bound. I got news for you. I can't think of something more performative than the idea that I am duty bound. Like it's you're going after my family. I'm going to mess with you, but because I don't like it. Not because I am duty bound to pretend I am a actual husband.
Right. This role that has been assigned to me is one that I must play for you on the internet.
I'm obligated now because of the.
Yes, I am obligated by the. Okay, so I am duty bound to take action to protect my family against those who maliciously defame and attack us. More to come on that. Now he's saying us because I think Milo also said that his wife was a swinger or something.
No joke. All right, so I just typed it like, have you heard about the quiet tennis? And then I put like a nice little space, and then it's like normal tennis, but without the racket.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if that's. I think that's more of an opinion. So attack us. More to come on that soon. Pray for
why do bees have sticky hair? They use honeycombs.
Healing for some really sick and delusional people. Jesus is about redemption.
I give that popsicle stick like that. Like if I was working at the popsicle stick company and we were kind of having like a rough day, I'd just be like, do it.
The legal system is about justice. Happy Sunday.
He didn't
say
say which part of that was defamatory. Just throwing that out there. It could have been.
Well, more to
anything.
come, Emma.
More to come. I can't wait.
And here is Milo responding to them. Dear free speech.
All right. So this is the part that I was waiting for him to get to. This is incredible. Today, I was laughing so hard at
Warrior
this.
Warrior Benny. Dear Kate. A few notes for your consideration. I know more about defamation than any lawyer you will hire. Benny is a public figure. Malice is a non-starter. I have receipts, and the truth is a total defense against any claim of defamation or libel. Do you want to lose a defamation case to Milo.
Milo is such a C word. He really is.
Yiannopoulos of all,
he is.
all people.
He's such a thorn in everybody's side. Like,
But whether
who likes him? That's my biggest question, is who actually genuinely likes this guy? Nobody seems to be like a big fan of this dude.
or not you are gay, do you want to even fight one? The people who have poured money into making you a big deal are about to lose their entire investment. Now, here's the thing, is that Milo Yiannopoulos on an earlier trip to Tim Pool said at one point, right-wing talkers, it's all about faking it until you make it.
Yeah, fake it till you make it. Yep.
And he...
Yeah, hence what's her face from that Oklahoma thing, which I called it. She's already fallen off. She didn't get the traction. Piers Morgan got another booking in Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes actually, ironically, might have saved us from something possibly worse. Who knows?
Imply...
No, that's too much. That's being too fair.
If not explicitly said, that there was a lot of like fake viewership.
Oh my God.
For Ben Shapiro.
He's being very loud.
Now we know.
Milo Yiannopoulos said that?
Yes, this was the last time he was on Tim Pool. And we know that Ben Shapiro spent millions of dollars advertising on Facebook. I think that was about 5 years ago. And now
he's like, that was my foot, Dad.
Oh, his audience is cratering. And it may be the case that that was always just sort of like there was a mythical audience.
The money.
Look at them judgy eyes tonight.
Mirage.
Here.
But the Daily Wire just doesn't have the resources that it maybe used to, because
Again,
they
Bloodstone,
spend
thank you for
all
your
of their money on,
contribution
those
tonight. I appreciate that.
children's TV shows. And Lady Ballers was actually successful
was
for
their
them,
most,
right?
yeah.
It was the children's programming that sunk them. That yeah, it turns out kids want to watch like Bluey and Miss Rachel and not whatever bespoke conservative propaganda
Whitey.
your parents subscribe to.
The people
Wait, Bob the Builder's still not in? Or isn't in? Like,
who have
really?
poured money
Bob the Builder was awesome because he could fix it.
into making you a big deal.
I remember getting really. This is no joke. So my brother, he had to be like maybe 3 or 4 years old. My dad, he like, it was one of those times that you could tell that they were desperate for a babysitter. So they just were like, "Can you please watch him?" As my dad's leaving, he's like, "Listen, just try not to get high like when he's awake." I'm like, "Okay." Yeah, that wasn't happening because he was kind of annoying. So, you know, I just went out for a little garage snack, you know, looking for some like Capri Suns for my brother. But so I come back and he does the like telltale, just, "You smell funny." It's like, "Oh yeah, there was something in the garage. I don't know, man." And he's like, "Okay." I'm like, "What do you want to watch?" He's like, "Caillou." I'm like, "Anything but Caillou." I remember having this argument with him because, dude, Caillou sucks. Caillou sucks just mad. He is, the worst. So I gave him a choice where I was just like, you could either watch Dora or Bob the Builder. Bob the Builder was the choice. So we're sitting there watching Bob the Builder, and we get to like the 4th episode or so, and it hits the intro, and it's just like, "Bob the Builder, can we fix it?" And then there I am, my high ass going, "Bob the Builder, yes we can."
You are about to lose their entire investment.
Dude, for what it's worth, my brother, he's got some good memories with me. So
I know more about your marriage than you think I do.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Okay, yeah, this is where it gets really dirt. Like, it gets...
God.
And I have
Yeah.
evidence. And I have...
Dude, Benny Johnson, oh boy, he's in a pretty rough position with this.
Witnesses.
Wow.
I know who
don't
to
attack
subpoena.
him.
I know what questions to ask.
What was that?
About nocturnal liaison dangereuse.
Play that back.
Are you ghostwriting for him?
Dangerous. Is it liaison dangerous? With chaps, assless chaps about being caught in flagrant delicto at conferences attended by students, some of whom may have been.
Wait, the Oklahoma girl got more traction recently. A teacher at the school told their students if they attend the school protesting against the TA being put on leave for this, and a student asked if they could counter protests and get an excused absence as well. They were told yes, as long as it's organized on campus, and apparently that was enough for them to get that teacher put on leave too.
And under 18, I guess we'll find.
Okay, I mean, whatever, man. If colleges want to play this game of just like fucking willy-nilly, again, this is where the liberals need to fucking man the fuck up. They need to get some. They need to get some balls. All right, I'm in a pickle here. All right.
No.
Wow.
We're done.
It was a student action
Walking away from that one.
summit.
Wow.
They need to push back harder.
Nobody cares about
They
you,
need to
Kate.
step up. Thank
I'll
you.
say this. It was shitty of me to say you look old. I am a shitty person. I'll delete that if you want and apologize. It doesn't make me feel awesome to look back at those tweets. But you do look old.
Oh my god. You know what's really funny? Remember when I kind of made a comment about Benny Johnson's wife?
You look hideous. You look.
Oh, I kind of remember. Like it was on the tweet where he was just like, "I have never been, or there has never been a luckier man than me, or like there's never been a luckier man." And I was just like, "Gee, that's what it looks like your wife is."
Look twice your age.
It's like, that's your wife
Apparently you
too, or
agree
I don't
because
know,
you
whatever.
just took the video down
I'll
that I
find
took
it.
a screenshot from
Oh
today.
my god, so he'll delete the tweet calling her old, but just so you know, you look old and hideous and twice your age.
It makes me a C word to call you old looking, but it's not something you can sue over in America. If you're raw about people saying you're a swinger, maybe don't be a swinger, girl. Strange how rumors just take on a life of their own, especially given how notoriously.
Ever watch Breaking Points? I like that they have conservatives and liberals that don't hate each other. Also, drop site news. Yeah, I love drop site. Jeremy Scahill is actually like one of my favorite reporters ever.
Brutish nurses are.
This is literally a storyline on Real Housewives.
That guy was so like the way he was embedded in Iraq. I can actually kind of credit his reporting with a lot of my my shift
Salt Lake City.
in politics.
Discovery will destroy your career.
On top of two friends dying in an IED explosion.
Beyond any possibility of redemption, Benny, which has never been my intention and never in my heart, because I believe that family
No, and I'm big at. I also do a lot of Breaking Point segments here too.
is making you a better man.
This just happened to be like I'm in my fun half right now. So if you don't know, Majority Report, this program that we're watching right now, they have a fun half. So I kind of do the same thing where I just like to, except my fun half is I do a little, bit of a extracurricular thing off camera there, and then, we just have fun.
As I think it did.
I don't focus too much on the politics. Tonight is, one of those nights where we got some extra politics, but it's also hilarious.
Charlie Kirk. But this will
1.21 gigawatts
be the inevitable
1.21 gigawatts
result of
what the hell is a gigawatt?
Of your actions.
And then you find out that it's a gigawatt.
I want you to be honest because I believe that it's important and I believe that it is in the public interest to report on people who present one way and act another. There's an easy way out of this, honestly.
Oh shit, thanks,
just
Felix.
Tell your viewers who you are.
Yeah, let loose and stay sane in this world. Hell yeah.
Who you
Hear
are
that.
and what you've done and how you
No,
got
seriously, thanks for subbing.
better.
Appreciate that.
If you have. You could be an inspiration to millions.
Robin
Tell you what,
Forgiblets.
I'll pledge to you right now.
Maybe a gigawatt is more than a gigawatt.
I'll cover the first $10,000 of your therapy with Dr.
Google search.
Nicolosi.
Give me 1 second.
That must be the doctor that that converted Milo.
Made him so not gay anymore.
Made him not gay
Oh, it's actually a
anymore.
thing. Wait, a gigawatt and a gigawatt is wait. Oh, wait a minute. It highlights the common confusion between gigawatt, unit of power, and a gigawatt. Oh, and a unit of energy. Or wait, I have that backwards. Gigawatt, gigawatt. There we go.
Where is it?
Dr. Joseph Nicolosi.
Mom! Mom! Mom!
Mom!
Why did you do that to me?
That is a clip from.
All right, they should have used the one where it's the guy from oh my god, I forgot. Here. I'm gonna just find it. Fuck it.
What did you come here for? What did you come down here for?
Where is it?
Tonight, all those people. Tell them, I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. I don't like men no more. I said I like women. Women. I said women. I'm not gay.
I forgot that it does the women. Fucking it. Sorry, I can only play the audio on this, but damn, my ears. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I didn't realize that was so loud. My bad. Oh, damn. Yeah, my volume was way up for that. Yeah, you never heard this? Yeah. Here. Wait, I think I can play this. Here, I'm gonna just do it. Fuck it.
I said women. I'm not.
Yeah. Here.
I said like men. Or I am delivered. I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. I don't like men no more.
I don't like men no more.
I said I like women. Women.
I fucking motorboats when he does it.
That women. I'm not gay.
No, this is not Key and Peele. It's not. I know. Oh, you guys, I'm so glad that I get to show this to some of you. This is one of my favorite clips from like
I would not
time ago.
Date a man.
This used to be an inside joke on the bonfire where like they would just constantly be like, Hey, Dan, I just got one thing to say. I'm not gay no more. I like women.
I would not carry a purse. I would not put on makeup.
I like women who put on makeup.
I will love a woman.
God damn. I love watching these clips with you guys because this takes me back. Oh my god. Yes, he's still very gay. Yeah, what's with the bow tie? I mean, oh, dude. No, seriously, look. Look at what he does here. This was always one of my favorite parts.
Listen,
you little buddy. Oh, man. I am sorry. That, God. Didn't mean to derail this segment, but God, that's funny.
Interview with somebody who'd gone through the therapy and was showing how he got rid of his gayness by taking
again the way he
a tennis racket,
inspirational,
smacking a couch.
Wait, he was on an episode of Nick Cannon's Wild and Out trying to convince people. Wait, still trying to convince himself? No.
That was back.
That could be
for real.
You, Benny.
That could be you.
How did I miss that?
Inspiration to all of us.
So I will cover the first 10,000 of your therapy with Dr. Nicolosi. Now, I wonder if that means that Milo's saying he needs a lot of
fact. Oh my God, I need to watch this. All right, I'm gonna
therapy, or whether Dr. Nicolosi is very, very, very expensive treatment.
I saw on Wikipedia, yeah, he's the leading conversion therapy guy in the United States, the Piers.
Kate's
ravenous... it's Mr. Yeah, his name was Mr. Delivered. I've been delivered. Yeah, okay, so Mr. Delivered on Wild and Out. Okay.
Mossy Bank.
Oh my God.
We'll have to
We're doing that on Twitch.
Of itself.
Or was.
Oh wait, no, it's Paramount. Damn it.
Oh my gosh, put this back up there. I know what that means. So with Dr. Nicolosi,
I might have to do an audio clip on it.
Kate's ravenous mossy bank will have to take care of its.
No.
Self.
Her ravenous moss.
I think
you know what he's talking.
I know what that means.
Mossy in
I have
British
no idea.
slang.
He's calling her. No way.
Old fashioned, dull or slow. Okay.
All right, guys. I hate to say this, but fucking Milo, he made me laugh with this one. That is so gross. No, it's so gross, but at the same time, that's choice of words right there.
Wonder if that's a euphemism for...
I kinda get what he's saying.
He said she's old. That's what I'm saying. Mossy, and then the bank is her genitalia.
That's what I thought. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And so he's basically saying, like, she's not getting any conversion therapy for being a swinger. That's what he's saying there. Or...
Calgore, Nick Fuentes might be gayer than Milo. I can agree on that. Dude, I also realized halfway through that interview that Nick Fuentes talks like Popeye. Yeah, I'm Nick Fuentes.
Both spend millions, and I
am who I am, then I am who I'll be.
I'll win. Is that really what you want?
Loyal.
Yours in Christ or kisses?
I'm more of a Pete guy myself.
I guess that depends on what day of the week it is. Your
no, don't ruin Popeye.
Friend Milo.
Sorry.
He said country with the K, and he says he's prayed the gay away, Milo Yiannopoulos,
Whoops.
or are we still...
I think that's kind of...
Good luck on seeing it now.
Like it's just a premise for a bit at this point.
It's
I'm not
gotta
gonna be able
right?
to.
It sort of always has been. Like, you remember when he said
Pepper
his,
the
like,
Sailor Man.
What did he have,
Yeah.
like, gay black
Yeah.
fiance, but now that's his, like, live-in servant or something like that.
No, wait a
It's
second.
all performance.
This
art.
is not over yet because we still have one more tweet that
When did we stop boxing like this? Yeah, put them up. Come on, put up the Dukes. Put up the Dukes.
has jumped into
Round
the
and
fray,
around we go.
and of course, we're talking about Laura Loomer.
Yes.
This is number 13. This is Laura Loomer, who is responding
35 going on 60.
to Milo, who said on Tim Pool that Charlie Kirk was gay.
And that video's at the bottom of this tweet if you want to check.
Well, let's play that clip. Yeah.
Entered into the record here.
So I listen. We try not to do these gossipy things, but these are all big political voices in the Republican Party. This is, in many respects, the brain trust. And Laura Loomer is, of course, one of Donald Trump's top advisors.
Milo's MTG's.
TPUSA was one of the biggest.
Is she still though?
Operators of the Get Out.
I don't know, because I kind of feel like she might have been pushed out of the inner circle of the White House. I know I saw her at that 20s party, but
vote for.
I haven't really seen her around the White House anymore.
And here is Milo Yiannopoulos on Tim Pool's show, making claims about Charlie Kirk.
I'm always a couple of days behind watching on the show because I've got stuff going on. But somebody tweeted today that Candace said that
Wait, somebody just sent me a text. Weird Al performed Rage Against the Machine. And he didn't actually do like a parody song. He actually just sang Rage Against the Machine.
Believed that they were about to get a divorce. I think he was gay. I think he was gay.
Yeah, because he just sent me a meme, or not even a meme. He just sent me this. He said, when Weird Al performs Rage Against the Machine without a shred of irony or comedy, you know shit's getting real. Yeah, here.
And come on, you know that you do know that I've criticized.
Yeah. That's why I was like, what?
What? Like I'm sorry, Tim, but like, why?
Usually
would you
I can
even
ignore
go
that
there?
stuff, but that was one of the ones that got me where I was like, oh, what? No way.
No, the man's dead. You're calling now.
Yeah,
That's
weird by Weird
That's
Al
when people.
standards.
That's when people can tell the truth.
I'm always a couple of days behind
I'm
watching.
really enjoying George Santos being the responsible actor here. He's got to toe that line.
Yes.
Can't make any more enemies.
Like, do people remember that George Santos lied about so many things?
Yes.
Just,
Didn't he steal from a veteran whose dog he was trying to get
Stole
to?
from a dog charity.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A
and
dog.
that dog ended up dying.
Dog charity. This guy that wanted to help his sick
I
dog.
remember being
anyway.
sad about
Yeah,
that one.
But don't go there.
Yeah, I'm asking him.
So
don't call him gay. That's the worst thing you can say about somebody.
here is
The
Laura
downfall of the Republican
Loomer.
Party is a bunch of guys calling each other gay.
Yep.
Here is Laura Loomer striking back. Marjorie Trader
Killing in the name
Greene's
of.
intern and speechwriter Milo Yiannopoulos, who spends a lot of his time living inside the Rome, Georgia home of Marjorie Taylor Greene, went on Timcast
He was at Portugal the Man. Apparently, he went on stage and covered Killing in the Name of.
to say
Which also, Portugal the Man,
Charlie
hell yeah.
Kirk was about to divorce Erica Kirk before he died, and that Charlie was gay. Milo
Success.
also used the episode to say Candace cares more about Charlie than Erica Kirk cares about her own husband. Milo, who runs Marjorie Taylor Greene's social media and writes her speeches for her by his own admission, also claimed that Charlie hasn't been buried and could still
Whoa, I missed this part. Really?
even be alive. He claims that Charlie Kirk, I saw this, he claimed that Charlie Kirk has not been buried yet for whatever reason. I think he also implied that in that Instagram post that Erica Kirk did when she was saying, I love you.
The one that's saved on your phone?
That accidentally got saved on my phone? Yeah, that one. That wasn't Charlie Kirk's body.
You don't.
Because her hand was too large relative to his.
Might be time for another Candace Owens
Another anomaly.
I mean, look, I don't know what is true and what's not true anymore about anything.
I can't watch The Born Identity anymore without hearing the Moby song at the end, just going like, oh.
But getting back to this, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Candace Owens, and Tucker were all together this week at Tucker's Christmas party in Nashville, Tennessee.
Ooh, that had to be awkward.
Tucker Carlson also had Milo on his show this week to talk about homosexuality. Now, the same week Tucker had Milo on to talk about homosexuality, Milo's now calling Charlie gay.
Capitalized.
Tucker is still set to be the keynote speaker for the upcoming TPUSA AmFest.
Well, Charlie would have wanted that. I mean, I've seen texts about that stuff.
Yes.
It appears that
What
all
was the line from Eminem and Moby? You could get stoned by Obi.
the attacks on Charlie Kirk and
You're too old. Let go. Nobody listens to techno.
TPUSA were organized and plotted at Tucker's Christmas party this
Dude,
week. That doesn't sound like a fun party.
That's my favorite part about listening to Eminem when I was like, when he first started releasing albums, was just how fucking funny they were.
Again, Marjorie Taylor Greene should be pressed on why she allows Milo, a
I just remember it was like the Skibbity Bebop, and hitting them, or like, God, I gotta find the line. What was it?
pro-pedophilia comments.
Ski
to
like Sonny
work for
Bono and hitting them trees.
her and live with her. He is allegedly
like,
paid
Jesus
through
Christ.
Isaiah Wortman, who served
Yeah,
as
the
the
mushroom
campaign
song, that's what it
manager for
was.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, who now employs Marjorie Taylor Greene's daughter, Lauren, as I have previously reported.
Reported or tweeted?
Yeah, and reported. Well, she is a White House correspondent now. Nobody cares about. First of all, she hates Marjorie Taylor Greene. Laura Loomer does, obviously, because of her Zionism, and also because, she's standing with Trump on this.
Competing for daddy's attention.
No one cares that Milo Yiannopoulos is like working with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Why does she think that this is some sort of dig? The people on the right are probably like, hell yeah. Marjorie Taylor Greene might. I don't even. This is crazy to say. I don't fully believe it, but maybe with younger Republicans might have more.
Wait, whose tweet is he reading? Milo? Wasn't that Milo? Here. Yeah, it's Milo. Oh no, that was Laura Loomer. My bad.
White House
My bad. My
correspondent.
bad.
Nobody cares about. First of all, she hates Marjorie Taylor Greene. Laura Loomer does, obviously, because of her Zionism, and also because, she's standing with Trump on this.
Competing for daddy's attention.
Man, I think we're all getting that like little bit. Like I have just one little fucking zit on
No
my
one
head.
cares that Milo Yiannopoulos.
It's from I think it's from wearing my winter hat.
This is like working with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Why does she think that this is some sort of dig? The people on the right are probably like, hell yeah.
Hurts.
Marjorie Taylor Greene might. I don't even, this is crazy to say, I don't fully believe it, but maybe with younger Republicans might have more credibility right now than Trump himself. I mean, with the Epstein stuff and with the
Epstein
fact
stuff,
that she's anti-Israel,
stress.
If you're under 40 or under 30,
Stress sits. That's a thing.
35 and you're a Republican, who do you like more?
That would
Marjorie
be
Taylor
an
Greene?
interesting
Makes
poll
sense.
to see, actually.
I think that it's probably more MTG.
Especially after the day I
This
had.
is hilarious. And the thing is that they're all closeted. Not all of them. I shouldn't say that. But
Being
many
reported.
of them are
By
just
the way, it's being reported that they
able to come to terms with the fact that they
the mass reporting on this
are
for my mom's account being
homosexual
scam,
or maybe on some sort of spectrum, as we all are, and they take it out on people, or they like overcompensate by
They're saying that it got taken
reaffirming
down.
these like hierarchies and roles that they're supposed to fulfill.
That's what it means to be a mighty man of valor.
Right.
You know, in FUBAR, we wrote about that era's anti-gay Republicans. These gay Republicans, there was a couple.
I mean, for what it's worth, I would love to have the Wayback Machine from Facebook bring her account back, which I'm still going to appeal for. But realistically, I'm just glad that they can't use her name for malice.
That were like vehement homophobes. Larry Craig was not, I think, the most egregious. There was a guy named, I think it was Ed Schrock, who was vehement on the floor of the Congress, vehemently. And then, you know, his Grindr profile showed up, or whatever it was at that time, a website. And I think he's no longer in Congress. But it's sort of interesting with people like Benny Johnson's age, for instance. And again, I have no information that he is.
That'd be really cool if the Wayback Machine can bring that stuff back. I hope it can.
Gay.
I've heard things.
Specifically, the correspondence between me and her.
I've only, heard,
I can't believe they deleted
Milo
that.
Yiannopoulos, and who sounds like a credible narrator to this. But
thank God we didn't have too many pictures on there. But yeah,
it's interesting because, like, you see.
Does Wayback work like that? I don't know, and I don't think so. I think once the account is terminated, as far as like the or banned, I don't think they can.
Republicans,
we'll see though.
Do okay in that space, like Dave Rubin.
Like I said, it all kind of depends on my mom's husband, which
does now. Of course, he had some trouble when people found out that he was having a kid with his husband.
Yeah.
Or two kids for that matter. But one wonders why Benny Johnson couldn't come out of the closet if he were gay. I mean, aside from the fact that does his reporting rely on his machismo so much?
Yes, it does. It's not the machismo, but it's the idea that dude, he sells blatantly homophobic stuff. So yeah.
I think that I'm not trying to psychoanalyze people too much, but I do think that there's a level of you can have, so if you're on some sort of sexual spectrum and you still have some attraction to women, you can just deny and deny and deny those feelings until it becomes a big problem.
This whole persona.
Basically.
That's why the term used in like AIDS prevention is men who have sex with men, because
right.
that's
Benny tries to appeal to young men. Yeah, but that's where we're kind of like, well, yeah, there might be a reason for that.
It's really easy for guys apparently to just say, I'm not actually gay. That doesn't apply to me, even though I'm regularly having sex with men.
I remember
100%, yeah.
Stephen Crowder's ex-wife. You'll recall, she is a very Christian woman, and Stephen Crowder also, I think, projects being very Christian. She once had a tweet that was saying that she believes a lot of men who promote their Christianity so much and they're oppose as a father are gay.
Mm-hmm.
And who knows?
Well, again, there have been enough reports from separate people at at one specific TPUSA event where they were just like, no, we 100% saw Benny Johnson's wife in the lobby of the TPUSA event crying her eyes out, being very loud about the fact that Benny was upstairs with some young guys.
That's who she was talking about. But I can imagine,
I don't know, man. That story seems to kind of line up where you have multiple people coming out and they have absolutely no correspondence between them, prior.
A situation where it's not necessarily society.
The fuck happens at these conservative conferences? So to my knowledge, I don't think I've been to a conservative conference. But I used to work, again, I can't say too much about what I did, but there were times that I would have to go and work certain events, and
maybe
I can say that, like, billionaires and millionaires and shit like this shit's pretty common, man.
It's your family. Like, if your father's very overbearing.
You know how many, like, just wives of some really rich guys I've seen get hammered at the bar and cause scenes?
And like it was a wrestling coach or something like that, and was like, cause you.
Was I a spy?
Like lifting
No.
a lot of weights. You got to get
Well, I wouldn't tell you if I was.
really big because you've got to project. I'm like a man's man. Like
Everybody at least knows this much because I can tell you up to a certain point. I worked in an industry where I had to sign a bunch of NDAs. I'm still trying to get that cleared up. Wasn't really expecting to be a a internet personality, but
I got a gun right here.
that's what a spy would say. Checkmate.
My holster,
Yep.
because that's very manly.
Exactly.
I could see how like you're
Spy?
running from something in your head.
My eyelash.
That you're.
And when you run from something like that, you do a lot of work to make it so that
No, but at very least, I can say this much. I worked in an industry where I had to deal with a lot of rich people.
it's like as bulletproof as possible. So you try to project that onto other people, the standards that you are trying to tell yourself in your head over and over again that you have to stand by. Like, there's every incentive if you're on some sort of spectrum and you aren't fully gay. Some people may be, but if you are bisexual or in some way or on a sexuality spectrum, to be
Sexuality spectrum. I hate to say that she's using this term that I've just now learned.
heteronormative, and that
I thought
is even more.
I mean, I get
intense.
it. Sexuality could be a spectrum, especially pansexuality, bisexual. Like, I get it, but this is the first time I've heard it put into that term.
With men, and
How's
it's
the pepper
even
jar
more
turning
intense
out?
with right-wing men.
And also, you make a lot of content.
We're almost
with
there,
drag and drop
as
it
you can
on
see.
every one of your employees.
Yes,
You
the
see?
very heterosexual thing that
We're getting
Steven
more.
Crowder was
Thinking.
doing, pulling out his balls with his male employees and placing it on them all the time.
Oh,
Not waiting for all of them to sink, but I at least need half of them too.
Talking about Steven Crowder?
Yeah,
No, I was just saying, like,
Yeah, the pepper count's coming.
hypothetically, could-
It'll be before Christmas.
That would be an example
Of how it pours
that type
out.
of behavior.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
understand.
But now that we put it out there, I mean, that's a lot of major right-wing figures in media right now that have
I may have underestimated just exactly how much time peppers need to pickle.
at least had rumors about being into men.
That was my
you
bad.
or
Actually, no, that was AI's bad. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just admit it. I used Gemini to ask about that when I should have just looked at a freaking recipe, because when I found the recipe, it told me to wait like 2 months, and I was just like, oh, that makes a lot more sense.
or just behavior that might indicate it. You've got Steven Crowder, you got Benny Johnson, you got
Mike Johnson.
you
If
got.
you want to go in that.
Don't use AI when you are looking up recipes, like, at all. Trust me. Just trust me.
Yeah, there's some others.
Disproportionate, I think,
Oops.
is the
Yeah.
word.
Disproportionate.
Wherever there isn't a rape allegation, you're probably finding a closet.
Right, yeah.
The problem is many recipes are written by AI now. Yes, it does. It so does. Did you hear about the Thanksgiving? Like, there was a mass Thanksgiving thing that happened where there was specifically one recipe for like pumpkin pie that called for the wrong amount of, just like the wrong measurements of everything.
It's rapist.
It's either or.
And also, it called for the wrong time and temperature.
Okay, guys.
Yeah.
Well, we will.
Don't use AI for sewing patterns either. They are bad. I like how you reiterated that.
We will keep.
This isn't on the sheet if you're looking for it.
No, well, I mean, we're out of
Do this
time
tomorrow.
today.
Oh, man. Yeah. MR did such a good job with that one, where I'm glad that we got to have fun with him. All right. My favorite time. Oh. Have to relax for a second. I got nothing lined up, So we're gonna play some roulette. This is gonna be fun. That's a fun segment. Especially because I got the I'm not gay no more. Throwing it. Oh my god, I'm so I'm just gonna put that out there. We're gonna put that segment out there. With that in it. Why not? Alright, so I prefer sweet potato over wait. Can someone point me to an actual good pumpkin pie recipes? I prefer sweet potato over it. Yeah, same, actually. Yeah, man, the only good pumpkin pie I've really had is from this place called Baker Square. Used to be like one of those chain places. It was pretty good, though. God. Fuck it, I'm gonna do it one more time. Oh, this is so funny. Here, why don't you come up here?
Tell them, I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. I don't like men no more. I said I like women. Women. I said women. I'm not gay. I would not date a man. I would not carry a purse. I would not.
That part right there. I would not carry a purse.
Put on makeup. I will love a woman.
I will love a woman.
Listen, y'all praise God with him. Hold on.
I can't fucking stand it. No, this guy was like, he's as real as you get. This is back when YouTube was like this is seriously peak YouTube. Oh my god, that was funny. Like, yes, no, that was. All right, so canning method: pack prepared peppers into sterilized jar, cover with boiling brine. Yeah, see, I didn't use hot brine. I just used I did a cold brine, which I know is not like always recommended, but that's how I was taught by my grandma. I don't know, maybe my grandma was lazy and I just like maybe I was just used to like I don't know, I always liked the way they like her the pickles tasted because they always had more of a vinegary taste. Like, what can I say? I am who I am. Yeah. Uh-oh, don't want to go full Nick Fuentes. Tucker Carlson Qatar scandal? What?
This MAGA infighting that we're seeing, it's kind of become my favorite thing to watch other than Pluribus this year. Great series. Highly recommend.
What the fuck is
Remember
Pluribus?
yesterday with MAGA, you had just fighting on multiple fronts with Donald Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, Ted.
Why is it always rich people that seem to be watching these shows on like Apple Plus or whatever? Because it's like, oh wait, I just answered the question. Apple Plus. Just buying that.
Cruz, Laura Loomer, and others just kicking, punching, just grabbing fistfuls of hair. You know,
the thing is, I kind of want Apple Plus because they got the second season of Monarch, which, if you haven't seen Monarch, it's awesome.
We'll start with Trump and Green, or as he calls her, Brown. Because Marge, I mean, she's broken from Trump on several issues this year.
It's not bad if you just get 1 month and binge. Dude, that's the reason I have so many damn streaming services. I'm one of those guys. I have used a product that I am not sponsored by to make sure that I am not paying for all these streaming services. I think you know which one.
Happening with Israel and Gaza, the strikes on Iran, the Epstein files, the healthcare subsidies, and all of that has led to her next month resigning. And you have Trump calling who used to be his bravest soldier a traitor, among other things. And so yesterday she went on CBS's 60
Oh yeah, speaking of John Cena, last match on Saturday.
Minutes, and she shot back. Or with Marge saying that around the same time he invited the Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani, the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed Bonsan, the new Syrian president whom she called a former Al-Qaeda leader, to the White House. And so you had Green seeming to imply here that if anyone's a traitor...
I can't do his trumpets because apparently those are now in, they're litigating those.
It's not her.
Saying that that he stole his trumpet arrangement.
It's Trump.
For a song that's been seriously.
And then with that, you had her getting really serious about her own personal safety.
After President Trump called me a traitor, I got a pipe bomb threat on my house, and then I got several direct death threats on my son. The subject line for the direct death threats on my son was his words, Marjorie Trader Greene.
And Greene then later elaborated on X, saying, I sent these assassination threats
To be fair, man, once they start going after your kin,
on my son to President Trump, in which he responded,
we're down to old Western rule. I don't care if you go after me. What happened to her anyway? But I do care if you go after McKinn.
With harsh accusatory replies and zero sympathy. And doubting, I also sent these threats to Chief of Staff Susie Wiles and Deputy Chief
I'll give you 10 paces there, partner.
James Blair, and received no response. Nothing.
1, 2, 10.
It was shocking to be treated this way by top Republican Party leaders, considering everything I did to help elect their boss and the fact that I have paid all of my dues.
She's relatable because she wears Walmart granny clothes.
For $50,000 plus to the NR.
Yo, be nice. My wife just found a a very nice pajama set from Walmart that she happens to love, so you be nice.
RCC every
Ooh, a little bit of Macho Man.
single
Yeah, little bit of Western Macho Man. Down the plains. Yeah. Take a few steps back there, partner. I'll be coming for you. Maybe I'll shoot, maybe I won't. Yeah.
Congress, including this one, and have a 98% voting record.
Oops, I shot you. Too bad there, partner. Oh, yeah.
With President Trump and a 100% rating by conservative review. And then ask
Barkeep, yeah. Cup of coffee for the Macho Man, yeah. Little bit of cream, but make sure that it comes out hot, yeah. Know that the cream rises to the top, just like Macho Man did in this here shootout. Yeah.
Asking, what is required of me to be an American?
You know what? I like it.
American first representative. Must I stay until I am Charlie Kirk or my children
Oh,
murdered?
damn,
And
I
adding,
wasn't recording
Republicans
that.
need
Fuck.
to take a hard look in the mirror and ask themselves,
actually
are you
a
a
good bit.
mindless pawn taking orders or an elected representative serving your district and their views and needs? Saying a congressional Republican majority who takes orders from the White
I'm not criticizing Walmart clothes. I'm criticizing the people who fall for that from a millionaire. Oh, yeah.
and relinquishes all control to the executive
No time like the present to stick to your day job, Pep. Oh.
branch is not serving the will of their voters. And an
Yeah. Not liking that comment. Oh, no.
admin that only provides results
fuck?
through executive
Wait a minute. What the hell?
orders, only provides temporary policies to the American people. But then also with 60 Minutes, what a lot of people have grabbed onto is how she described Trump's conversation with her
You bummed me out there, partner.
about Epstein.
He was extremely angry at me that I had
All of a sudden, now I'm just the dude in the West. It's just like, the dude abides.
signed the discharge petition to release the files, and he was
Wait, I almost said that like Christopher Walken. You know what?
furious
No.
with me.
What did he say?
The dude abides.
He said that it was going to hurt people.
This
I
was
don't know what that means. I don't know
bad
who
casting.
they are.
With Green then claiming that he passed a crypto
What I'm
bill
here
to
for.
benefit his donors, attacked Iran to serve Israel's interests, and kept the COVID vaccines on the market to help Big Pharma. And then finally, she said that behind closed doors, Republican lawmakers talk much differently about Trump than they
Gee, Kirk, where were you during my frickin' Popeye impressions?
do in the public. And what they say,
You gotta voice an animated character with that Macho Man voice.
I watched many of my colleagues
I would love
go
to.
from making fun of him, making
Uh-huh.
fun of how he talks, making fun of me constantly for supporting him, to when he won the primary in 2024.
What was it, Bulldog Tannen?
They all started, excuse my language, Leslie, kissing his ass and decided to put on a MAGA hat for the first time.
One of my favorite Western scenes isn't even from a Western. It's like, it's from Bill and Ted, where he's just like, you gotta have a poker face. Like me. Whoa! 3 aces! You cheating us, Billy?
and so, you know, all of that, it goes out yesterday, and there were a lot of reactions, but some of
Cheating? Me?
the wildest ones maybe came from Donald Trump himself. He's saying on Truth Social, the only reason Marjorie Trader Brown Green turns brown under stress when bad is that she was jilted
All right, the fact that it's a bad joke, but then he does explain it. Like, I didn't realize that he did the little quotations where he's just like, hold on, you might not get the joke, so I'm going to explain it for you because you're all dum-dums. Green turns to brown because when the stress gets, when the grass is under stress, it turns from green to brown. Come on. I'm a grass guy. I've told you I love grass.
by the President of the United
Not that type, not the hippy-dippy type. Come on, guys.
States. Certainly
Don't
not the
quote
first
me
time
on it.
she has been jilted. Too much work, not enough time in her her ideas are now really bad. She sort of reminds me of a rotten apple. Marjorie is not America First or MAGA because nobody could have changed her views.
Mad Dog. That's right. Mad Dog. Mad Dog Tannen.
So fast, and her
That's
new views are those of a very dumb person. That was proven last night when washed-up Trump hate.
You would make the perfect voice for Hector Salamanca.
60 Minutes.
Wait, Hector Salamanca. That from Breaking Bad.
Correspondent Leslie Stahl, who still owes me an apology from when she attacked me on the
Buford.
show.
Buford Mad Dog Tannen. That's what it was.
Hunter Biden's
Buford.
laptop from hell was produced by Russia, not Hunter himself. Totally proven wrong. Interviewed a very poorly prepared traitor who, in her confusion, made many really stupid statements. But then adding my real problem with the show, however, wasn't the low IQ traitor. It was that the new ownership of 60 Minutes, Paramount, would allow a show like this to air. They are no better than the old ownership who just paid me millions of dollars for fake reporting about your favorite president, me, and saying since they bought it, 60 Minutes has actually gotten worse. Oh well, far worse things can happen. P.S. I hereby demand a complete and total apology, though far too late to be meaningful, from Leslie Stahl in 60 Minutes for her incorrect and libelous statements about
Oh my God, Grandpa, get off the fucking internet and TV and do your fucking job, you... Jesus Christ.
Hunter's laptop. I have no idea.
Like, this is how, like, just done I am with all this bullshit, is I'm actually just at that point where I'm like, can you just do your fucking job and be the president? Like, I mean...
Yeah, how anyone could think
that'd be great.
That man does not have all his facts.
Actually, if you could just, I don't know, do your fucking job as the president, yeah, that'd be great.
He's intact. Right, that's the main takeaway.
I have to work the weekend, yeah.
We
wait, that's not,
I'll get there.
Oh, wow. Hey, man. Did you know that actually anytime that I try to do an impression I don't know, I just turn into Owen Wilson? Oh, wow.
But like I said, this is a war on multiple fronts. And another one,
damn it. That's not even that great.
Up with a different interview.
Bad.
And that one was
all right.
Tucker
Impressions
Carlson
ain't hitting today.
Minister of Qatar. And that was a controversial one because, for context, Qatar.
If they ain't hitting with me, that means they're not hitting the mic.
Has long been accused of a laundry list of human rights abuses.
Wow.
Like things like women being subjected.
Wow. Hey. Oh. Wow.
To male guardianship laws, people being imprisoned for extramarital sex and gay sex, freedom of expression being non-existent, and modern day slavery. Because according to
if you could hydrate those raisins, or if you could rehydrate those raisins, that'd be great.
Watch, migrant workers make up almost the
Hey. You don't want to talk about grape on YouTube.
Entire
now that it means something completely different, and they just kind of did that thing where they infantilized something extremely serious, but hey, that wasn't going to have any long-term repercussions.
Population, and because of the way that the sponsorship works, their employers have disproportionate control over them. And so you saw things like before very recent reforms, they needed permission to even leave the country.
Dude, my niece told me, she was just like, yeah, one of my friends, she got in trouble because she said she wanted to unalive herself. I'm like, oh, God.
Still need permission to change jobs.
It's like, no, it actually did the thing.
Sometimes they even die. But when Tucker Carlson visited the capital city, Doha, yesterday, he had nothing but kind words for the PM.
This country is being denounced as a terror state, terror financing. One of the reasons I openly admire you despite much criticism and was grateful
infantilized grapes. What the fuck you want
to interview you today is because your country acts.
I'm on a topic that's all about keeping it so we can't make wine, because you can't make wine with infantilized grapes.
As a kind of neutral zone around the world.
And you then end up going on to paint Qatar as an innocent victim of Israeli
this man
who's just trying to get aid to the Palestinians and only hosting
just
Hamas
a grape
leaders
joke?
because Israel,
like a legit grape joke? Yes.
The U.S. asked for it. And notably, for the whole 20 minutes,
he good?
never asked a single
Did it age like a fine wine? It did.
Even remotely critical or challenging question to the prime minister. Instead, he treated him as a kind of subject matter expert on the region's politics, almost like
$2 Chuck over here.
He was interviewing a political science professor and not, a very controversial head of state. But then, at the end, Tucker revealed something about himself that caught the most attention online.
Personally, not to make it about me, but I have been criticized as being a tool of Qatar. And I just want to say what you already know, which is I've never taken anything from your country and don't plan to.
You're doing it right now, you bonehead.
I am, however.
Come on. How are you using that example while you're sitting on the fucking stage in Doha? Yeah.
Or tomorrow buying a place in Qatar. Both because I am
pay a high check
in Doha, yeah, and I'm doing that because I like the city. I think it's beautiful, but also to make the statement that I'm an American and a free man, and I'll be wherever I want to be.
And immediately, you had many on the right just dunking on him.
Oh, my dude, please go to a country where you can't do that. Oh, wait, he went to Russia and he couldn't go where he wanted to go. Let's send Tucker to North Korea and see if him say that same thing.
With Ted Cruz, oddly, or maybe not.
Woohoo! New update. Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3
Oddly,
is
I remember
almost
that
finished.
one 9/11 post that he liked, opting for a sexually suggestive angle
who
of
the
attack.
fuck sent me
Posting
that?
a picture of Tucker sitting with his legs spread out in the air and what can only be described as a very eager and receptive position with the caption.
Yes.
Live footage of Tucker Carlson
Wait.
interviewing the Prime Minister of Qatar. With him then also posting, I thought fellatio was illegal in Qatar. And then when Neil Patel, the CEO of Tucker's media company, posted a photo of themselves in Doha with the ironic caption, "Greetings from the bloodthirsty, terror-supporting slave state of Qatar," Cruz responded,
Final Fantasy is the least accurate name of all time.
fact check, true. But all
When the fuck are we getting Twilight Princess on Switch? That's a good question.
of that was pretty tame compared to the firestorm that was unleashed by one of
I want Ocarina of Time first, though. I want a good remaster of that isn't the DS version.
Trump's closest confidants, Laura Loomer. When I say firestorm, I mean she has been posting incessantly for the past 2 days about him and Qatar, literally dozens upon dozens of posts with her fingers just flying, writing things like "Nothing says America first like giving your money to the funders
Oh, also, Super Mario Sunshine. What the fuck are they doing? Can they get on that?
of global Islamic jihad who have made being a Christian or Jew illegal in Qatar, as well as video of
But no, I'm playing Final Fantasy Rebirth right now. I'm like 17% through it.
Tucker Carlson at the Doha Forum tonight is now emerging, in which he looks incredibly flustered.
That
and
doesn't
flushed
bode
in the
well
face,
for me
saying,
because I'm one of those guys that kind of, I play a role play. I play a role playing game, a JRPG the way that you're supposed to by backtracking to every corner that you can to go see if there's any hidden items. So it takes me a lot longer to get through the game.
I can't tell if his face is flushed because he's angry or because he's having a capillary response to alcohol as a self-admitted alcoholic. Rehab
We need other tactics. I mean, the re-release was pretty good.
has helped millions of people. If you have relapsed,
Honestly, this new remaster was probably the best one yet.
Tucker, just know that there's help. And
And I had the PSP version.
again, there's a lot that she has said, but with that, you had some shooting
I forgot you were a Final Fantasy head.
back at her, like Roger Stone writing, due to the ability to quite legally obtain all of Laura Loomer's bank.
Another story. No, I see where you're going. Yeah.
finance-
I think they are doing something like that. I'm not sure if I know it involves the Tactics crew, but I'm not sure if it's a Tactics game.
Records offshore.
But I did see that they were talking about doing like a follow-up story.
Very soon, you'll know exactly who's paying her and why. And adding Tucker Carlson will always be Laura Loomer's intellectual superior, and no amount of her annoying whining will ever change that. And then adding, Laura Loomer and Tucker Carlson are both longtime friends of mine, but Laura needs psychiatric help for her obsession
I'm getting through the old NES Mario games. Didn't realize saves weren't a thing back then. Yep.
regarding Tucker. Frankly,
Oh, yeah. Playing Super Mario RPG. Do you know... Thank God screen burning wasn't a thing at that time because, oh my God, my CRT would have just been burnt on the map screen from Super Mario RPG.
if I were him, I'd sue the fuck out of her because there is not a lawyer in the United States willing to defend
Y'all remember that awkward laughing scene from Final Fantasy? Which one?
her. See a shrink.
There's one in pretty much all the games.
Laura, you ain't right in the head. With then Loomer firing back, Roger, if I'm your friend, why do you continue to lie about
Use emulators?
me to run cover for Tucker?
Yeah,
Tucker is
I
allowing
respect it.
Qatari influence in our politics. I'm going to keep exposing his lies. He's whitewashing Islam, and everything I said about him is true. But they're then going on to say he can sue me for telling the truth, and then I will get to see who pays him and Neil Patel and Tucker Carlson Network. I can't wait to see his text messages with Trump haters. That is also not where it ends because Loomer called out another interview that Tucker just did with the once notorious but now obscure conservative pundit, Milo Yiannopoulos. With a nearly 2-hour exchange titled, "Why Are You Gay?" Milo Yiannopoulos explains.
Well, I've always wanted to say in a Ugandan accent, are you gay? Why are you gay? So
Why are you gay?
let me ask, are you gay?
He can't even do it. Why are you gay?
Were you gay? Like, what is gay? Nobody's gay. Nobody's gay.
And you really only need to glance at the time codes to see how nuts it was. What they include, is there a demonic aspect to addiction? Is Dave Rubin really conservative? Is Pete Buttigieg really gay?
Why are you Christian?
Is lesbianism
Wait, Is that going too far?
Real and why you aren't allowed to leave the gay mafia. But at least, I guess for this video, that ends up being besides the point. Because what Loomer found so objectionable wasn't that, it was...
I love how nasty conservative infighting is. Oh, it's like watching the Real Housewives of MAGA.
I'll just read her post. Or with Loomer writing, Milo Yiannopoulos is allegedly an illegal alien who is living in California with Dov Charney when he's not living inside the Rome, Georgia residence of Marjorie Taylor Greene doing her dirty work. Milo had what many believe to be a sham marriage with a black man named John to get a visa.
Nobody's gay, he said gaily.
And now Milo is allegedly a visa overstay who is violating State Department policy by pushing out Holocaust denial and interfering in our elections by...
You have the new shiny Mew that it obeys an emerald?
Attacking
No
Donald
shit.
Trump and spreading malicious lies about Charlie Kirk.
How'd you pull that one off?
His wife and Benny Johnson. With that, adding Milo is a notorious drug addict, and I personally believe he is lying about having cancer. He was fired for pro-pedophile comments, and he is allegedly a criminal illegal alien.
Fuck. Before I hit one, the highest level, A in ZA, I had a problem where my Lucario wasn't listening to me.
I am calling on ICE, DHS, Christy
That
Nome,
sucked.
Tom Homan to deport Milo Yiannopoulos back to the UK. I am happy to provide witness testimony and hand over Milo's
Lots of trading and tweaking.
arrest to authorities and immigration officials.
Oh, by the way, anybody playing ZA? Because you guys, if anybody here is playing Pokemon ZA, you may get a free Switch code. As far as like, usually I charge, for the $15 tier to even get my video game codes, but I need someone to trade with because there's a few Pokemon that only evolve through trades.
And then, in another post, she continued
Kinda
further
hit a
proving that Tucker
snag
Carlson
there.
is totally okay with the attacks on TPUSA and the accusations from Milo that Tyler Boyer and Benny Johnson are gay. Tucker Carlson
None of my friends play.
is continuing to promote Milo tonight, just hours after Benny and his wife threatened to sue Milo for defamation. And then continuing, Milo also went on Timcast this week and said Charlie Kirk was gay and was planning to divorce Erica Kirk. Tucker is literally trying to destroy TPUSA, and for some weird reason, they won't call him out. This is clearly coordinated. So yeah, for now, we'll have to continue to watch this. Wait.
I'm not one to really just agree with Laura Loomer, but it does seem like it's targeted, and they're doing this for a reason.
Wait and see where any of this just dumpster fire shit show goes. In the meantime, I don't know. I'll just
no.
I'll have my popcorn ready. Again, love Pluribus.
No, because unfortunately they have this thing with the official Pokemon games where it can read fake and real Pokemon games. I made this mistake already. I actually corrupted my data because I bought an emulator copy of Emerald, or not Emerald, of Heart Gold. And yeah.
This is the show of the year.
Fucked up. Oh, hey, I like that. No, now for a short break. Damn. Oh, just adding this made it a lot more palatable, gotta say.
Next
I'm
up in the
gonna watch
news,
it,
I'm
but
very interested to know your thoughts here. This Paramount, Netflix,
Yeah,
Warner
okay.
Brothers situation is crazy. It's got a lot of people going.
Oh,
it doesn't
wait.
feel
Fuck this.
Oh man, is it getting spicy on the right, y'all? Holy cow, is it getting spicy on the right? So they are truly, truly at each other's throats now, going for the jugular. This is what happens when your movement collapses.
Me looking at like a One Piece character out here. Wait, why is it not working? Oh, that's my music.
Trump's movement has absolutely positively collapsed in real time right in front of our eyes. He's at 35% approval rating.
Yeah.
Inflation's out of control. Unemployment's out
before
of control.
January.
The economy's only going to get worse. You got the concentration camps. You got invading U.S. cities with the U.S. military. You got regime change war in Venezuela, attacking Iran illegally. You got the most corrupt regime we've ever seen by far, crypto scamming his own supporters. Everything from day one. The seeds were planted from day one for this thing to fucking implode.
You had it. Wait, you actually had one of the defective copies of Silver? No shit.
And implode it did. So now when a movement
I need to check mine.
fails, and we know because we've gone through this too with the Bernie movements, when a
my
movement
save files are fine.
fails, what happens is finger pointing. What happens is people blame others for,
I still have all my so I don't have my original Game Boy, but I have my Game Boy Advance. I pretty much have all the Game Boys that you need to swap Pokemon.
faults within the movement. And so all of the right-wing pundits
And the connecting cables. Oh, I do have Pokemon Pinball, though, that still works.
are at each other's throats. The right-wing
And Snap. Or not Snap, the Pokemon camera.
politicians are at each other's throats. Trump and
It was the Game Boy camera, not Pokemon. My bad.
Marjorie Taylor Greene are fucking feuding. You have, the Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson are at each other's throats while also fighting.
Nice, you completed the decks. No, my wife did, actually.
Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin and this broader war from within
We have a completed decks up to black.
the tent. Well, Milo Yiannopoulos decided to get in on the fun. Now, Milo, of course, we covered him the other day on Crystal Kyle and Friends because he did Tucker's podcast.
I just realized, yes, me and my wife were nerds.
And him and Tucker literally argued that the reason people are gay is because of a semen demon.
She didn't play Diamond, so or like Diamond or Pearl, so I got those.
An actual demon that possesses your body, which makes you horny.
Which I just got the remake of Diamond. I want to play that
for men. If you're a man,
do that on stream here.
Okay, just absolutely gonzo. Just mentally, like there's fucking
nerd card confirmed.
There's
Fuck
figgy
yeah.
pudding in your brain.
Oh no. I'm like, dude, I build Gundams. I play Warhammer. I play TCGs. Come on.
If you
I play actually, I don't even play D&D right now. We're playing Daggerheart.
Actually believe that a real demon makes people gay. Anyway.
Yeah, pretty sure that my nerd card is confirmed.
Wait, Milo goes on Tim Pool and he decides to stir up a bunch of shit. So
By the way, Daggerheart is so much fucking fun. If you guys are into playing like, D&D with your friends, consider getting Daggerheart. It's only $50. You get everything you need to play it with the main module.
He is going to go after basically conservative ink here. The political pundits on the right.
Cards too.
Who sort of.
It's a card. Oh, that was my favorite part is like it has a card system. So like every time that you buy like just the basic the player's guide, it gives you the cards too. So like you can just have everything in front of you. You never forget to use an ability.
Made it bigger than he did. Because remember, his career sort of flamed out. In part because he went on, my friend TJ Kirk, the Amazing Atheist, his podcast at the time, The Drunken Peasants. He went on.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
On there and he basically said, like.
Got the Amazing Atheist.
He was sexually assaulted as a kid, but it was good. He liked it. It was like something to that effect. It was kind of terrible.
Mm-hmm. Dude, that ended up on Opie and Anthony.
And so then, like, CPAC disinvited him when he was going to come give a speech. His career fucking floundered and fell apart. He was literally selling, like, statues of the Virgin Mary on, like, Christian daytime shopping TV or something like that. I remember we covered the videos. It was fucking hard to watch. I mean, this guy, he hit rock bottom. Then he goes through this whole, I'm ex-gay now. Oh, really? You're ex-gay? That's not a thing, bro. That's not a thing. But he tries to pretend like, no, I don't like dick anymore. Oh, I'm sure, fella. I'm sure you don't. Anyway, so here he is. He's going to go after Charlie Kirk. Whoa. I don't know if you've been following Milo. Not allowed to do that. Not allowed to do that because 600 people lost their fucking jobs for just like quoting Charlie
Blast from the past,
Kirk in the wake of his death. Now, here you are. He's going to go a lot further than just quoting him, and he's also going to go after some others in the right-wing movement. And a lot of this, again, these are people who have now surpassed Milo because Milo fell off because of, he made his own bed and now he's sleeping in it. He flew a little too close to the sun with some of the shit he was saying, and so that's why he's been replaced. But let's see what he says. Watch this.
The most distinctive things about the right wing in this country is its homosexual overtones. Benny Johnson posts pictures of his children every 2 days. It's weird. And everybody knows what went on with Benny Johnson in those lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows.
So he's allegedly, per his admission, he liked him some booger sugar. This seems like booger sugar.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Men.
It's very, very appropriate that Tim Pool just has a giant cock on his wall. Wait a minute. I just realized I was like, wait.
Oh my God.
Younger men, not.
I was trying to insinuate that he's a big dick, but like doesn't have a big dick, but he's a big dick. He's a big. Nah, that was a fail.
Underage. At least I don't know that. His wife was crying drunk in the lobby 3 sasses in a row.
That's accidentally. It was just like, oops.
About how her husband was
sass. Yeah, I guess that's some conservative conference.
Upstairs with boys.
Yeah, she finally admitted it. Yes,
I knew this would happen. I knew it would happen.
Come on.
But,
excuse you?
About how her husband was upstairs with boys.
Come on.
But, go ask her.
Come on.
Go ask her.
Come on, Milo.
Go ask her.
I love George Santos. Whoa.
Yeah.
You've gone too far, fella.
It is weird to hear fucking George Santos being the voice of reason.
From a guy who's committed like 86 crimes and was convicted on them and then got pardoned. Like, whoa, fella.
Wait, Tim Pepper's the bad guy. Wait a minute. What happened?
Fella, let's calm down. This isn't anything like identity theft. like I've done a million times.
Milo, aren't you ever scared of getting sued? You say some crazy. I'm sitting here like I am humbled by the lore and your ability.
People gotta we might have to ban the lip injections, bro. We might have to ban the lip. I don't know what's going on with people. Guys, the lip injections look horrible. It does, female, male, whatever. Everybody can tell immediately you've had lip injections, bro. Like, reel it in. Reel it in. There's nothing wrong with some skinny-ass lips. There's nothing fucking wrong with it. What's bad and wrong is if you decide to make them...
Let's put it this way. If I ever, for some reason, get invited on to Timcast, I'm totally bringing them.
Bitches blow the fuck up, and they look unnaturally large.
It's going to be one of the weirdest episodes of Timcast.
Audacity.
He's just going to be like, Are you serious right now? What do you mean I'm not serious right now?
Just there's no teapots in this room right now to express how I feel. George, I have said these things about people.
That would be very funny.
For 20 years and never once in my career been...
And then I'd also just be like, and I took a massive shit and clogged your toilet just to outdo Sam.
Dude, I've issued 3 corrections in my entire...
Can I have sushi and poker with the boys? Can we make this a 3 for 3?
Journalistic career, because I get my facts right. And
oh, wait. No, 3 for 3. Wait. What was the other thing that he did to, what's his face? Lance.
People know that...
Oh, if he tries to, like, big dick me when I, like, walk into the studio, he's got his guitar, he's just like, he plays like one of those Red Dead Redemption-esque, just like, yeah. Welcome to the Timcast studio.
That they do not want to go.
And then I just like I pop out with Tim Pepper. It's just like amazing. And it's just like we're not on camera yet. It's just like no, this is your biggest fan. It's just like, are you nuts? It's like.
Discovery.
Actually, I want to say this.
I've never been sued for anything I've ever said about anyone.
The one thing I need to say this.
Because I'm right.
Okay.
Then it's like, give me that guitar.
We're not done. He gives us some more. So we talked about Benny Johnson there. Now we get this.
I'm always a couple of days.
You know what? That would be a fucking flex.
I'm watching on the show because I've got I've got stuff going on. But somebody tweeted today that Candace said that she believed that they were about to get a divorce. I think he was gay.
You have a beanie. I have a beanie. So much in common. Dude, I should just wear a beanie.
I think he was gay. And
come on, you know that you do know that I've criticized.
All right, hold on. I gotta actually take. So. Does have like all the band cards, but here it looks like these are decks. I actually think that he has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 decks built. I think he actually plays.
What? Like, you hear George Santos? George, come on, man. Why do you do this? This is crazy. George Santos, the known criminal. George Santos is like, oh,
I think that's what drives me nuts.
Oh God, your lack of morals for you is
that's
gross.
Like, I think I suck at skating. I'll get stoned and play some Magic with you, though.
He was gay. And
come on,
you know, yeah, that'd be funny. I invited Pep Talks for a tour and poker and sushi with the boys, and he chose to play Magic. Everybody follow Pep Talks because he's a badass guy.
You know that I've criticized.
There it is.
I'm sorry, Tim, but like, why would you even go there? Like to say something like that?
Oh, I'll tell you why.
No. The man's dead.
Your cool manages to make cool stuff lame. Yeah, I know.
Paul, now you think he's gay.
That's when people can tell the truth.
Oh my God. So look.
Yeah, trust me. Literally seeing the original Magic set just sitting there casually in that corner, I'm like, oh, that's just casually, $2,000, but okay.
I will say the chatter I've heard about Benny Johnson, that's real chatter out there. I have not heard anything like that about Charlie. That's just me. Now, granted, I did debate Charlie. I forget what year it was.
The funny part is most people just see it. They're like, is that fucking Magic? It's like, yeah.
2018, maybe, somewhere around there. You guys can put in the comments if you remember.
At least he still knows that page where it's just like, you play Magic? It's like, shut up.
You go watch the debate, too. I think it was awesome. But I never heard that about him. I did hear that about Benny. I never heard that about him. But Milo is just like, metaphorically speaking, he's just shooting it. He's like at the end of Scarface.
He realized what he was doing.
Fucking getting lit up himself. Firing.
You cockroaches want to play rough? Okay, I'm reloaded.
Like, ooh boy, is he?
Someone's seen Scarface one too many times.
Getting in that mud right now, bro. Okay, but we're not done because Benny Johnson comes out and he says, I am duty bound to take action to protect my family against those who maliciously defame and
come after me, you cockroach.
attack us. More to come on that soon. Pray for healing for some really sick and delusional people. Jesus is about redemption. The legal system is about justice. Happy.
One of my favorite scenes, just randomly, is from, and not Scarface, but Al Pacino scenes. Is from the movie Heat. And it's not the one you're thinking of. It's not where he's like, there's the scene where him and Robert De Niro meet in the cafe. Great. No. It's the one where he's talking to his wife, where she's giving him guff for, going and doing his thing. And he's just like, I wasn't gonna mention that the chicken got dried out
Sunday. So Benny is
he just throws it down.
threatening a lawsuit over what Milo said. Ready? Milo responds.
She's got a big ass. All right, good one.
Dear free speech warrior Benny, dear Kate, a few notes for your consideration. I know more about defamation than any lawyer you will hire. Benny is a public figure. Malice is a non-starter. I have receipts, and the truth is a total defense against any claim of defamation.
I need to watch The Devil's Advocate again so I can get my impressions up.
Or libel. Do you want to lose a defamation case to Milo Yiannopoulos of all people about whether or not you are gay? Do you want to even fight one? The people who have poured money into making you a big deal are about to lose their entire investment. I know more about your marriage than you think I do, and I have evidence and I have witnesses.
He just kind of overrated. No, hey.
I know who to
No. I know. People like give Michael Mann films like, I don't know. Like lately they've actually been coming out and saying like Michael Mann films are not that great. It's like, hey. It's almost unintentionally funny though.
Pina.
Like again, like this is you got me doing it. You got me doing it. Where he goes and he's just like, "Hey, if it's between me and you, I don't want to do it. But if I gotta, I'm gonna take you out." And then you got Robert De Niro. You're gonna do what you're gonna do.
I know what questions to ask
great.
about nocturnal liaisons. Dangerouses, what the fuck does that mean? With chaps in assless chaps.
I mean, whatever, it's fine.
And about being caught.
Val Kilmer's the reason I actually like the movie, though.
In flagrant delicto at conferences attended by students, some of whom may have been under 18. I guess we'll find out. And then Milo tweets, pictured me salivating over discovery. And he takes this gross-ass looking picture. Okay. They are at each other's throats, dog. It is getting ugly. It is getting wild. It is getting disturbing. It is getting all sorts of stuff out there.
Who is he paid by?
And, Tim
Immediately,
Pool,
I'm just like,
shout out to him. He let all this mess happen by inviting on fucking Milo Yiannopoulos. When George Santos is the one who's like, hey, yo, what are you doing, bro? That's immoral. When George Santos, a guy who's committed countless crimes, is the one who's being like, come on now. Have some fucking respect. What are we talking about here? Now, I will just end on this point because I feel like it's kind of crazy.
Well, it's the way I tried to like, oh God, what was that? Not The Departed. It was the last one with Robert De Niro and fucking Al Pacino. God.
The Charlie Kirk thing is sort of floating under the radar.
So
like he
boring.
accused Charlie of being gay, which I feel like is the more incendiary accusation compared to Benny Johnson. But I guess Benny put himself more in the spotlight by threatening a lawsuit, right? But the Charlie thing, I don't know. It's kind of crazy to me. That's the one where it's like, what?
The Irishman. Fuck that movie.
I don't know where you got that from, and I don't know, like, that.
Yeah, you got it. Irishman.
You're almost.
No, Departed's good. Irishman sucks.
You're begging for some sort of a reaction on that one, right? But just so everybody understands, when it comes to Benny, this guy, Saeed Jones, said, I made out with Benny Johnson in an empty dressing room at a BuzzFeed holiday party in 2013. It haunts me to this day. Anyway, it's funny that he's done literally everything but
you like The Irishman?
Out of the closet.
I'll give it another go.
Men will literally become traitors to their country rather than go to therapy. So there's been at least one. I think there may have even.
I just, you know what? I just did this and it's a totally different subject. But Dragon Ball Daima. I did not like the first episode of Dragon Ball Daima when it first came out. I gave it another go. Turns out I really like the series. So I'll do the same with The Irishman.
Been more than one person that came out. And
Last Hurrah, fuck off. He's still making movies.
And said that they had a similar experience.
He's making another movie with Leonardo DiCaprio. Who knows what it's going to be, but
let's say with Benny Johnson. And of course,
but speaking of Michael Mann, I got to see that other one that he just came out with.
There's this moment, which I have told you guys about many times. Benny Johnson, this is back in...
God, this was funny.
July of 2017.
All right. As far as internet lore goes, this was one of the funniest gaffes ever where he could not, he couldn't figure out that it's showing you something because you've looked for it, dude.
He tweeted, the advertising on the...
Hence why mine have mostly been Funko Pops, and I remember the one time it showed Tokidokis because I was looking for the
military
unicornos for my wife.
3 times right now, so he was clearly
Not
reading
that
an
I don't like Tokidoki. That's what my hat is.
article doing show prep, right? And it's a...
You don't know what Tokidoki is? Look it up. It's awesome.
Article about the delays of the new transgender policy for the U.S., right? And then the advertisement was, the world's largest gay cruise, get on board. So what people immediately said in response to him was, hey, Benny.
Hiya, pal.
These are targeted ads based on your interests and your tastes. Look, bro, as soon as this moment happened, and I remember it when it happened, as soon as this happened, I was like, oh, he's cooked. He's cooked. And let's keep it real. I mean...
Speaking of Pesci, one of the funniest scenes ever is in Home Alone 2, where Joe Pesci gets his head lit on fire for the second time, and then he puts he does the headstand and he tries to put it out in the toilet. It's got the kerosene in it. I don't know why, but every fucking time I watch that scene, I bust out laughing.
It is a known fact. There are so many.
That one and when when he grabs the things and gets electrocuted.
Repressed, closeted gay people on the right who have immense self-hatred because they were raised by a family that was super fundamentalist, evangelical Christian, religious. And
Mom, where the hell are your shoes? Harry, why the hell do you look like a chicken?
So they teach you gayness is bad, it's unnatural, it's not right, you can't do that, it's immoral, you'll go to hell.
Can we just admit that Home Alone 1 and 2 are 2 of the best fucking movies?
And so then they struggle with, I was raised this way, but I
know Home Alone 2 by all metrics should not be as good as the first, but it like all these years later, it feels so organic to where it's like it's almost the same movie, but different enough to where it's like, all right, I see where this is going, but it's so fucking funny.
Feel the other way, and so
dude, when the paint cans fall on him, he's just like, oh, no.
They go through this life of immense shame, feeling, oh, it's bad, it's wrong, but then they want to do it, and it feels so good, and then they fucking go and do it.
When the tool chest comes down the fucking stairs, peak cinema.
But then they fucking, in order to try to cover that up, they try to live this life of a lie of like, oh, I have the perfect facade,
man.
I'm a white Christian man with
man
my
who
wife
works
and
in online media does not know how targeted advertising
my
works.
dog and my kids and my white picket fence and it's amazing and weird. I'm not gay at all. I don't know what you're talking about. Like that's the struggle, right? And how many examples has there been? They call them on the I've Had It podcast. Jennifer Welch calls them demon queens.
I'm gonna just say it too much. Like too much here. Here, guys, look. I'll move the chat for a sec. All right. I understand I have a lot going on back here, but with this simple setup that he's got with here, he's filling it too much. Just get something else. Like move the globe, get like a little thin cube, and then put all this stuff up. Because, I don't know, that's a little bit too much, in my opinion.
That's right. There's allegedly a picture of Marco Rubio in a fucking, Miami nightclub in a bubble bath thing with a whole bunch of naked dudes. There's that. How many
You mean a soap bubble?
examples have there been? Ted Haggard, Larry Craig.
Man, are those a thing anymore? Soap bubbles are fun.
There's been countless...
I told the story where me and my girlfriend were at a soap bubble, and then we ended up going down the wrong neighborhood, and we ended up getting a police escort, and we were all fucked up. Like, we were both fucked up, and we both thought we were going to jail.
Examples of just these closeted, gay, conservative Christian guys who, they'll sign on to some anti-gay legislation. Then the next day, they're
pseudo-minimalist.
They're caught in a New Jersey Turnpike bathroom trying to suck off a guy named Fred. That's what it is. That's what happens. And so with Benny, there's always been these little nuggets, these little pieces of evidence that
nuggets
drop now here and there, right? It's always been the case. Never heard it about Charlie. Never heard it about Charlie. But how many are there, y'all? How many are there? I mean, how many?
I don't know, but he's wrapping this up. It's not working. There we go. All right. What are we at? 10 o'clock? Yeah, you know what? I got a little bit more in me here. Let's do some roulette. Let's see what's up. Roulette. Ooh, look at that. It's a first. My members only stream. Popped up for once. Kyle and Corin's World, 693 watching live. Nice. Good for Corin getting that Kyle bump. Jasmine Crockett launches Senate bid in Texas. That makes sense. There we go.
All right, shall we get to Sydney Sweeney here? Excited about this. Let's put
All
F3
right,
up
herp
on the
to the
screen,
dirt.
and then we'll get to what is actually a bigger story. But the Sydney Sweeney one we're going to start with because it's more fun. In any case, so
We're going to use Sydney Sweeney to talk about antitrust.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And Tim Dillon, I made that connection earlier as well with the vibe shift.
Yes.
Okay, so you guys will remember she did this interview. What was the outlet? It was like GQ, right? That she sat down with.
The
and
recent
she did
one?
This interview that went super viral, especially on the right, because she got asked about the eugenics adjacent nature of the American Eagle ad that she cut. And she said at that point, she was like, when I have something to say on an issue, you'll hear from me. And sort of like shut her down in that moment. So I was like, oh, this is amazing, blah, blah, blah. Okay, then her movie that came out totally bombed at the box office, the one about a like queer boxer that she put on a bunch of weight for. It was very sort of like artsy film. Haven't seen it. I don't know if it was good or bad, but I know it did very poorly at the box office. So in any case, now she's talking to People magazine, and her tone is a little bit different here, Emily. She says, I was honestly surprised by the reaction. I did it because I love the jeans and love the brand. I don't support the views. Some people chose to connect to the campaign, me being one of those people. Many have assigned motives and labels to me that just aren't true. So she keeps it vague, right? She doesn't directly disavow like eugenics or MAGA or white nationalism or any of that, right? Any of the sort of like broad groups that have embraced her. She doesn't directly disavow them, but clearly very different tone being struck here and her wanting to, you know, sort of clean up what I guess she and her PR team, because all these actors, like, you really shouldn't think of them as individual people.
Yeah.
You know, you should think of them as like a whole team and a
Business.
brand. It's a business,
It's a corporation. Right? It's Sydney Sweeney Inc.
Exactly. And so clearly Sydney Sweeney Inc. decided that this direction was not going all that particularly well for her and there needed to be a recalibration.
It's so funny because this is given as a statement to People magazine.
Yes.
Right. So it's not like she put this on Instagram or anything. This is a complete, like, why does it?
Oh my God. Why is she wearing a suit jacket that makes her look like the fucking, the wolf from Tex Avery?
Sound like it's not Sydney Sweeney because it's not Sydney
This
Sweeney.
was some
like
workshopped PR, statement.
She goes on to say, this might even be ChatGPT.
Emily, cool hip cat.
Anyone who knows me knows that I'm trying to bring people together.
Looks
I'm
like she
against
needs a
hate and
giant hat
divisiveness.
with a fucking feather.
In the past, my stance has been to never respond to negative or positive press, but recently I have come to realize that my silence regarding this issue has only widened the divide.
I respect the matching frames.
Not closed it.
Any M dashes in there?
Not yet. Yeah, actually not all. Then she goes, so I hope this new year brings more focus on what connects us instead of what divides us. I mean, come on.
Oh no, Rizless
Statement to
Musketeer.
People magazine.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
I don't even know. Like, if this
really, dude, it's like is that brown or red? I can't tell. Like, the more I look at it, Emily, what are you doing?
we're in politics, you
all due respect,
you wouldn't run with this statement as
Man.
news because it's so.
I don't even know her. Like, this is the worst part. I don't know her sexuality, but I want her partner, I don't care who it is, to just be like, no. No.
Such a PR. It's like running a press release for Sydney Sweeney, basically, to just go with this as
Have got any cool cards?
Quote exclusive, which
I
is
didn't
what
get
People
any
Magazine
yet.
did.
Oh, not
I
any
get it,
yet.
It's entertainment
Let's
news,
see.
but yes, clearly somebody on the team was like Sydney Sweeney.
Let's see what we get.
With Gen Z, which is
She
true.
ran
Gen
into her
Z
dad's
girls
closet.
are
I
kind of
mean, no, for real. I have made this joke before. It looks like she went to her dad, like. I almost said something mean. Let's just in this scenario, she's one of those older millennial or like those millennials that's just like, you know, I want my parents to be taken care of, so I'm gonna let them live with me. But that just means that she borrows her dad's clothes. How about that?
her should be, I would imagine, her target demo.
But I don't think they are.
Well, I mean, I'm sure it's men, but like
Yes.
for selling jeans, you would
let's
want
see what we
your value to American Eagle is that you're selling women's jeans. And so if she wants to keep getting deals like the American Eagle one, she has to have some appeal with younger women. And younger women are like liberal, like increasingly liberal.
They're going to side with Zendaya in that fight.
Oh my gosh, 10 times out of 10. Yeah, no, and like I
Ariana.
literally was
I
just
like Ariana.
writing a piece about this. Like
She needs a
young
Taylor,
women
who's
are-
also a friend.
They're accelerating to the left. And so
Yeah.
the vibe shift did not come for young women. The vibe shift came for young men, not young women.
I mean, bro, like I have suit jackets that fit me perfectly. How you? I hate to say this, but Men's Warehouse would probably not do you so dirty here.
And so clearly Sydney Sweeney's team is like, and I wonder actually if this is influenced at all by American Eagle. Middle of Christmas season, Christmas shopping season, people should be asking for their American Eagle jeans. I definitely got American Eagle jeans for Christmas like 20 years ago. So
Yeah, and you'd somehow be in fashion now if you kept those instead of whatever this
so
is.
I wonder if it has something to do with American Eagle sales too.
Could be. Could be.
God, this woman's never heard of a fucking volumizer either.
I mean, I am curious what kind of factored into this. And, yeah, I mean, in terms of her personal views.
To be fair, Crystal looks like JD Vance would be going nuts over her.
It almost doesn't really matter. Like
She looks like a couch you'd buy from Lazy Boy from like 1986.
She registered as a Republican in Florida. So we know she has, and recently, so like during, you know, Trump 2.0 and MAGA and the vibe shift and whatever, she registers as a Republican in Florida, which is a choice. So, you know, I mean, I think we have a general sense of what her political leanings are. She comes from a conservative family, whatever. I do not buy that she and her whole
Well, yeah, they both give teacher
team,
vibe.
because again, we're not just talking about Sydney Sweeney, we're talking about a whole team, that they did not realize what they were flirting with in that American Eagle ad. I think they knew. I think they were fully
Altoids? I actually have some in my car.
in with the vibe shift, thought she could be a sort of
Throw that.
pin up for the right, and was, by the way, and already was occupying that space. So they thought, okay, this is a good way to lean into this. This is where the culture is going. This will help us. Like, this is where we are now. And so we're going to play with these concepts that are in the air, that are a little edgy and controversial for fun and profit. And so she did that and, you know, thought that that was like the lane for her to occupy up until recently, when you have a political vibe shift, which is why I connected this to Tim Dillon and his comments. You have a very clear political vibe shift. Whatever vibe shift young men had been caught up that is also dissipated. I mean, the numbers for Trump among young men are almost as devastating as they are among young women.
Although on cultural issues, young men are still like attracted to certain things that young women aren't. Like certain cultural questions.
They're still more liberal than every other generation.
They absolutely are.
Yeah.
Just meaning that there's a gulf culturally between young men and young women. Like young men have different opinions on like trans, immigration. Like they tend to still be polarized from women on those.
Maybe the case. But in terms of affirmative support for MAGA, that's
totally
like
different.
Dead and gone.
This is the first time and only time I'll ever ask this, I swear. Does anybody actually know Emily's sexuality? Because yeah, I can't pin this one.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
And if you're doing an American Eagle brand, I mean, she really created a brand that wasn't really pitching herself to young women. It really was leaning hard into the male gaze. The problem with that is number one, there's no loyalty there, right? The minute you put on some weight and do an artsy film, they're like, I'm not going to see that. Like, what are you doing? Like, that's not what I'm here for, right?
You're an athlete?
Like,
I don't know, that just got me. I'm thinking of just like Kyle coming in there, like, Mr. Owl. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
the minute you hit a certain age, it's over for you.
Oh my God, that's how she gives blowjobs.
Show any sign
A 1, a 2, a 3. Chop.
of aging, like it's over. If that's what you're catering towards, there's not going to be any loyalty or longevity there. And if you're trying, American Eagle carries, jeans for men and women, or young people of any gender. So the male audience
Every time you see her go with a new dude walking in, you're just like, and
matters there. But yeah, if you are wanting to sell to women, you're really sort of isolating yourself and ostracizing yourself from that part of the market. So, I don't know that the box office bomb, and this wasn't her first box office bomb, by the way, that really had anything directly to do with like the MAGA flirtation and all these sorts of things. But maybe her team feels like it did. Maybe she feels like it did. Maybe the dynamics with Zendaya were also like personally taxing for her. I don't know. But to me, it's sort of emblematic of a movement in the culture that we see in other, in other spaces as well.
Yeah, I mean, and this gets into our next story because, Hollywood is still not like an easy place to be.
Dude, her body language and everything, like, why is she so uncomfortable in every scenario that she is in?
Yeah, seen as.
You are in media. I don't get this. Like, if I was in broadcasting school with her, I would just be like, you chose her? What? You're telling me that you chose You're telling me, seriously, like, look, this. What is this? Arms crossed with the giantest jacket that you could ever wear on a fucking screen.
Quote, pro-Trump, and I bet people were uncomfortable working for Sydney Sweeney with...
Yeah, check out the shoulder pads. No, for real. No, that's what's bothering me, is that's not a woman's blazer. That's a man's blazer. This woman is wearing hand-me-down clothes.
This new reputation that she was...
by choice
getting as someone who's like hardcore MAGA. And
my God, at least go to a Men's Warehouse so they can do you fucking like solid here.
It is like a almost a mascot for MAGA. So I'm sure some of the
you're gonna like the way you look.
That was uncomfortable. But just to get into the antitrust component, we can put F2 on the screen.
Oh, she gives sheltered Christian just now getting exposed to the world vibes. Yeah, homeschool vibes.
I'm sorry, we can.
I'm sorry that the only thing I've ever seen is Little House on the Prairie. God.
1 second, we actually have a clip of Donald Trump who was on the red carpet of the Kennedy Center honors last night, which he...
My mom wouldn't even let me read Songs of Solomon because it was too sexual.
Hosted.
Oh, she looks like Powerline.
We should
see to from eye to eye.
No, Donald Trump hosted the Kennedy Center honors. Maybe that'll be a presidential tradition. So glad that Joe Biden didn't do that. Actually,
look into each other's eyes.
I've gotten some great moments out of Joe Biden attempting to host a late night Kennedy Center honors. Yeah,
amazing.
So Trump is asked about this attempted merger between Netflix and Warner Brothers, and says something very interesting on the red carpet last night at the Kennedy Center. Let's roll this.
Are you allowed to buy Warner Brothers? Should Netflix?
Well, that's the question. They have a very big market share. And when they have Warner Brothers, that share goes up a lot. So I don't know. That's going to be for some economists to tell. And I'll be involved in that decision too.
They
have a very big market share.
Did he make any guarantees to you about the merger if they do merge?
No, not at all. He came up. He was in the Oval Office last week. I have a lot of respect for him. He's a great person. But he's done one of the greatest jobs in the history of movies and other things. He's got a lot of interesting things happening aside from what you're talking about. But it is a big market share. There's no question about it.
So that is, he said, I'll be involved in that decision. There you go. Now we can put F2 on the screen. This is the Netflix CEO, not a surprising story at all. But this is Ted Sarandos meeting with, according to Bloomberg, Donald Trump in the Oval Office as Trump just...
This guy just keeps striking me as somebody who, like, he's so lucky that he even got there. Like, if Blockbuster didn't make the fuck up they did, he would not be in this position.
Mentioned actually in the clip.
Which, whoever owned Blockbuster, you a billionaire? Doubt it.
And so the connection with Sydney Sweeney, Crystal, basically is that the vibe shift sort of came last year. You'll remember, like this exact time last year, it looked like Hollywood, Silicon Valley, we're all getting swept up in kind of reckoning with the reality that they'd alienated a lot of the country and that Donald Trump was going to be mercurial and was going to wield his power.
That's not true. No. You know when this started? When Superman came out. And you know how I know? Because Cat Grant, the big-boobed frickin' reporter character, MAGA was going nuts where they're like, boobs are back, boys!
In an aggressive way. And then he would reward you would reward you back. Now, this deal, this attempted merger, which looks like a pretty clear-cut violation of the Clayton Act, although none of that stuff is super clear-cut because it depends on how you define market share and all of that. It's already getting criticism from Mike Lee and Republicans, and it's getting absolutely
boobs are no legal again. Oh, this is where I can cross bipartisan lines and just be like, no,
across Hollywood,
boobies good.
There is no love.
You can quote pep talks on that one
in Hollywood for this. I mean, it's predicted to absolutely decimate theaters. You could understand why. But people are pissed about this. It is not going well for Netflix so far.
Well, and we've got a new factor to add in as well. I think we can add this and post this New York Times tear sheet because we're just learning now Paramount, headed by David Ellison, is making a hostile bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. I'll just
no tax on tits.
This tear sheet. Paramount on Monday mounted a hostile takeover bid for Warner Brothers Discovery, a brazen attempt to secure a Hollywood prize snatched away by Netflix last week. Netflix announced an $83 billion deal.
I can appreciate a nice set of natties.
To buy a big
part
of Warner Brothers Discovery on Friday in an agreement approved by the boards of both companies. In a news release on Monday, Paramount went around the Warner Brothers Discovery board and straight to shareholders with what it called a superior offer.
X-ray, I didn't say it.
Paramount said it would pay $30 per share in cash, valuing the company around $108 billion, including debt. Said it was going to shareholders because the board of Warner Brothers Discovery is pursuing an inferior proposal that would lead to a...
We're talking about construction, right? Yeah.
Challenging regulatory approval process. Paramount has offered to buy all of Warner Brothers Discovery, including the Warner Brothers Movie Studio, the HBO Max streaming service, and a portfolio of cable channels, including CNN. The cable channels are not part of the Netflix deal. We believe our offer will create a stronger Hollywood. David Ellison, the chief executive of Paramount, said in a press release, it is in the best interests of the creative community, consumers, and the movie theater industry. Warner Brothers Discovery had no immediate comment. How about none of these would be in the best interest of creating a stronger Hollywood?
How about we stop mergers?
Yeah, I mean, this was expected from David Ellison, and this has been a concern.
Stop with that. Stop with that. Crystal, it's father and son trying to merge two companies. Can we please just report on this with the obvious fucking, like, corruption that is just right in front of us?
Both because obviously of the corporate consolidation, but also because of Ellison's ideological leanings. So he is pro-Trump, is a close Trump ally, very Zionist pro-Israel.
About to say, please mention the Israel thing.
We've seen what's going on at CBS. I mean, he's, so the idea here is you have a consolidation of all these media properties now under an like affirmative avowed Trump supporter. And so more sort of like state influence on media bleeding over into these other outlets, including HBO Max, including CNN. So obviously really significant there. So now you, I guess, have these two rival bids and even more uncertainty about what may ultimately happen here.
Right. And what's the goal? I mean, that's Matt Stoller over at Big, which is the essential newsletter to read if you don't on these questions. And he's been following the Hollywood stuff a lot. Absolutely open question as to what the goal of Netflix is with this merger. You have to you basically freeze the assets of the competitor that you're trying to merge with in a case like this. What does David Ellison think is going to come of this? Is he trying to block Netflix from hurting the competitiveness of Warner? Like, this is Succession level drama, obviously, and I wonder what we're seeing a little bit is somebody like Sarandos, and maybe you could argue even Ellison, who, by the way, Trump did get to greenlight the new Rush Hour movie, so something good will come of this. That actually happened. I don't know if you guys did. You guys cover that? Like, I don't.
We didn't, but I did see that it happened. Yeah,
and say like just the perfect Trump story on every level. But was there an overreach that has spawned serious backlash that ends up actually hurting them more than it helps them?
So they're making a new Rush Hour movie where Jackie Chan gets to say, "I'm too old for this shit."
Because they overreached. I don't know. That's, I think, an open question right now. And I think the
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? I'm too old for this shit.
The sort of way that we can make
Rush Hour 4.
this full circle with Sydney Sweeney is that none of what everyone was feeling this time last year was permanent. And could the Trump administration have come in a second time around and maintained that cultural momentum? I don't know, but it's kind of an interesting counterfactual to ponder.
Yeah. Well, and they also came in
They'll probably use AI. Doubt it.
with
Or,
a lot of, gestures towards the
Rush Hour 5 will be in a wheelchair and an oxygen.
antitrust movement and some, even personnel decisions that were like, maybe, and some of the antitrust.
I mean, we could have a fun little scene where, he gets pushed onto one of those people movers at the airport. Come on.
Trust movement started under the first Trump administration.
We'll make millions.
And now that's just been basically completely abandoned. And certainly where tech world is concerned, I mean, they're just given whatever they want. And if you can get in good with Trump, you're going to get your deals approved. And that's pretty much how he operates.
Yeah.
Now they can use it as a weapon against you. If they hate you, then
Grumpy Old Men meets Rush Hour. God damn it, I'd watch it.
I don't think anyone would be surprised.
Fuck! I'm such a...
To see that.
I watched Rush Hour 3.
Using it as a weapon instead of just using it as a neutral enforcement
Was not great.
mechanism. And that's really one of the things that Trump has completely, not to say that the government's been perfect in terms of being neutral, but the general expectation was that the government bureaucracy would be neutral in its adjudication of these questions. And Trump doesn't even pretend that that's a goal. Like, that's just out the window. So.
And he says he's going to be involved in the decision. So there's another component of it. If you want to keep getting in Donald Trump's good graces.
You know what I like? When a black guy and an Asian guy make fun of themselves. It's amazing comedy.
Because you know how to do it. Apparently the Oval Office is open.
Yeah, not hard to figure that one out. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much.
I can't get over her stupid jacket. No, Emily strikes me as like perpetual homeschool girl. Like, for real. Jesus Christ. You'd think that they'd have a stylist on that show. It would be something that I would definitely look into. I just, it's a lot. I hope that Jackie Chan can still do cool shit. He can't! Dude! Did you not see the newest Karate Kid? My man is literally at Miyagi. Like, no. He's past Miyagi age, dude. Like, fuck. No. Jackie Chan, him climbing a ladder, that's where we'll clap. Where it's just like, hey, got to the top of that ladder. All right. Oh, yeah, they made a new one. No. Yeah, well, no, they're going to. They're going to make it. You guys just saw Kyle going on I've Had It tomorrow. Oh, no shit. Cool. Man, I wish my mom was alive so I could show her I've Had It. She would love them. She really would. She'd love them so much.
Tim Dillon had an interesting show recently. I just listened to the whole thing yesterday. I recommend you guys listen to it too. It is both entertaining and also insightful, as he often is. And he has his own theories about why we are bombing these boats. Let's go ahead and take a listen to that.
And they're not talking about Epstein, and they're not talking about whatever the hell else is in these documents that may or may not come out, redacted or unredacted. And they're
doing a Tim Pool. Hold on, not Tim Pool. There we go. All right, now I'm ready.
They're not talking as much about the economy.
No, and you know why? Because Joe Rogan's not really talking about it as much. So, you know what? I'll lay off of it a little bit. But I'm going to bring up just enough to remind people that we're all getting fucked by the same people.
And they're not asking to have health care, and they're not asking what...
Yeah, see? This is where I'm going to play the left a little bit. This is why Crystal watches me. Come on, guys. Catch up.
Palantir's doing. And they're not asking why 5 tech guys in AI control half the American economy in San Francisco. They're not asking any of that.
No, where's my pen?
They're just watching a boat blow up in the middle of the ocean. When you have this clumsy, kind of somewhat insane, over-the-top deportations.
Yeah.
People are looking at this and going, it's unserious, it's childish, it's cruel. I think one of the problems with whatever the MAGA movement has evolved into is it's duped their hardcore followers so much that the only thing left now is performative cruelty.
And the only thing that I can really speak to is being a complete expert on this because I've been taken in, guys. I know. I've always been a silly Billy. But when it comes down to it, I also try to make the money where the money is. So, this is why I'm so inconsistent in my belief structure, but also come off like I'm authentic and I also know what I'm talking about.
Performative cruelty, that's his take, both on the deportations and also on the drug
The sad part is it's because...
votes. And I don't know if you watched the whole thing, but basically the bit is, like, they're not releasing the Epstein files, the economy's...
Oh, you can recognize a bit, but you can't recognize when you like a bit? Cool.
Sucks. Like, all these things are going sideways. They're not making good on any of these other promises or aspirations people had for the administration. So what does the U.S.
Pepper Dillon needs to interview Macho Man? Yeah.
When the going gets tough.
Pepper Dillon, coming in wearing the same hat, yeah. Don't want to mess up the impression, but also a little lazy, yeah. What do you think about the political system and the way we're doing things? Listen, all I know is that I got to grift. So, if you want to help me grift there, Macho Man, I'm here for you, okay? All you have to do is identify populism and then find a comedy cohort that you can really break into and then bring their audience into your audience. Make them feel a little bit smarter than your Kill Tony audience, if you will. Because then all of a sudden, they won't care if you like MAGA or if you like the left. They don't care. They just want to watch someone funny put on a hat and some sunglasses and tell them that everything sucks, everything's fucked, and you're the reason why.
They have to show that they can murder some people. They can bomb some boats. The boomers will put it up on Fox News. The boomers will love it. People like us will talk about it. We'll debate it. It'll get the focus off these other things.
Well, master debate it like Andrew Wilson, okay? I know, master debation is literally, it's just a hack joke at this point, okay? But when Andrew Wilson does it, and then you got Nick, dare I say, Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes comes out there looking like Popeye. maybe we forgive it because, he's just a goofy goober.
And so then when things started going sideways, they were like, we must bomb some boats. We must kill some people just to show that the government even still exists.
That's called exerting power there, Crystal. God, come on.
Exists and is capable of projecting power. That's basically his bit.
The theory I just don't think is accurate because just from not that I think it's a crazy.
With that jacket, you look like you study theory. Get Neil deGrasse Tyson on to challenge you on theory, and I think that you might win just based on shoulder pad to brain ratio.
A crazy belief, but just this stuff has been percolating as what
percolating
people have wanted.
Percolating.
Wanted to do.
You know what? Let's wax poetic later. We're in the middle of a bit.
With the second Trump administration, since before the second Trump administration happened. And to agree with Tim, I've been criticized by some people for
your shoulder pad to head ratio and the fact that your hair has no volume. Yeah.
On our show, talking about how so much of this, like, what did you call them, Crystal? Meal Team 6? Is that a Kyleism? Someone?
No, that it's an internet. It came from Twitter. Yeah.
It's some of it like.
Kyle's was like, I thought I came up with that.
I call these guys LARPers, and people are like, no, it's not. That just minimizes what they're actually doing. It's like, no, I think it makes it 10 times worse that there's something performative. There's anything that feels attractive in.
What do you know about attraction? Listen, I don't care what your sexuality is. Lesbian, straight, pan, don't care. When somebody sees you wearing that, you hear the kids say negative Riz. You are just that, negative Riz. Look at you. It's insane. It's insane how what is she doing?
Performing the, like.
Don't perform for the male gaze. Not saying that.
Quote, cruelty.
Yeah.
But god damn it, those shoulder pads are ridiculous. You look like a Super Saiyan.
Which I don't necessarily.
It doesn't make the cruelty less cruel, but the purpose of it is a performance.
And I think that just makes it so pathetic. And so that's where the theater of it, because so much of it is theater. If you talk to like hardcore immigration hawks, actually a lot of them are pissed because they don't think deportations are happening at a fast enough rate. And they're like, it's all putting on the show. It's a lot of theater. And so again, I don't think I'm in that camp. I don't know what they could possibly do to like increase deportations other than hiring more asylum judges.
Vegeta.
At this point, but there's nothing sexy about hiring more asylum judges. Like you can't.
I still respect the matching colors.
Strap on.
She looks like matching colors in like my bathroom with the toilet to poop ratio, but all right.
Like all of your Kevlar.
That might have been a little too far, but.
And bring influencers along to hire asylum judges.
Right. Instead, they're actually firing a lot of.
I just realized that there's more poop than toilet in this case.
Immigration judges who they don't think are going to be sufficiently sort of like toe the anti-immigrant line. But yeah, that would lead to an actually more functional system.
I'm a political show, guys. I'm a political commentator.
Yeah, because a big part of the problem with all of this is that you do.
Just so you know, I'm registered as entertainment tonight. Properly so.
You have such a massive backlog in the asylum system that de facto people end up here for years while those claims are being adjudicated. And so, that is, one of the big major, and everybody knows this. Yeah. Right? This is not a secret.
Yeah. That's the politics.
Everybody knows this. But that would actually deal with the problem and make the system more functional. And it would not create
Guys, I don't know. I got this feeling that this is why I'm a little bit different than my peers, even on this space. Like, God, I love them all. I really do. And I love being on this space. And I hope they love having me there. But oh boy, am I definitely a little bit different.
Titillating display.
I got that with one of the things that we did. Like, this was off air, obviously. But even with the panel show, I was just like, I feel like I have a different vibe than a lot of you guys.
that they are substituting in for actually delivering on any of people's material concerns and needs.
Well, Kristi Noem herself, I think, is a good example of that, or like a good embodiment of it. But like, because like Trump, we remember back.
She reminds me of Little Debbie snacks. Either the devil creams or the devil cream squares, can't decide. No, she's a Nutter Butter.
Back in 2016, he picks Mike Pence because the report said
looks like a Nutter Butter.
Pence had a.
Oh my God, she literally looks like a Nutter Butter box.
Like the movie star cinematic look of a vice president. That part of the reason that Trump is that he thought he was like out of central casting. I think that's the quote that some reports indicated was part of his thinking. And Kristi Noem, of course, is somebody who Trump wanted to put this like tough,
I'm still doing
badass female.
The Temple.
She wasn't chosen because of her substantive Homeland Security expertise.
Yeah.
That's not why that's not been Kristi Noem's career. It's not why she was chosen. He chose her for public relations.
He likes the costume changes and the, play acting.
Oh, shut up. You want to talk with your florals and costume changes? I think not there, Crystal.
Presumably the hundreds of millions of dollars that were spent in ads basically to bolster her and show her like riding around on a horse or whatever.
100%, yes. And, obviously some of that stuff, like public relations, is not unimportant, but it's just another good example of whether you agree with the substance or you disagree with the substance, the administration spends a lot more time away from the substance. And I think that's extra, I think that really does irritate.
I always lull during this. Oh, man, thank you.
Tim Dillon or otherwise, when they start to
you understand that means a lot to me. As a comedian,
so that becomes very, very dangerous.
As someone who doesn't have the instant feedback that stage comedy has allowed me, thank you for that.
When it looks like you're pouring all of your resources into
it does. It belongs on a couch. Exactly.
Theater.
That's what I was saying. JD Vance sees her blouse or her jacket and is just like, can I borrow that?
Instead of substance.
I'll be quick.
Did you see the reports that Kristi Noem might be on the rocks in the administration? Do you think that is accurate?
I don't think so. It wouldn't surprise me if it happened, but I haven't heard anything myself like that. It wouldn't surprise me though, because there are people that are.
Emily is confounding. I can't tell if she has the body of Kingpin or if it's just the jacket. I don't know.
Really dissatisfied with the way things are, like on the right, who are dissatisfied with the way things are being run. Not necessarily just because they think more people should be deported, but just because they see everything as really unnecessarily chaotic and messy. And she's graded on people. She's graded on people. I think Corey Lewandowski's graded on people. So.
Our jacket. I just feel like Voltron has less curves than her.
Wouldn't shock me.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Or more Wait, less. No, I got it right the first time.
The central casting thing is why I took some.
The shoulder fold on the jacket. Exactly. It looks like the fucking power vest from the Green Ranger.
I thought that the reports that Kash Patel might be on his way out, why I took those seriously, because he is not out of central casting. He is out of central casting for the bumbling idiot bureaucrat.
No, that's what it is. The dragon shield. She literally looks like she's wearing the dragon shield.
FBI director.
Just pumpkin spice edition dragon shield.
He is out of central casting for that. But not for the whatever projection of strength that Trump would want in that role, I guess.
Maybe we should do a pool for premiums.
All right, nailed it.
Subscribers of who's the first to go, because
Hegseth, Noam, Kash Patel,
right,
Dan Bongino.
If I had to guess from
I feel so bad.
The cabinet.
Can you imagine if I ever have to do something where I actually interact with these people?
If I had to,
oh no. This is what professionalism is supposed to look like. Oh, no.
I would say he'll be the first.
I'm not supposed to mention this. I'm supposed to just be like, yeah. I mean, hey, be respectful.
But I don't know. He's obviously, we're going to talk about this later in the show, but he's obviously trying to endear himself to the president.
This is why I'm not going to make it.
It's pretty hard right now.
I feel like the more liberal media outlets report on Kash being on the outs,
they were right.
The more
my self-sabotaging. Fuck.
The safer he is. The more time he gets.
That's totally true. I think it's totally true of Kristi Noem as well.
Really?
Because it's just to make
Who
everybody
had the
dig
report
in.
on? Was that another NBC report?
I thought that was NBC. I'm looking it up right now.
The cash report was actually MS Now, which are now two
On betting apps, Hexouth is number one, predicted to be canned. No shit.
distinct things. They actually did pull some real reporters.
It was the
over
Bulwark,
with them.
actually.
Oh, the
Gnome one
Bulwark.
was the
even
Bulwark.
He's the one causing the most embarrassment, I'll say.
more lib than NBC. So, okay, well, we will see. But I mean, the other thing that's interesting to note of Tim Dillon is obviously like he was supportive of Trump, and now he is definitely not. So that's another interesting thing to note.
Yeah, but you guys do this blanket thing where you guys take people who don't follow politics and don't usually commit to political parties, and then you lump them into said political party. That's why Joe Rogan is as right-wing as he is because, like, he doubled down. He just kept... He had this attitude of, if you guys are going to treat me like this, fuck you, I'm going to go and do it anyway. Not saying that that's why we should have stopped, but... How's it going? All right. Oh, hey, we did it. All right. One more roulette spin to see if we have anything fun. Not trying to go too far into overtime tonight, but Joe Rogan, the dumb guy's philosopher. Hey, bobbing for giblets, though. Like, that's kind of like... I didn't... listen, I know how to differentiate between philosophy and all that, but as a stoner who's into things that might be a little over my head sometimes, I can not sympathize with it, because no, Joe Rogan's got like this huge platform, but I will just say that it's like, no, being able to like break down things for not even normies, just people who don't follow politics and I guess normies. I'll be honest, yeah, breaking it down for like normies, I don't know. Somebody I remember, like, when I first started this channel asked me if I wanted to be the Joe Rogan of the left. I don't. Like, I don't. Because, like, Joe Rogan of the left implies this big audience thing. Now, if you mean Joe Rogan of the left where it's like, I'm genuinely curious, I don't really, like, I have my political ideologies pretty much set in stone, so it's not like I'm going to just do this shift, but I am still just curious of how people came to their positions. Yeah. Wasn't he like one of the first podcasts ever? No. One of the first successful ones? Yes. Mark Maron was actually one of the first, I think. Let's see. Who was the first podcast? That's a good question. Let's take a look. Adam Curry. Interesting. Source code. Father of podcasting, Adam Curry. Yeah, it's pretty unanimous. And then JRE is second. I mean, I know who they based it off of. Opie and Anthony. Who based it off Howard Stern, so. And, like, we've always had guys like that. Like, in Chicago, we had Steve Dahl. Like, I was always interested in those guys, so. I remember he was a thing back when in the podcast or iPod days. Yeah. No, podcasting's like, again, I love podcasting, and I wish that I not wish. Let's put it this way. I'm gonna try to do a secondary channel where I do like a podcast vibe, where maybe once every 2 weeks or so, I do like an in-studio podcast where I have a guest and we kind of vibe. I've been talking to my one buddy. He has a comic book podcast every Sunday I've been talking to him. I might platform him on my channel here. Because they're kind of like the comic book men, but like he's a real comic book dude. Like he owned a comic shop for over 30 years. So the only problem with that is me and one of the guys don't politically get along, even though he thought I was like a communist, and then he found out that like what my actual political positions are, and then he was just kind of like, oh, I kind of agree with this. It's like, yeah, you realize that you have given into this idea that being a right-winger is just like, it's more of an identity point at this, like now, where it's like, man, stop. Yeah. No, I'm discussing things. I'm trying to figure out things with Letterhack and all the guys on this space too. We're figuring out, some things for the upcoming 2026. It's gonna be a good time, guys. Like whether it's on this space or on this channel, we're gonna be having a lot of fun. So I can announce this at least tomorrow, 2-hour show. Now, this space is an exciting project. It is. Like, oh yeah, Letterhack. Yeah, dude, Letterhack's a shit. No, Matt's the shit, dude. If you guys don't already follow Letterhack, number 1, do that, please. But number 2, yeah. No, the fact that he put this together, the fact that he has reached out to as many content creators as he has, and that, God, like I've been able to have my show on this space for, I think, going on 6 months next year, or next month here. Yeah. Very excited. Like to see what's going to happen, because we got some big things coming up on this space. So I'm not going to divulge anything that's private, but I will just say big things are coming. Took me a while to go to the left, because all my life I was being told that Democrats and people on the left were crazy and unreasonable. Yeah. Oh my God, it's been that long? Yeah, it's been since fucking July. I know. Trust me, I know. Every Tuesday I've been doing that. I've only had to miss one, and that was because of my wife's. We had a thing that I had to go do with my wife's cancer thing. So, but yeah. Tomorrow's gonna be a 2-hour show. I'm excited. Now there might be a surprise. That's all I can really say right now. Is there might be a surprise. So, yeah, definitely come and check out the second hour there. All right, let's see. I don't want to go yet. Kind of hit that point where I'm like, damn it, I kind of want to hang, but nah, I should go. So I can get my beauty sleep and get everything done that I need to get done before tomorrow's show. Oh, shit. What time is it? Oh, yeah. All right, guys. Sorry, no more roulette. That just means that we're going to do the wrap-up, and like I said, tomorrow's going to be fun. Also, if you do not already follow this space, please do. Let me get that link real quick. Why? Where's the featured? Here we go. Oh my God, it's been that long. Yes, it has been that long. It has been a 7-hour show. Fantastic show, Pep. Thank you. No, I mean, I had fun. I definitely had fun tonight. This was a good time. I had a feeling it was going to be a fun show, just based on the content that we were going and covering, but yeah, we definitely had a little bit more fun than I thought we would. Took me a while to go left. Oh. Well, Sylvie, we're not unreasonable. I feel like it's weird. Like, I've been on the left a lot longer than I can even give myself credit for. Like, I've been on the left since, Jesus. When did I join Occupy? 2007? So, 20 years and 2 years, I will have been a leftist. Pretty cool. But, all right, folks, I need to wrap up. Let me get my exit screen going here. You know the deal. One of these days, I'm actually going to have this thing, like, just ready to go. See, that's why. All right. But, jeez, still not. What's going on? This thing might be. There we go. It's still bordering? No, it's still bordering. Hold on. There we go. All right. Nope. Got it. What other content creators just like, no, I want my end screen to be fucking perfect. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow. Definitely come join this space and then stick around for the second hour. But that being said, I will catch you guys then. Peace. Cue that Kirk.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.